800 caddies of top beauty, relying on her father being the tribal leader, actually forced herself to be paired with 5 extremely beautiful beast husbands. Therefore, each beast husband despised her to the extreme and did not want to touch her at all, but the woman refused to give up. In order to spend a good night with one of them, she secretly mixed aphrodisiac juice into the other's food, while also swallowing 500 aphrodisiacs herself, hoping to ignite the flames of passion. However, she had just pushed down her estrus beastly husband on the bed, but unexpectedly, the overdose of medicine suddenly rebounded, poisoning her to death. At the same time, the girl who was killed in the apocalypse happened to cross into this body. When she opened her eyes, she saw a flushed man pressing towards her. Panicked, she used a desperate move. She knew she had caused trouble, but at this moment, she couldn't care less and quickly got up and ran because she didn't know where she was. Until she ran out of the cave far away. She dared to stop. Oh my god, that was so scary just now. I almost got caught by a primitive man. At that moment, she suddenly felt a headache. And then a memory that did not belong to her rushed into her mind. After seeing the memory, she instantly felt like she was eating. The original owner was lazy, greedy, malicious, extremely ugly, disgusting, and yet lacked self-awareness. Relying on her father as the tribal leader, she seized and plundered, extremely infatuated, and made her father the chief give her 5 top beast husbands. The 5 beast husbands detested her to the extreme, and the way they looked at her was like looking at a piece of, avoiding her as if avoiding the plague god. Suyu rubbed her temples in pain and said, "What's going on? She doesn't need a forced love. It seems like I need to find an opportunity to end the relationship with the 5 beast husbands." She wanted to find a place to test if her original world's abilities were still there. Not long after, she saw a huge black python. The python saw her. A hint of disdain flashed in its eyes. Then it transformed into a tall man and walked away with its prey. Suyu was stunned, looking at the figure that turned into a human form, with a complex expression. Is this Mo Lin? That extremely mysterious male lead number 2. Handsome. Quite handsome. Just a bit cold. Suyu quickly came to her senses, closed her eyes, and tried to establish a connection with the surrounding plants. The awakened wood-based ability from her past life was still there, and Suyu happily walked to the river to wash her face. However, when she saw her reflection in the water, she felt disgusted. Her obese figure, pockmarked face, messy hair, sticky body, and an unpleasant smell emanating from her body. Suyu was so ugly that she couldn't help it for a while. She instantly vomited violently, almost vomiting out her bile. Oh my god, this is too ugly. Her mentality was a bit broken. Although she is not gorgeous, she is also pretty and charming. When did she ever look so ugly? This ugly appearance is not only disliked by men, but even she herself is disgusted. No, I have to wash up first. She endured the nausea and started washing her hair, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't clean it. The water by her feet turned black, but her hair remained greasy. If only she had some shampoo. Just then, a drip sounded in her mind. Super charm system activated. Welcome host to the beast world. I am your system little joy. Suyu was stunned for a moment. Super charm system? Is she awakening a golden finger? She couldn't help but feel ecstatic. But what is this charm system? Does it want her to be a crowd favorite? Little joy, can you tell me what your function is first? This system is designed to help you enhance your personal charm and conquer your 5 beast husbands. You need to interact with them to increase their favorability towards you. The higher the favorability, the higher the rewards. Upon hearing about the rewards, Suyu's eyes lit up instantly. What kind of rewards are there? There are many types of rewards, such as beauty pills, weight loss pills, various survival skills, daily necessities, health-enhancing potions, and various rare items, including the shampoo you just thought of. Suyu raised her eyebrows. This system seems a bit interesting. It's just that, making her conquer those 5 men. Just thinking about those 5 men, she feels overwhelmed, especially Yi Ling, who is so fierce. She doesn't want to provoke him. So, what are their respective levels of affection towards me now? Of course, all of them are above 90. Suyu listened to the system's response, and her mouth twitched fiercely. Although she knew that several beast tamers disliked her, she didn't expect the dislike to be to this extent, which made her hesitate a bit. The system noticed her concern. Host, rest assured, I will help you. I have a newbie gift package for you, which contains some things that you really need right now. When the words fell, 3 things appeared in front of Suyu, namely shampoo, shower gel, and facial cleanser. Seeing the 3 items, her weak heart was moved, as these were exactly what she needed most at the moment. She gritted her teeth and made up her mind. Fine. I'll give it a try since it's part of the newbie gift package. Is there a time limit or will I be shocked if I fail to complete it? Host, rest assured, there is no time limit for the task. Also, we are very humane, there will be no punishment if you cannot complete it. That's good. Suyu nodded in satisfaction and began to focus on washing her hair. The hair was extremely dirty. It took 3 or 4 washes to clean it. She used facial cleanser and body wash to wash her whole body. The original owner didn't know how long it had been since they last bathed. Thick mud stuck to their body, dry and hard. It took hours of scrubbing with a stone to get somewhat clean. Layers of mud were scrubbed off and fell into the river. The surrounding river water could no longer be described as muddy. It was pitch black, like ink. Suyu took a long time to clean herself. Luckily the weather was hot now, so she wasn't afraid of catching a cold. Source, https://kushacheng/book_95109656/. This article was downloaded using the Slack novel downloader. Download all content. Chapter 1. 5 Beast Masters for the opening game. After Su Shiyu was blown up in the post-apocalyptic world, she had just opened her eyes and realized that she had appeared in a cave, and everything in her eyes was primitive. What's going on? Where is this? Her entire being sobered up a few moments and she looked alert. Then, seeing an exceptionally good-looking man standing before him, a pair of strange silver eyes, a face like a carving, delicate features, broad shoulders and narrow waist. His skin was a healthy wheat color, with a piece of animal skin wrapped around his waist, and his legs were long and strong, his body athletic and full of wild power. It's so tragically handsome that you can't close your legs. Animal skins? Her eyes fixed on the man's waist. Was this ancient times? Not waiting to keep thinking about it, the man's cold, disgusted voice came right in his ear. Su Shiyu, how dare you give me the enchanted fruit? Thinking that I don't dare to touch you, is that it? The man's eyes were grim and full of violence, itching to tear her apart. Su Shiyu frowned, unable to understand what the man was saying. Since she didn't know the ins and outs, she didn't dare to speak out of turn. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Nightling just assumed that she acquiesced, and her eyes grew more and more disgusted. Reaching out, he pinched her chin with such force that it pinched her raw. Since you want it so badly, I'll fulfill you. The words fell, and his hand flung with force. Su Shiyu's entire body fell on the stone bed, which was hard and hurt her to death. Her inner rage was ignited. No matter who the man in front of her was, she cursed. What kind of mesmerizing fruit? I don't even know what you're talking about. Crazy dog, huh? Catching people and biting them. Ha! I'm a mad dog? Dare to do it but not dare to admit it? Besides you, who else would be this shameless? Nightling let out a short, light snort, his eyes full of mockery. The medicinal power of the ecstasy fruit in his body had kicked in, making it hard for him to bear, as if his body would explode. Raising her eyes to look at Su Shiyu's disgusting and ugly face, strong dislike surfaced in the bottom of her eyes, but the medicine in his body compelled him to get close, even if he wanted to vomit in disgust. Su Shiyu saw the man pressing towards her, and combined with what the other party had just said, she instantly understood what the other party wanted. She panicked and kicked hard in the heat of the moment, right in the middle of the man somewhere. Ah! Su Shiyu, you seek death. Nightplume stared at her incredulously, his eyes shadowy, arching his body, his forehead veins popping, his appearance extremely appalling. For a moment, he wanted to turn into his own body and bite her, but when he thought of something, he didn't do so, and his expression was one of unprecedented anger. What's wrong with you? She's the one who drugged you? She is also the one who fights back and struggles, and kicks her own. Damn it! Su Shiyu knew that she had just kicked the other party in the vitals and wondered if she was ruined, and smiled sheepishly. But this was not much of a concern, and with great speed he got up and ran. Inside the cave, Nightling roared in fury. Su Shiyu, you wait for me. The sound was ear-shattering. Su Shiyu had heard it since and shivered, her feet running even faster. She didn't dare stop until she had run a long way out of the cave. She patted her chest with a distraught look on her face. Chapter 1. 5 Beast Masters for the opening game. Damn, it was so scary just now, almost losing my innocence, or being given by a primitive man. Although she didn't know what place this was, she felt that she should have traveled to the ancient times. Where else would they wear animal skins? Suddenly there was a pain in her head, followed by a memory that didn't belong to her flooding into her mind. After reading the meme, I instantly felt like eating with a constipated face. This was the Beast World B tour that I had originally learned about, and the original owner was one of the ugly and lazy cannon fodder in it. The original heroine Chu Yu is a player. Wearing to this game, I do not know what the situation. By the male lead 1 pick back. Male lead number 1 is the man in the cave just now, called Nightling, the most handsome and powerful, one of the original owner's beast husbands. The original owner had 4 other orc husbands, all of whom were the best and top orcs in the tribe. It was all forcefully matched by the original owner's alpha father. This reluctant marriage, natural chickens and dogs, also not willing to touch the original owner at all, avoiding her like the plague. There's a plot in the book where the original owner secretly puts LSD in the food the other person eats in order to sleep with Night Plume. Sushi, you thought about what happened in the cave just now. It should be this episode. I just don't know how the original owner hung up and happened to cross over himself. The thought of it made her whole body bad. When the female player is brought back to the tribe by Nightling, the original ugly character will play her role as a tool person. Shine a light between the female lead player and the male lead number 1, male lead number 2, male lead number 3, male lead number 4, and male lead number 5, until the female players and these male leads are loving and sweet. The original owner, the scandalous character, can get off the hook. Sushiyu rubbed her eyebrows with a headache. What is all this? It was hard to survive for so long in the post-apocalyptic world, only to end up in this primitive world again. Still, it seemed quite peaceful, much more peaceful than the end times, and she believed she could live well. She made up her mind not to touch a few of the male leads, never mind how sweet and loving they were with the female players. She doesn't do this as a tool person anyway. Also, to find a chance to one partner with the original owner's 5 beast husbands, doesn't she smell good on her own? What do you need a man for? Standing up, he patted the ash on his body and surveyed his surroundings. It would be the hottest time of the day, with the sun hanging hot in mid-air. Into the eyes of the ancient trees in the sky, old vines winding, a variety of unknown wildflowers bloom in full swing. The air is filled with the fragrance of the soil, as well as the fragrance of grass and trees. Occasionally, a few animal roars could be heard, as well as birdsong, like an ancient tune, mysterious and distant. A few females were tanning their animal skins, and when they saw her, they suddenly whispered, their eyes subtly sizing her up with disdainful mockery. She didn't care. These females either liked Night Plume or a couple of her other beast husbands. Sushi, you didn't need to hear it to know that they were talking about themselves. It's nothing more than saying that you're shameless and want to have sex with the beast man and that you have to be drugged or something like that. She wanted to find a place to try and see if her powers had followed her. Without going far, he saw an incomparably large black python with a curled tail dragging a huge and incomparable prey back. His icy snake pupils were chilling, but extremely humanized. Wait, python? She looked at the other side. There was only one snake in the entire wolf tribe, and that was the male lead number 2, Mo Rin, who was hunted by the snake tribe for some unknown reason back then. Although the strength of Mo Rin is strong, but cannot be surrounded by the entire snake tribe. Dying, encountered out hunting the original owner of the father. The original owner's father saved Mo Rin from the snake tribe and brought him back to the tribe, and then even let the witch doctor save him. After recovering from his injuries, Mo Rin joined the wolf tribe and became a member of the wolf tribe. It was only because he owed the original owner's father a favor that he agreed to marry the original owner. When the python saw her, its eyes flickered, a flash of humanized dislike crossing the bottom of its eyes, and it turned around and transformed into a tall man, dragging its prey away. Sushiyu froze, looking at the back that had taken human form with a complicated expression. Is this Morin, that male lead number 2 who was extremely mysterious and unpredictable throughout the entire game? Chapter 2, ugly to the point of being horrendous. His appearance, if described carefully, had an overpowering and profound beauty, as if a god or goddess on an ancient stone carving, cold and distant, icy and unapproachable. She quickly returned to her senses and went to the back of the mountain as she remembered, where ancient trees and old vines twisted around, filling the atmosphere of a primitive forest. Not far away there is a small river flowing quietly. The water is clear and there are many fish and shrimp swimming in it. The fish and shrimp are much bigger than those of the end times, and are still pure and unpolluted. Sushiyu gulped, feeling a little thirsty and still hungry, but there was no rush to get over there. She closed her eyes and tried to make a connection with the plants around her. At the end of the world, her psychic ability was the wood system, which had been cultivated to level 7 by her. Not only can you spawn plants and use vines to attack or bind things, but you can also heal some simple wounds, as well as view movement within a certain range. In the post-apocalyptic world, she hadn't scavenged for supplies by relying on this psychic ability. Unfortunately, he encountered an extremely powerful zombie and was accidentally blown up. In no time, a tiny green vine appeared in her palm. She was pleased that her powers were still there. Just dropped to level 1 for some reason. It doesn't matter. Level 1 is level 1. The beast world is full of aura. Sooner or later, you will be able to cultivate up. Under her control, the vines in her palm flew out with a whoosh, wrapping around a large tree not far away with great speed, and then quickly flew back. She looked at the green trailing vines in the palm of her hand and was extremely happy. With her powers, she had a few more safeguards in this world. Sushiyu put the trailing vines into her palm and walked over to the creek and squatted down. First held a handful of water to wash her face. The cold river water let her summer heat down some. Only the touch of the hand is not right. Always feel pitted face, but also particularly greasy. disgusted her to no end. Surveying himself through his reflection in the water, his hair was disheveled, sticky, and interspersed with unidentified dead leaves. She was wearing an animal skin dress that was dirty and tattered, and emitted an unpleasant and strange odor that smoked so much that she almost didn't throw up. The face is even more needless to see, black and yellow, rough, greasy, full of pimples and pustules, some pustules also bubbling yellow thick water, not to mention how disgusting. The eyes are small and cloudy, the nose is collapsed and flat, the mouth is big and thick, and there are buck teeth. The body was even more obese and bloated, as if all the flesh of the body was squeezed together, not even the waist. Sushiyu was so scandalized by herself that she couldn't hold back for a moment. Vomit. She instantly threw up in a stupor, almost vomiting up her bile. Gosh, that's too ugly, isn't it? Her mind was a bit broken. Although she was not exactly a pigment, she was still pretty and pretty? When has she ever been so ugly? This ugly look, not to mention men, even she herself disliked it. No, let's wash and primp this face first. Although Sushiyu was not particularly fond of beauty, she was extremely concerned about her personal image and would never allow herself to be so unkempt. It's just too appetizing. She raised her hand to touch her face, greasy and disgusted, and she pulled her hand back. She fought back the nausea and began to wash her hair, dirty and smelly and full of dirt and grease, messy knots that she couldn't straighten out. Using my hands as a comb, it took a long time to get it smoother, but I can't get clean. The river water around my feet is turning black, and my hair is still greasy. Ugh, I wish I had shampoo. At that moment, there was a sudden drop in her head. Ding! Super charm system activated. Ding! Welcome host to the beast world. I'm your little system assistant and I'm happy to serve you. Sushiyu was confused for a moment. Super charm system? As a veteran novel fan in her previous life, she naturally knew what a system was. This is a must-have gold finger for travelers. Has she awakened the golden finger? Chapter 2, so ugly it's horrific. The heart was ecstatic. But what the hell is the charm system? Does it want her to be the charmer of millions? So, little system assistant, what's your role first? She asked as she washed her hair. The system laughed twice and explained. This system is designed to help the host enhance his personal charisma, raid the target object, and gain their goodwill. And for every certain amount of goodwill gained, rewards can be obtained. Raider gaze object? Favorability? Rewards? Sushiyu mulled over these keywords and a hint of interest flashed in her eyes. Can you be more specific about who to raid? How is the favorability obtained? And what are the rewards? She cared more about the reward. She just didn't know what it was. The target of the strategy is the original owner's 5 beast husbands, which are Night Plume, Mo Rin, Qingju, Bai Qi, and Xianhei. You need to raise their favorability towards you through interaction with them. Favorability is divided into 5 levels: disgust, no feeling, good feeling, like, and deep love. For each level you raise, you can obtain a generous reward, and for completing all levels, you can obtain the ultimate gift pack. The system explained in a low voice, then continued, there are many kinds of rewards. For example, beauty change pills, weight loss pills, as well as all kinds of survival skills, necessities, potions to strengthen the body, and all kinds of rare items. Of course, there are also shampoos including the one you just thought of. Sushiyu raised her eyebrows. This system, it seemed a bit interesting. It's just that, letting her raid those 5 men. Just thinking about those 5 men made her head spin. Especially Night Ling, and so fierce, she didn't want to touch the bad luck. And Chu Yo-Yo, the main female player. So what are each of the 5 of them's favorability ratings for me right now? At what stage? Sushiyu didn't rush to agree and continued to ask. The host sees for himself. As the system's words fell, an electronic screen appeared in front of her. Raider target character favorability panel. Host, Sushiyu. Age, 16. Charm value, 0. Appearance value, 10. Ugly. Health value, 60 out of 100. Weight, grossly overweight. Affecting mobility. Skills, wood-based psychic ability, level 1. Raider gaze and goodwill. Night Plume, disgust, -100. Morin, disgust, -90. Green bamboo, disgust, -90. Bai Qi, disgust, -85. Xanadu, disgust, -90. Sushiyu looked at the sliver of negative numbers. Still all -90. 100. The corner of her mouth jerked hard. I knew that a couple of beastmen hated her, but I didn't think they hated her to this extent. She looked extremely depressed. I can't fulfill your mission. Find someone else. She has the supernatural ability awakened in the last days with her, and she can live well in this world alone. So why bother to put a hot face on someone else's cold ass? The point is that it's not always done. Totally asking for trouble. The system was anxious when it heard this. Host, Don't be in a hurry to reject it. Although you have supernatural abilities, this world is very dangerous. There are many powerful beasts, and there are even some supernatural forces. With the help of the system, you will live a better life. Sushiyu's heart stirred. What the system said was not unreasonable. This world was dangerous, more so than the end times ever were. With the help of the system, it would indeed be a much more comfortable life. But the thought of going on a raid of 5 men, all of whom still hated her so much, especially the Night Plume, -100, thinking of the other party as cold and gloomy eyes, she was a little scared. Even if she was shameless and willing to be a lickspittle, I'm afraid it would be difficult to accomplish. Chapter 3, The Rules and Manners of Snake Beasts. The system could see her concern. Don't worry, host, I will help you. As a newbie, I also have a newbie gift pack for you, which contains some things you really need right now. As the words fell, a large gift bag appeared in front of Sushiyu. She reached over and clicked on it, and 3 things fell out: shampoo, body wash, and face wash. The sight of the 3 items made her heart skip a beat. It was literally the most needed thing right now, especially the shampoo. Hair greasy and greasy. Water pressure cannot wash clean. Sushiyu looked at the 3 items, and the scales in her heart had gradually tilted. Seeing that she was shaken, the system continued to raise the stakes. Host, every time you raise your favoritism, you will be able to obtain generous rewards. These rewards will not only allow you to live a better life in this world, but will even help you become beautiful, lose weight, and improve your strength. Think about it. With these things, do you still need to worry about those fierce beasts and natural forces? When it came to becoming beautiful and living a better life, Sushiyu's heart jumped hard. A strong longing welled up in her heart as she looked at her ugly reflection in the river. Who could bear the thought of becoming so ugly? Even if she wasn't a face reader, she couldn't stand it. It looked no better than the zombies of the previous life. She hesitated and gritted her teeth. Fine, I'll try it for the sake of the newbie pack. Is there a time limit, or do I have to be tossed or something if I don't finish? If there's a punishment, she's not going to answer it. Seeing that she was relieved, the system hurriedly said, Host, don't worry, there is no time limit for the mission. You can take your time. In addition, we are very humane. There will be no punishment if you can't complete it. That's fine. Sushiyu nodded her head in satisfaction and didn't continue chatting with the system. Start concentrating on washing your hair. Hair is not usually dirty. Bubbles hit up, the turn of the eye is gone. You can only continue to squeeze. Heartbreaking drops of blood. There's no place to buy this if it runs out. Wash after wash. It took 3 or 4 times to get my head clean. The surface of the river was flooded with a layer of black oil and floated with unidentified leaves, and even the water around it was black. She washed herself off again with face wash and body wash. Using the boulders for shelter, she removed the dirty animal skin dress from her body and threw it on the bank, dipping her whole body into the water and scrubbing it laboriously. It was a good thing no one would be coming by this time. Much to her relief, the original owner hadn't bathed in I don't know how long, and the thick dirt and grime stuck to her body, dry and hard. Even if you put body wash on it, you can't get it clean. The inside of the fingernail caps are also black and hide dirt, as are the 10 toenails, which are so hard and firm that they can't be snapped out, let alone washed. She found a pointy rock by the river and got the dirt out of it bit by bit. Where you can't scrub your body clean, rub a rough goose soft stone on your skin. Instead of feeling pain, the grinding was particularly pleasant and scratchy. Sure enough, the skin is thick. The corner of Sushiyu's mouth twitched, completely unable to imagine that a woman could be dirty like this. Beast World doesn't call them women, they call them females, but it always means the same thing. Layer upon layer of dirt was rubbed off and dropped into the river. The river around us could no longer be described as muddy. It was pitch black, like it was stained with ink. Sushiyu washed herself for a long time, but fortunately the weather was hot now, so she wasn't afraid of catching a cold. After a quick cleaning, she felt like her whole body had come to life, all several pounds lighter and whiter. It's so refreshing and comfortable that it even puts you in a better mood. Just about to get up and go ashore, behind them suddenly came a loud bang, followed by a splash of water, creating a huge whirlpool. Sushiyu was startled, thinking that there was an earthquake, or a landslide, and instinctively looked that way. A slaughtered bison was seen floating in the river, but it had not been dissected, and it was not known who had thrown it into the river to be cleaned. Chapter 3, The Rules and Manners of Snake Beasts. When her eyes looked towards the shore, she glimpsed Mo-rin standing there, and the other party was also looking at her with a dismayed expression. Didn't seem to expect her to be here. Sushiyu didn't expect to run into Mo-rin here. At this moment she was wearing nothing on her body. Naked, her face bursting with red, she subconsciously crouched down and hid her body in the water, only showing a head outside. At this moment, Mo-rin was afraid that he thought he was waiting here in advance and then deliberately seduced him. The original owner had done anything to sleep with a few beast husbands. The whole thing is bad when you think about it like that. Mo-rin did think so, and looked at him with cold eyes full of disgust. This female is really getting shameless. When I just came back, I heard Mia say that she gave Nightling the enchanted fruit. This would, in order to mate with herself, resort to such underhanded and disgusting tactics. It's disgusting. Get lost. His icy voice was like a cold winter moon. Su Shiyu listened to the fire. Obviously the one who suffered was herself, right? How do you make it sound like he's at a disadvantage? Even if this man was her beast husband, the object of the mission she was going to raid, she didn't want to spoil Mo-rin's foul temper. Is this river your home? You can come and I can't? I bathed here first, and you suddenly barged in, looking at my naked body, without a word of apology, and telling me to get lost. Are these the rules and manners of your snake beasts? Her words were extremely sharp and justified, making it impossible for Mo-rin to refute them. He looked at Su Shiyu's pitted, greasy face, which would look a bit fresher than it originally was, or at least not as unkempt. In his mind, he didn't care, though he wondered that she had taken an unprecedented bath today. It was only strange how she reacted, as if she hadn't expected her to say that. Previously, when this female saw herself, she had a face that was obsessed with pleasing herself, and even if he spoke ill of her, she never retorted with half a sentence, and only curried favor with her eyes. Looking completely different today, not only did he speak clearly, but he also became clean. Mo-rin looked at the muddy, oil-floated river, and disgust flashed in the bottom of his eyes. I didn't realize you were here. He got the bison to the bank of the river before it was swept away by the water, and then turned and walked away. Su Shiyu looked at his back as he walked away in sighed in relief. She walked to the shore and washed her dirty animal skin dress and wore it just as wet as it was. Survey yourself through the river. After washing it off, my skin was a lot whiter, and although it was still full of pus-filled pimples and ugly, at least it was cleaner and fresher. Another sigh as he looked at his pimple-pus-filled face in the water. The original owner ate meat all year round and disliked eating fruits and wild vegetables, which led to excessive oil secretion in her body, and that's why she would grow so many pimples. She remembered that the original owner hadn't pooped in what seemed like a long time, at least a week. The corner of her mouth twitched, obviously constipated. Well, still have to figure out how to. Looking at the bison by the river, she gulped. This would be hungry front and back, thinking that this was the one that Mo-rin had fought, and skimming her eyes again. With a movement of Su Shiyu's mind, a tiny trailing vine appeared in her palm. Her eyes fell on those fish and shrimps swimming around in the river, and with a thought, the trailing vines in her palm flew out. Quickly wrapping himself around a couple of large fish in the river, he reached out and flung a couple of them onto the bank. Su Shiyu walked up and looked at the big fish flopping on the ground and smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 4. You're on your own. She picked up a fish and weighed it, feeling the weight should be enough to feed her for days. Taking the bone knife that Mo-rin had thrown by the river, he skillfully handled it and carried a few fish ready to go back. Glancing at the wash and bathe trio sitting on the bank, he bent down and cradled it in his arms. She didn't grill fish on the river. If Mo-rin saw that she was slow to leave, she might think that she was deliberately seducing, and she was afraid that she would hate herself even more. When that happens, it will be harder to raid. Su Shiyu first put the washing and bathing three-piece set back into the cave. At this time, Night Plume had already left, and it was unknown when he left. Instead, her heart was relieved. She didn't want to face that cold face, and she was afraid that the man would kill her. Thinking about his original kick, he looked a little sheepish and wondered if he would be okay. She put down the three-piece washing and bathing set and left the cave with the fish. She remembered that there was a small depression near the tribe that was usually not visited by many people or any wild animals, and she planned to go there to bake fish. This place was rather remote, and the original owner used to hide here alone when she was in a bad mood. She followed her memory to the mountain pass, which was overgrown with weeds and surrounded by many large trees that were big enough for 5 or 6 people to hug, the shade of which blocked out the sunlight and made it quite cool. It's a great place to grill fish. There were no lighters, so the only way to make fire was the primitive method of drilling wood for fire. Actually, there are bonfires in the tribal plaza. At nightfall, the men, women and children of the tribe would gather together to roast meat and eat it, singing and dancing, extremely lively, but she wouldn't want to go this time. After some hustle and bustle, the fire was finally built. Looking at the burning flames, Su Shiyu skewered the treated fish with sharpened branches and set them on the fire to slowly roast them. As it gets bigger and bigger, the fish is grilled with a bared sound, and the aroma comes out in full force. She gulped, feeling even hungrier. Although there is no seasoning, but the fish meat is delicious, but also natural and pollution-free, grilled and crispy and fragrant. The flavor is extremely good. In the post-apocalyptic world, trying to eat uncontaminated fish is as rare as hitting the jackpot. Not only fish, but shrimp, all kinds of seafood. In short, what you eat, wearing use is either contaminated or has a virus and cannot be eaten or used at all. Sushiyu sighed in her heart and shook her head helplessly, eating with her mouth full. It didn't take long to finish one. Feeling half full, barely patting my stomach and moving on to grill a second one. She ate 3 large fish in a row before she felt her stomach was barely a few percent full. The original owner's appetite was not normally big. No wonder she was so fat. Her stomach was stretched out. But it's hard not to eat. She wrapped the rest of the fish in leaves and took it back with her for breakfast tomorrow. As for the evening, just starve yourself, as a diet. By this time the sun was setting in the west. Put out the fire and got up ready to go back. Just walked 2 steps. Suddenly the sky fell down a person. Touch sound. But also just smashed in front of her. She was shocked. Instinctive backward. Her eyes fell over there. And she realized it was a woman. Wearing a dress. Styled much like Mordecai's. The body was sprawled out, revealing snow-white arms and white thighs. One high-heeled shoe over the foot. The other flying off somewhere. Such a costume made her instantly understand the identity of the other party. Chapter 4. You're on your own. Shouldn't you be brought back by Nightling? How did it appear in this way? And even dropped in front of him? Sushi looked up at the sky. Falling from the sky. Sure she wouldn't be smashed to death? She expressed her skepticism. Walked over and turned the person over. The skin is quite white. The appearance is clear. Not beautiful, but also not ugly. Can only be considered a very ordinary girl. Age looks like just graduated from college. But in the beast world, where skin was generally dark and rough, it was already considered a rare beauty. She probed the other's nostrils and found that her breathing was even and she was fine. She should have fainted from the fall. She would be torn in her mind, not knowing whether to bring the person back to the tribe or to throw them far away. Chu Yuyu was the female lead. Once she stayed in the tribe, by then the entire tribe of beastmen would surround her, including the original owner's 5 beast husbands. With Chu Yuyu's comparison, I'm afraid that she will hate her even more. Although Sushi wouldn't die like the original owner, she would never allow a threat to exist. Not to mention, her mission was to raid 5 beast husbands, so Chu Yuyu as a person couldn't exist even more. With a decision in his heart, he bent down and carried Chu Yuyu on his shoulders, walking towards the depths of the forest, ready to throw far away. As for whether the person was dead or alive, she didn't care. After so many years of crawling around in the post-apocalyptic world, he had long ago learned to be cold and selfish, because it was a necessary law to survive. The forest was thick with trees that covered the sky, with only a little sunlight spilling onto the ground through the gaps in the leaves. She purposely walked far away, just in case Night Plume would run into it and pick someone up. In fact, it would be safer to kill the other party, but based on the conscience deep in his heart, in the end, he couldn't do it. She looked for a secluded place and confirmed that this place was far away from the tribe, and that people usually didn't come here to hunt. And that's when she threw Chu Yo-Yo on the ground. You're on your own, Sushiyu said indifferently. Watching that it was almost dark, he didn't dare to continue to stay in the forest, and then turned around and left. On the way back, I picked a lot of wild fruits, and I was lucky enough to pull out a nest of bird eggs, 8 in total. She also found a lot of wild vegetables, and since it was almost dark, she didn't dare to pick them for fear of a wild beast coming out from any corner. Thinking of coming over to pick it again tomorrow, by the way, to see whether Chu Yuyu is dead or alive, and whether it is still here. By the time they got back to the tribe, it was completely dark. Bonfires burned brightly in the tribal plaza, illuminating the surroundings and dispelling the coolness of the night. The men, women and children of the tribe were roasting around the campfire, talking and laughing, and it was extremely lively. She was just about to walk over to her when Mia saw her, slightly startled, and then walked over to her. Mia is the most beautiful female in the tribe, with a hot body and an open personality, and has 7 orc husbands, and all of them are extremely good orcs in the tribe. But she was not satisfied and wanted several of the original owner's beast husbands, Nightling and Mo Rin, in particular, thus particularly hated the original owner and would find trouble with her from time to time. When Sushiyu saw Mia coming over, she didn't need to guess what the other party wanted. Nothing more than some mocking and demeaning words about her. Sushiyu, we all know about the fact that you gave Nightling the enchanted fruit today. You're really shameless. Nightling doesn't even like you, and you're still using such underhanded tactics. Mia looked at her, her voice full of disdain and mockery. The voice was still particularly loud, and everyone in the neighborhood heard it and looked over with contemptuous disgust. Sushiyu didn't care about the gazes around her and looked at Mia with a pale expression. And then? It has something to do with you? Mia was exasperated by her lack of saltiness and her face bristled down. Then, glancing at the wild fruits and bird eggs in her hand, he mocked, "How useless. As a female, you actually have to find your own food. If I were you, I would have run headlong into the ground a long time ago." Instantly, a chorus of jeers rang around them. Chapter 5, Hungry to Lose Weight. Of course, there was no shortage of orc sympathies. Mia's words fell. A tall figure walked out from the crowd, holding a piece of roasted meat in his hand, and walked straight towards Su Shiyu. The man's figure was erect and slender. His features were extremely beautiful, more beautiful than a woman's. His lips were as red as blood, and the ends of his eyes were slightly upturned, carrying a bit of charm, but it was not feminine, and a piece of animal skin wrapped around her waist added a bit of wild beauty. Very attractive. One can't take one's eyes off of it, and the object of affection for many females in the tribe, as well. This is the original owner's third beast husband, Bai Chi, whose body is a nine-tailed white fox, a fifth-order beastman. Su Shiyu remembered that the nine-tailed white fox clan was very powerful in this continent, and also commanded the entire Beast King city, which was considered a noble clan. She didn't know if Bai Chi had any relationship with the Beast King city, and for what reason he had entered the wolf tribe. I only know that when the tribal orcs of the annual trade fair traveled to Beast King city to exchange salt, Bai Chi never went. Just as Su Shiyu was thinking about this, Bai Chi's footsteps had stopped in front of her, handing her the roasted meat in his hand with an indifferent expression. "Take it." Contains no emotion. The scene froze the orcs and females present. This included Mia, who looked at Bai Chi incredulously, seemingly unable to understand him doing this. Doesn't he hate Su Shiyu too? But then, thinking that the meat Su Shiyu usually ate was also given by him, he was again furious. Bai Chi did hate Su Shiyu, but never gave her less meat, and was considered an extremely responsible beast husband. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to get this fat. Su Shiyu looked at him and reached out with a smile to take the roasted meat. "Thank you." The voice was clear and pleasant, as good as a lark. It was extremely inconsistent with her ugly face of pimples and pustules. Bai Chi looked at her strangely. "Thank you" was the first time the word came out of her mouth. Every time she took meat for herself, she was at peace with it and never said thank you. If you give less meat, or if the meat is not of good quality, you will also be scolded with a bad attitude. I wondered about her behavior today, but I didn't take it personally. Just about to turn away, but thinking about her usual style, she quickly added, "I just don't want people to get the wrong idea that I can't even afford a female." Dropping the words, he turned and walked away. Mia heard this and instantly burst out laughing, her eyes mocking, not waiting for her to open her mouth to say something sarcastic. Just a few pieces of meat flew from different directions and ended up at Su Shiyu's feet, just like throwing garbage. There were 3 pieces in all, the meat of different animals. She gazed in the direction that several pieces of meat flew from and realized that they were thrown by Mo Rin, Jing Zhu, and Xian Ming, respectively. Night Plume did not give, sitting alone and eating barbecue meat, looking not like something is wrong, and I do not know how the power of the ecstasy fruit is resolved. Su Shiyu knew that Nightling loathed herself so much that she didn't even want to do superficial work, but didn't care. How could she expect people to deliver meat when she was laying down bewitching fruits and kicking people? Even though it was the original owners doing to lay the bewitching fruit, it was no different from doing it herself. Mia looked at this scene, the jealousy in her eyes barely concealed, and she coldly mocked, "It's just a handout from them." Su Shiyu looked at her coldly and didn't say anything. Chapter 5, Hungry to Lose Weight. Mia was right. These 3 pieces of meat, aren't they just handouts? Throwing the meat over like garbage. Is this a way to get rid of a beggar? She looked slightly cold, wanting to slam the meat hard back into the men's faces, but having crawled through the post-apocalyptic world, she could feel the preciousness of food the most, and thought it would be a waste not to have it. The action is a bit insulting, but it's good meat, and it looks fresh. Those who have been hungry understand that hunger best. It's the really hard ones. She was about to bend down and pick up the meat from the floor. A man's voice appeared right in his ear, blaring with anger. "No picking up." Su Shiyu's movements lurched, and when she looked sideways, she caught a glimpse of a man walking over with a face full of anger. Normal features, but slightly tough, tall. His whole body is wrapped in a piece of animal skin at the waist, barefoot, and his skin is a healthy wheat color. This is the original owner's brother, Su Mu, a 4th-order beastman. In the wolf tribe, the strength was also very good, second only to her 5 beast husbands. Again, very much hated the original owner and basically ignored him. This would be a draw for who knows what. He walked up to Su Shiyu and glanced at the 3 pieces of meat on the ground. His face was extremely ugly. He raised his head and glared at the 3 men, saying angrily, "What do you 3 mean? Is this how you treat your females?" Although he also hated Su Shiyu, she was after all his own sister, and he felt ashamed to watch her being insulted like this. If the original owners A Father and AM were here, they would be equally ashamed. Mo Rin, Jing Zhu, and Xian he didn't speak, as if they hadn't heard. Such an attitude made Su Mu even more angry. He had no choice but to aim his spear at Night Ling, who was sitting alone, leisurely eating roasted meat, and said with an ugly expression on his face, "Night Ling, don't forget that my sister is your female, and as her male, you have the responsibility to take care of him. Do you want to starve to death if you don't give her any food at all?" Su Mu's voice was loud, causing all the beastmen present to turn their gazes towards Night Ling. Night Plume's movements lurched, his silver eyes looking at him, his handsome face full of frost, his voice icy. "What? I need to report to you when I give food to my own females?" Su Mu stiffened at his cold, piercing eyes, and his aura instantly fell by half. "But still," he said stiffly, "if you give her food, naturally you don't need to report to me. But if you don't give her any food at all, are you trying to starve her to death? Don't forget, no matter how bad she is still your female." The corner of Night Ling's mouth was hooked with mockery. His silver eyes instantly landed on Su Shiyu. His eyes were brightly disgusted. "Look at her tonnage. Ugly even if it's not, but also fat like a sow. Starving just in time to lose weight. Ha ha ha." A cacophony of laughter instantly resounded around the square, all feeling that Night Ling had a point, especially those females. The gazes they looked at Su Shiyu were filled with jealousy. Jealous that he had 5 such excellent and powerful beast husbands, but she didn't know enough and made a fool of herself every day. Now it is even more fat as a pig, coupled with that ugly face, looking at people's appetite. No wonder you have to sneak down the enchanted fruit. Ugly like this. Which orc sleeps down? Though the females of the beast world are known for their robustness, being fat and being robust are two different things. Su Shiyu listened to the surrounding laughter, as well as strange eyes. Even if her face was thick enough, she would be embarrassed this time. She glanced at Night Ling, her complexion gritted her teeth. This dead man, his mouth is too poisonous. Is this retaliation for having first put down the fruit of ecstasy and then kicking him in the ass? But also determined to lose weight. Not to mention others, she was too ugly to look at herself. Su Mu looked embarrassed and opened his mouth, wanting to retort. But looking at my sister's face, which was full of acne pustules and pitted with pimples, and a ton of 300 pounds, the corner of his mouth twitched hard. Not to mention Night Ling, even he couldn't look away. But it's good to know that taking a shower kind of makes a difference. Chapter 6, Don't Seduce Me. "Brother, I'm not eating tonight," Su Shiyu whispered to Su Mu. With those words, he bent down and picked up the 3 pieces of meat on the ground, ready to save them for the morning. Su Mu watched her movements, frowned, also feeling ashamed, and ordered, "Since you want to lose weight, then throw the meat away." She looked at him with a strange expression. "Brother, how precious the food is. I don't know how many orcs can't get enough. How can you throw it away? Isn't it a waste?" Su Mu looked at her with a strange expression. This lazy and vulgar sister could actually say such words? However, when he thought of her past style, he felt that she deliberately said this, back to maybe sneaking meat. "Now that you know food is precious, eat less. Look at how fat you've gotten." Su Mu looked at her round body and was filled with disgust. Leaving those words, he turned and walked away. Su Shiyu. She glanced down at the fat on her body, which, frankly, even she disliked. Lose weight. Must lose weight. Waiting to thin out into a bolt of lightning and light up their dog eyes. No, wolf eyes. Nor did he care about the jeering or scornful glances around him. Taking the meat and walking away. Su Shiyu had just not gone far when she detected a coldness. Looking sideways, she was met with Mo Rin's pair of icy to the extreme snake pupils, which startled her. Does this man walk without a sound? He even went around in front of her without realizing it. Is there something wrong? She stopped, her eyes on him, and spoke tentatively. Mo Rin looked deeply at her, his dark pupils glowing with a ghostly luster under the night. His voice cold. "What did you mean by what you said by the river today?" Su Shiyu blinked her eyes and looked confused. She said a lot of things by the river. Which sentence was this man referring to? What words? I don't remember. It wasn't that she was playing dumb. She really wasn't sure. Mo Rin looked at her slyly, her eyes narrowing slightly as she spat out. "You say, is this river your home? You can come and I can't?" Su Shiyu. She hadn't realized the man was referring to that. At that time, she had merely made a casual remark, which she used to refute Mo Rin's words. Who let this man have a bad attitude and actually told her to get lost? Instinctively disliked her. That. I just said it off the top of my head. I didn't mean anything else, so don't take it to heart. She laughed dryly and explained in a low voice. Niren gave her a deep look, not sure if he believed her or not. 6 times. Suddenly he spat out. "No more seducing me like today." Dropping this coldly, he turned and walked away. Su Shiyu. Seduce him? When did she seduce him? She was obviously in the shower at the time. And it was this man who suddenly came over. Okay? She skimmed her lips darkly and cursed the smug, smelly man in a low voice. But that was good. It saved her from having to figure out how to raid. With that thought, he too lifted his feet and left, making his way back to the cave. Nightbloom happened to pass by the side, just in time to hear her last sentence. Self-involved smelly man. He paused slightly in his footsteps, his silver eyes looking deeply at Su Shiyu with an inscrutable expression. Su Shiyu sensed the line of sight behind her. It was too strong to ignore even if she wanted to. She looked sideways and was startled when she met his dark, inscrutable silver eyes. The man didn't know how long he had been standing here and how much he had heard, but the thought that he was scolding Rin, not him, instantly put his mind at ease. Nightbloom glanced deeply at her, not knowing what he was thinking. Chapter 6, Don't Seduce Me. Quickly withdrawing his gaze, he stepped away. Su Shiyu looked at his departing back and secretly sighed in relief. The man's aura was so strong that she was a bit overwhelmed. Thinking about what happened just now, his brow furrowed in annoyance. 5 beast husbands, 1 or 2 of them are not good at raiding, and they also loathe her so much that it's too difficult to raid them. Xingju and Xianmei were even more so, directly treating her as air, the kind that disliked even a second glance. She backed off a bit, but thinking about the 3-piece wash and bathe set in the cave, and the reward the system said she would receive, she was in the spirit again. Nowadays, even though he has supernatural powers, this dangerous beast world is still too weak. If you can get the reward from the system, not only can you change your life, but you can also strengthen yourself, so that you can also live better. Thinking that way gave me motivation. It's just a man crush. She can do it. Big deal. I don't want to lose this face. She took the meat and made her way to the original main cave. The original owner lives alone and does not live with the 5 beast husbands. They each have their own cave. The cave was also deliberately dug far away to avoid harassment by the original owner. The original owner lived at the foot of the mountain. Nightbloom, however, lived at the top of the mountain, hitting on the idea that the original owner was too fat and struggled to climb the mountain, and couldn't get up there easily. Rin is even more of a thief, and the cave is built into the cliff face of the back of the mountain. Snakes like shade, and not only are they dangerous, but the average person can't get on them. Although Qingju and Xianmei and Baiqi did not live in such a strange place, they also lived in the half-mountain peak, far away from the original master's cave. It was logical that the females of the tribe would move in with their beast husbands when they had a mate. The original owner would like to, but only if people are willing. Instead, Su Shiyu felt that this was quite good. If the 5 beast husbands lived together as soon as they arrived, not to mention how much they disliked it, she herself was not accustomed to it. There's always an adjustment process. She quickly returned to the original main cave, which was pitch black, with only a few rays of moonlight shining in through the opening, but she could see inside. As she swept her gaze around, gnawed bones, rotting flesh, stone bowls that still had food residue and hadn't been washed, as well as moldy animal skins and other messy things were piled together. I was in and out in a hurry during the day and didn't look closely enough. This closer look reveals where people live. It's almost like a garbage dump. The air reeked of mold, decay, and all sorts of strange smells that mixed together to make it particularly unpleasant and disgusting. The only place that was cleaner was the stone bed, but it wasn't much better. Dark, dirty and smelly, with a hole in it. She was powerless to spit out anything about the original owner. Walking to the entrance of the cave, he picked a few clean broad leaves and washed them where there was a stream of water nearby. The broad leaves wrapped around the meat and set them aside. Thought I'd bake it tomorrow and wondered if it would go bad if I left it overnight. It's a good thing the nighttime temperatures are low. 3 pieces of raw meat and the original roasted fish rested together. The piece of roasted meat given by Baiqi she did not eat, also wrapped in clean broad leaves and put together. I'm going to go back and find some rattan to make a basket, otherwise there's no place to put anything. She then began to resign herself to packing up the cave. What should be thrown away and washed was all piled up at the entrance to the cave, ready to be taken to the river in the morning. The dirty, smelly animal skin on the stone bed was also ripped off and piled up in the doorway by her. It's so dirty, she can't sleep until it's cleaned. As for those moldy animal skins, she looked pity. Look at all quite good. Is not much sun, piled together do not know how long. And damp and wet, then moldy. Good thing it's been treated and washed and dried. It should still work. After a lot of work and throwing out a lot of trash, the caves were getting empty. Apart from a stone bed, just 2 stone bowls in the corner and a bone knife. There was nothing else. The hides were all piled up at the entrance of her cave. Not a single good one. Although the cave was organized and clean, in the air, there was still an unpleasant smell that could not be dispersed. Su Shiyu was going to pick some fruits and flowers tomorrow and come back to smoke them. Chapter 7. She looked at the empty, hard stone bed, not even an animal skin, not to mention how choking it was to sleep in, and with the low temperature at night, she was afraid she would freeze and catch a cold. There is a huge difference in temperature between daytime and nighttime in the beast world, and you'll definitely catch a cold if you don't cover something. Sushiyu's gaze fell on the entrance of the cave. Looking at the dirty animal skins, she really didn't have the courage to bring them in and cover them. Sighing softly in a low voice, he simply searched for some dry firewood nearby and carried it back, and built a fire in the center of the cave, both for warmth and to repel wild animals. She didn't expect the 5 beastmen to come over at night to protect her. After a busy half-day, I was already tired and hungry. Her eyes, involuntarily, landed on the grilled meat and fish wrapped in broad leaves, and she gulped. Can't eat, if I eat anymore I'll really die of fat, she whispered silently, desperately trying to self-hypnotize. Then with difficulty, he averted his eyes from the grilled meat and fish. But I'm really hungry, and the few grilled fish I ate in the afternoon have long since been digested. Her eyes went back to the grilled fish, craving them, but looking at the body full of fat. Again, he held back. To divert her attention, she simply sat down by the fire and began practicing her powers. The beast world's wood aura was extremely abundant, cultivation was smooth and incomparable, and it was simply too good compared to the end times. Sushiyu felt that it wouldn't be long before she should be able to advance to level 2. Think of this miserable face of yours. Although the ability has dropped to level 1 and the healing roll has been greatly reduced, simple detoxification is still possible. This face, obviously, is the result of too much accumulation of toxins, coupled with the high secretion of oil in the body. For a complete cure, you must first detoxify your body. She opened her palm upwards, and with a thought, a young green vine drilled out of her palm, emitting an eerie green light. Very nice. The vines grew longer and climbed all the way up to her face, the green light covering her entire face as it began to detoxify. As her powers penetrated her face, she felt her face itch terribly, as if something was about to emerge, and several times she wanted to reach out and grab it, but I didn't dare to scratch it for fear that it would leave a scar. Sushiyu endured the itch and concentrated on urging her supernatural energy to detoxify the poison. About a tea later, she felt like her nose, her eyes, and her whole face were covered in some black goo, and she couldn't even breathe or see. It also smelled extremely bad, like rotten eggs, and almost grossed her out. She withdrew her powers and ran her hands up to her eyes, face and nose, all black and smelly filth. This stuff, that's the toxin that was excreted from her face? She was disgusted enough to run out of the cave, not forgetting to take her face wash with her as she left. It was dark, but fortunately the moon was bright, and it was possible to see the road clearly. Many of the men, women, and children of the tribe were still awake, or gathered in groups to talk, or bathe by the river, or do something else. Others, even more so, hide in the woods, or in corners to cheat. The beast world is extremely open, especially at night, and you can hear heckling everywhere you go. Listening to it makes your ears tingle and your face blush. I found several pairs doing that along the way, so it's really anytime, anywhere. Find a grove of trees, or a corner and come on. The corners of Sushiyu's mouth twitched, not understanding why she didn't go to the cave to be this curtained, thinking that this is the world of beasts, all animals by nature, and expecting any shame. She walked toward the river with her face as if she hadn't heard or seen it. After decades of post-apocalyptic times, she hadn't seen anything. Compared to those sickeningly disgusting zombies in the end times, this point in front of us is not even a child's play. She had just walked to the river when she heard the commotion again from a distance, and with a glance from her afterglow, she realized that the grass had flattened a large area, and it was too dark in the night to tell who was there. He was about to withdraw his gaze when a face turned over just in time for the moonlight to reveal that it was Mia. As for who the orc was, she didn't have to guess which of Mia's orc husbands it was. Chapter 7. Sushiyu thought about how Mia had taunted herself not long ago, and if the other party saw this, they would think she was deliberately peeking, and would probably be sarcastic. To avoid trouble, she made her way downstream and away from there. Only then did he crouch down by the river and begin to wash the dirt from his face. It took 3 full washes until his face was refreshed. Borrowing the bright moonlight, she took a look into the water, and although there were still a lot of pimples, they obviously subsided quite a bit, and they didn't flow thick anymore, so they looked a lot better. She touched her face and was in a good mood. Prepare to continue to detoxify your face with your psychic powers tomorrow for a few days in a row, and your face will be cured. Just about to get up and leave. Suddenly, she heard a splash from upstream, and she looked over curiously. The look froze instantly. In the moonlight, a man stood bathing in the river, shirtless, his bronze skin glowing with a fascinating off-ce in the moonlight. 8-pack abs, lattice by lattice, symmetrical and even, perfect to the core. Droplets of water rolled off the man and all the way into the river. Sushiyu swallowed her saliva. This man's body was so good. Those broad shoulders, that narrow waist, those long legs. Her gaze subconsciously went to his lower half, only to be overwhelmed by the water. The gaze shifted upward and landed on the man's face. The looks were also extremely handsome, with deep features, sword brows and starry eyes, a high nose, and perfectly shaped lips. There is a wild and untamed aura that is very attractive and aggressive. Wasn't this her fifth beast husband, Xianmei? Fifth-ranked orc. The body seems to be a spectral dark wolf, or the only one in the tribe. Sort of a rare breed. The man sensed something and jerked his head up to look at Cum, his sharp gaze like a sheathed sword. Sushiyu was shocked in her heart and quickly withdrew her gaze, turning around to run. But the next moment, her body froze violently, only because the man called out her name. His cold voice with gritted teeth, Su Siye, what a bold and fat man, actually peeping at me taking a bath. As the words fell from his lips, the man had risen from the river and was striding toward her. Sushiyu didn't even think about it and pulled her legs out to run. Are you kidding? What's the point of not running now? In the original book, the original owner peeped at Xianhei taking a bath, and was caught red-handed by others, and almost didn't get killed. She didn't want to experience that feeling of being beaten to death. Also in the heart of the Xianmei scolded countless times. Think this man pretentious? He ran to the river to bathe, but also blame her peeping. She is greatly look good, right? Of course, not forgetting to take the cleanser with you when you run. There's nowhere to buy it if you lose it. Xianmei watched her run away with something and wondered in his heart what it was. It was so strange looking, and he had never seen it before. But it's quite delicate and beautiful. He didn't care, and his handsome face darkened again at the thought of this female actually peeking at his bath. Last time, Sushiyu peeped at him in the shower and was severely repaired by him. I can't believe it's coming back again. It's really not a good idea to remember. Sushiyu ran back to the cave in a single breath. Seeing that Shinhua did not come after her, she secretly sighed in relief. She sat next to the fire, thinking about the extraordinarily fit body of Xianhei in the party, and couldn't help but gulp again. I have to say, this man had a great body, the best body she had seen since she came to this beast world. Handsome and aggressive looking too. A man like that is so perfect it's sickening. Only, sadly, disgusted with her. Rating is difficult, and very difficult. Underscore. Chapter 8, he must be crazy. Sushiyu sighed and felt that she'd better wash her hands of the matter of the raid. She could only take her time. Just about to crawl into the stone bed and go to sleep. Suddenly, the system's voice rang in his head. Ding, host, there is a change in the goodwill of the Raider Gaze character. Is it time to view it now? Hearing the system's voice, she was slightly stunned and quickly responded, busily saying, check. She also wanted to see what had changed. The next second, a virtual panel appeared in front of her. Host, Sushiyu. Age, 16. Charisma, 10, initial 0. Full 100. Appearance, 20, initially 10. Full 100. Which is a small improvement, but still ugly. Health value, 60 out of 100. Weight, grossly overweight. Affecting mobility. Skills, wood-based psychic ability, level 1. Raider goals and good feelings. Night plume, minus 90, disgust. Morin, minus 80, disgust. Green bamboo, minus 85, disgust. Bai Chi, minus 75, disgusted. Genghis Khan, minus 80, disgust. Sushiyu's eyes were full of surprise as she watched the numbers on it change. She remembered that the original charisma was 0, which would have been 10. 10 charisma points is still garbage, but it's good to have charisma and no longer be a big duck egg. I don't know how it was elevated, but it should have something to do with my own performance. The looks column, 2, went up 10 points, from 10 to 20, which should have something to do with her bathing and detoxing. All 5 of the Beastmaster's favorability levels also produced changes. She remembered that Nightling's original favorability was minus 100, directly loathing full level. This would actually become minus 90. Sushiyu was wondering in her heart, again with the fascination fruit and the kicking, this favorability actually went up? Could it be that Nighting's dog has a masochistic tendency? And then there's Genji, whose original favorability was minus 90, which will become minus 80. I can't imagine that running away by myself would make him feel better about himself. She shook her head and could only say that men were a bit of a confusing creature. Both Mo Rin and Bai Chi's favorability had also increased by 10 points each. Green bamboo went up the least amount of favorability, only 5 points, but at least it went up. She didn't know how the favorability rating went up, but it must have had something to do with her behavior. It's all negative, but it's a good start. Glancing at the system panel, he turned it off, walking over to the stone bed and laying down. The hardness was uncomfortable, and there was nothing to cover her, and the cold made her shiver, so she couldn't sleep. Slowly, he returned to the fire and sat down, sleeping against the stone wall. I'm going to make do for one night, and tomorrow I'll find some hay and make the bed. The night was silent, but the tribe grew more and more lively, and the sound of heave-hoes filled his ears, as if he were singing. The movement is also exceptionally loud, making it hard to ignore. The corners of Su Shiyu's mouth twitched as she secretly sighed. The night in this beast world was really passionate and exuberant, and she could hear these voices anytime, anywhere. It made her, being from the end times, a bit overwhelmed. I don't know how much time passed, but she drifted off to sleep. Over here, Xianmei was about to go back to his cave, and when he was halfway there, he glimpsed a hidden firelight shining out from Su Shiyu's cave. Somehow, with a turn of the foot, it went around that way. Just walking over, I saw a huge pile of animal skins piled up at the entrance of the cave. All kinds of animal skins, dirty and smelly, and some of them were moldy, obviously not washed or tanned. Shenhua frowned deeply. These beast skins were all hunted back by the 5 of them with hard work, and they were just spoiled by Su Shiyu. What a waste of good stuff. A few moments of frost surfaced at the bottom of his eyes, and he lifted his foot and entered the cave. It was obvious that he wanted to clean up Su Shiyu's mess. When he went inside, the scene inside froze him in his tracks. The entire cave was empty, except for a few pieces of meat and grilled fish wrapped in broad leaves, and 8 bird eggs. Chapter 8, he must be crazy. The rest is gone. The cave is very clean and tidy, no longer looking like the original dump. Apparently cleaned up. A fire burned brightly in the center of the cave. Su Shiyu sat by the fire with her knees hugged, her body curled up, her head leaning against the stone wall, and she just fell asleep. It was a bit pathetic to look at. Xianmei snorted inwardly. Pity is also deserved. A good pile of beast skins. Just like this. She spoiled it, let it die of cold. He wanted to turn around and leave, but when his eyes landed on Su Shiyu's ugly and unattractive face, his footsteps stopped again. For some reason, he always felt as if she was different somewhere. What exactly was different? He couldn't say. It always felt as if the face didn't seem so ugly anymore. Xianmei was shocked by this thought of his, thinking that he was crazy to think that this ugly monster wasn't ugly. He must be crazy, but getting clean and fresh is real. Su Shiyu was usually lazy and greedy, doing nothing but eating and sleeping, and extremely sloppy. I can't believe I know how to take care of myself today. Is the sun beating down on me? Xianming's gaze was again on the meat and grilled fish wrapped in broad leaves at the side. 1 piece of roasted beast and the other 3 pieces of beast were raw. The roasted beast meat was given by Bai Qi, and the remaining 3 pieces were thrown by him, Mo Rin, and Cheng Zhu. I had thought that Su Shiyu had eaten these beasts' meat a long time ago. I can't believe I didn't eat any of it, but I actually kept it. Is this really ready to lose weight? Can you stand it? Xian Mo's complexion was slightly provoked, and there was some disbelief within him. I don't know how long it will last either. I'm afraid that these pieces of meat will have to be eaten in the morning. In her daze, Su Shiyu vaguely felt that there was someone in front of her. When she opened her eyes, she saw that Xianhei had appeared in the cave at some point and was staring at her strangely. The firelight jumped from flicker to flicker, reflecting on his face and making him look more and more handsome. Those deep eyes, glowing with an ethereal light, were slightly probing, not knowing what they were thinking again. Su Shiyu was startled, thinking that this man was chasing after her to try to fix herself up a bit. Drowsiness instantly ran out of sight. She sat up straight and moved her butt back to put some distance between them. The gaze is falling on the other party's face, dryly smiling and explaining, That, I really didn't mean to peep at you bathing. I just happened to go to the river to wash my face. How did I know that you were bathing there? While it was true that she didn't mean it, even she didn't believe that reason when she said it. Who made the original owner originally do anything other than personnel? Looking at Xianhe's gradually gloomy face, her voice became smaller and smaller, to the point where it finally directly disappeared. He gave her a deep, mysterious look, and wondered if he believed her. Luckily, he didn't make a move to fix her. He just threw in a sullen, "You'd better." With that, he turned around and left the cave. Looking at the man's departing back, Su Shiyu secretly sighed in relief, whispered a curse, "Stinky man," and with that, he withdrew his gaze, yawned, and leaned back against the stone wall, ready to go back to sleep. This time, but how can not sleep? The brain is chaotic. A moment as the end of the world was blown up the image. A moment as the original book original master death of various consequences. The 2 images appeared so frequently that they lingered in her mind like a movie. This night, Su Shiyu did not sleep soundly. The tribe was so passionate and enthusiastic, and the heckling was so loud and continuous, that she couldn't sleep at all, especially the second half of the night. Those voices got louder and louder and were accompanied by all sorts of strange sounds. She blushed at the sound of it and lay by the fire tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Inwardly, I couldn't admire these orcs enough. The energy was just too good. Also very curious. Don't any of these orcs need to sleep? She was in the post-apocalyptic world before she crossed over, running around every day to survive, killing zombies and looking for supplies. She didn't have time to think about this. Evenings are spent resting early to replenish energy, whereas the orcs in this world, all day and night energetic. In addition to hunting is all kinds of mating. Chapter 9. Miyeo's jealousy. Solely stopping sleeping, he sat up and practiced his powers. By the time he opened his eyes, it was just getting light. After a night's cultivation, the alien ability had improved quite a bit, and it wouldn't be long before he could advance to the second stage. Sushiyu stretched her back, only to feel refreshed. She ate all of the few grilled fish she had left from yesterday, but it was only half full. His eyes fell back on the piece of roasted meat that Baichi had given him last night, and he couldn't help but tear off a small piece to eat. The roast was so hard after a night that you couldn't even bite into it, but it's also salted, so at least there's some flavor in your mouth. She stopped eating after 2 bites, mostly because it was a pain in the ass to bite into. Prepare to go to the forest later to find some fruit to eat. You won't gain weight if you eat more fruit. You'll just drop off the scale. It can also be a laxative. She grilled the 3 pieces of raw meat from yesterday, and if she didn't, it would really go bad. Thinking about when to hunt for stone pots and pans back. With stone pots and pans, it's a lot easier to eat. No longer just limited to baking. The 3 pieces of raw meat were quickly roasted to a flavorful, charred exterior and tender interior, as well as being softer than if they had been roasted overnight. Unfortunately, the cave had no salt and even less of the other condiments. A few other beast masters had them there, but they were limited in number. Sushiyu couldn't help but eat a small piece, thinking about losing weight, so she didn't continue eating. The rest of the roast was wrapped in broad leaves and set aside for today's lunch. She had just gotten up when the system's voice suddenly sounded in her head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful weight loss, dropping 2 pounds off the scale. Health value +2, looks value +1, charisma value +1, and a new change in favorability. Does the host want to view it? Sushiyu was full of surprise, starved all night, and could not imagine dropping 2 pounds of scale, though 2 pounds is really nothing for her fat ass. It's always good to make progress. Then busy checking the system data. Host, Sushiyu. Age, 16. Charm value, 11. Appearance, 21. Health value, 62. Weight, grossly overweight. Affecting mobility. Skills, wood-based psychic ability, level 1. Raider goals and good feelings. Night plume, -90, disgust. Morin, -80, disgust. Green bamboo, -85, disgust. Baichi, -75, disgusted. Genghis Khan, -60, disgust. She quickly scanned the data on it, and only Xianhei's data in the good sense produced a change. She remembers that last night it was -80 and overnight it was -60. Enough to grow 20 points of goodwill. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, and she was in an excellent mood. Shen-Mo came over to the cave last night and must have seen her and the changes inside the cave. This who likes scruffy women. Clean and fresh always looks good. She withdrew the system panel and took all the animal skins that were piled up at the entrance of the cave last night without being washed, and took them to the river to be cleaned. It would be early in the day, but there were already a number of orcs and females busy by the river. Wash animal skins, wash your face and hands, or fetch water. There are even females grooming themselves against the river. The scene was extremely lively with occasional jokes and laughter. People saw her and gave her strange looks, followed by whispers. Chapter 9. Miyeo's jealousy. Isn't that Sushiyu? She actually got up so early? Look at all the animal skins she's holding. Is she getting ready to wash them? Even a female as lazy as her would wash her own animal skins? It's not a show, is it? Hee. She's the #1 lazy female in our wolf tribe. Expecting her to wash animal skins is better than expecting the sun to come out of the west. That's just it. I think she must have taken it and thrown it away, then asked Night Plume and the others for a new one. Although these murmurs were small, they drifted into Sushiyu's ears word for word. She rolled her eyes darkly and did not pay any attention to the females. The original owner had committed a death, and her reputation had long been rotten, so it was impossible to redeem herself overnight. She found a place where no one was around and began to clean the animal skins. These beast skins were all top quality goods that the original owner had asked for from the 5 beast husbands, as well as her father. But the original owner never cleaned it and threw it aside when it got dirty, and never take it out to the sun. Some of them are moldy and buggy, just can't look at it. Sushiyu felt that the original owner had wasted her life, and that all these animal skins would be her clothes and quilts in the future. It can even be used to make shoes, so naturally it shouldn't go to waste. Wash what you can, and if you really can't clean it, you'll have to throw it away. The good thing is that most of them still work and only threw out a couple pieces that were really out of shape. The females and beastmen by the river, seeing that Sushiyu was really cleaning the animal skins seriously, their gazes all looked at her in surprise. Much talk ensued. Oh my god, Sushiyu was actually really washing animal skins? And washing such a huge pile. I'm not dreaming, am I? When did she become so industrious? Has the sun really come out of the west? Haven't you guys noticed she's changed? Looks like she's not so ugly anymore. It's different. It looks less scruffy. And the pimples and pustules on my face have gone down a bit, but overall it still looks ugly. These voices reached Sushiyu's ears, and she was helpless in her heart. The original master's image was too deeply rooted in people's hearts, and it really wasn't an easy task to change everyone's opinions. She didn't pay any attention to the comments and focused on cleaning the animal skins. No soap and laundry hydraulic pressure cannot clean, can only rub hard. Rubbing her palms are red. These animal skins are thick, dirty, smelly and not easy to clean. By the time she finished washing all the animal skins, an hour had passed. She was so tired that her back ached and her hands were even more sore. And she was also sweating profusely. She washed her face and got up to move her arms and legs again, which made her feel better. Just about to go back with the cleaned hides in my arms, she saw a female walking towards her, mocking with a smile. Sushiyu, have you changed your nature? You actually know how to do business? Sushiyu's gaze looked towards the female, with a clear look, looking at her age of only about 17 or 18, with a few hints of condescension and disdain in her eyes. It seemed to look down on her. She searched in the original owner's memory and found that this female was called Miyao, Mia's younger sister, who extremely hated the original owner just like her sister. There was no other reason. Miyao also liked Nightling, and even confessed to each other, only to be rejected by Nightling. Miyao was devastated and saddened, and has hated the original owner ever since, who made the original owner the female of Nightling. Even though she knew that Nightling didn't like the original owner, and even loathed her greatly, Miyao still looked at the original owner with disdain. Now it's turned into looking at her the wrong way. Right now, for example, that look into the eyes, extremely unfriendly and full of jealousy and hate. Sushiyu withdrew her gaze and said with a cold expression, "It has nothing to do with you." With that, he walked away, clutching the clean animal skins. Miyao looked at her departing back, furious, clenched her teeth and cursed, "Bah! What the hell? Still really think you're something?" Her sister, Mia, was the most beautiful female in the tribe and had 7 orc husbands, each of whom was an extremely good orc in the tribe. She also had 5 beast husbands, but neither their strength nor their looks compared to her sister's beast husbands, not as many as her sister Mia. She thought she wasn't so bad looking, and inside she always wanted to outshine her sister. Nightplume was the strongest and bravest and best looking male in the tribe, and there was no female in the tribe who didn't like it. Mia thought that if she could get Nightling, she would definitely make her sister envious to death. He then confessed to knighting, but was unceremoniously rejected by the other party. Chapter 10, Shocking the Beasts. Miyao was embarrassed in her heart and hated her teeth. She wouldn't hate Nightling. "I just hate Sushiyu. She's so ugly, lazy, greedy and bad. How can she be worthy of Nightling? What a godless thing to do. If it weren't for a chief, father, he would have been thrown out of the tribe." Sushiyu didn't care what Miyao thought. She was already carrying the animal skin back. As he passed through the tribal square, he realized that there were many beastmen gathered here. Nightling, Mo Rin, Bai Chi, Jing Zhu, Xian He, and her brother Sumu were all here. Of course, there were other orcs as well. A huge swath, looking at least hundreds of orcs. Her father, Su Lai, was also there, standing at the forefront, explaining something to the orcs present. Upon closer inspection, it was nothing more than where to go hunting today and to be safe or something like that. Obviously going out hunting. Sushiyu's heart fluttered as she held the beast skin and walked over. Su Lai saw her at a glance and instantly frowned, sulking and reprimanding. "What are you doing over here? Why don't you hurry up and get back? This daughter is really not competitive, lazy and greedy. Her nature is not pleasing, and she is also extremely flamboyant. And on the other hand, she herself is particularly ugly, so she is really a disgrace to him." Su Lai just couldn't understand. He and the females were good looking, and his son Sumu was okay looking, so how did he give birth to such an ugly daughter? But there was no suspicion that Sushiyu was not his seed, simply because those eyes were just like his. Just because it's his seed, the heart is angry. Sushiyu looked at the disgust in Su Lai's eyes and was speechless. How much does this dislike the original owner? She skimmed her lips and ignored the other party's disgusted look as she said to herself, "Father, I'm going to follow you guys to hunt as well." In the original book, The heroine Chu Yuyu was the one who was brought back to the wolf tribe by Night Plume this time, although Chu Yuyu had already appeared ahead of time, and herself had thrown people far away yesterday afternoon, but she never underestimated the heroine's aura, and how she might need Nightling again and be brought back to the tribe. She'll have to keep an eye on it herself. For another, I can't stand eating grilled meat and fish every day. My mouth is fading out. There is a desperate need for a better life. Su Lai thought he heard wrong and looked at her in surprise. What did you say? Su Shiyu repeated. I said, I want to go hunting with you guys too. The words fell, and there was silence all around. The square then erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, did you guys hear that? Su Shiyu actually said she's going hunting too? What a laugh. She's a lazy, gluttonous female, and she wants to tag along on a hunting trip? Don't be it. The beast man wanted to say that Su Shiyu had a brain problem, but when he reached the edge of his mouth, he glanced at the leader in front of him and swallowed his words. No matter how much the chief loathed Su Shiyu, she was still his daughter, and if this was said, the chief would definitely not be happy. I think she's trying to use the opportunity to get close to a few beast husbands, right? Ha ha ha. The other orcs spoke in mockery, but because the chief was present, he didn't go too far, but the words still didn't sound good. Even Nightling, Mo Rin, Bai Chi, Ching Zhu, and the 5 Xuanyi also frowned at her. The idea was not far from everyone else's, and they just assumed that she was trying to get to them while she had the chance, and looked disgusted. Su Shiyu didn't care about everyone's taunts, nor did she care about the disgusted eyes of a few beastmen, and only looked at Su Lai with a calm gaze. Father, don't worry, I won't hold everyone back. I've awakened my wood-type psychic ability, so I can protect myself. As the words fell, she rested the animal skin she held in her hands on a large stone in the plaza and stretched out her right hand, palming it to catalyze the foreign energy in her body. Within a short time, a tiny trailing vine emerged from her palm, lush and green, and just appeared in the eyes of the orcs present. There were supernatural abilities in this world. For example, Night Plume's original body was a silver moon ice wolf, so he could control ice. Mo Rin, Bai Chi, Jing Zhu, and Xianhei also had their own insta-gifted special abilities. Chapter 10, Shocking the Beasts. The tribal orcs naturally have them all, and are able to shift freely between their native and human forms. Females, however, cannot and are not gifted with special abilities. Now that Su Shiyu had told everyone that she had awakened her supernormal abilities, one could imagine how shocked the orcs present were. The laughter in the square came to a halt, and all the orcs stared wide-eyed and incredulously at the tiny green vine in her palm. Females can actually awaken psychic abilities? That was unheard of and unseen. Su Lai was also shocked as he looked at the small trailing vine in Su Shiyu's palm for a long time. In all his years of living, he had never seen a female awaken her powers. Not only him, but all the orcs present had never seen it before. In the past, they would have scoffed and never believed it, but now that the facts are in front of them, it's not up to them to disbelieve. Su Shiyu looked at everyone's shocked eyes. Her heart was secretly happy, but her face was not obvious, still looking calm. She activated her supernatural ability to make the vines in her palm grow a little longer and twine around her fingertips, looking extremely flexible. This time, everyone looked at her differently again. There is inquiry, curiosity and jealousy. A few beastmen looked at the green vines in Su Shiyu's palm, and the look of disgust on their faces tightened a bit. A hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. This female, it seems, has really become different. Su Lai was the first to come back to his senses, glancing at her with a complicated gaze and asking in a deep voice, "Is this really the supernormal ability you awakened?" Su Shiyu nodded. Yes. Su Lai's expression rose slightly as he asked again, "When did you awaken?" Yesterday. Su Shiyu didn't hide it and said truthfully. Anyway, this psychic ability was followed by the end of the world, and there was no fear of people checking. Su Lai gave her a deep look, not knowing what he was thinking, nor did he continue to ask. He gazed at the orcs present and said aloud, "Since Shiyu has awakened her psychic abilities and wants to follow her on a hunting trip, let's go together. And you guys take care of her more when you get there so that she doesn't get hurt." Since his daughter had already awakened her psychic abilities, he naturally wouldn't stop it anymore. Tribal females awakening their powers is a big deal. Maybe his daughter could lead the tribe to another peak in the future. Thinking this way, Su Lai looked at Su Shiyu with a much smoother look. There was even a hint of relief. Su Shiyu, why did she think that the look of relief was a little off-putting? Sure enough, in the next second, he heard Su Lai then said, "Since you awakened your supernormal ability, then the previous things will be written off. You will perform well in the future, and strive to gain everyone's recognition as soon as possible, and give your father me a long face. Do you know?" The corners of Su Shiyu's mouth twitched viciously. To make him look good? Why does she feel that the old thing was trying to take her out to show off? Sushiyu's heart was speechless for a while. In the end, she did not dismantle Su Lai's intentions, and answered with a docile expression, "Got it, father." Whatever the other side's intentions were, it seemed to be in their favor for the moment. Seeing that she could follow, she quickly spread the washed hides on a nearby boulder to dry. The boulders couldn't be tanned, so they were laid out in the lawn to dry. The orcs present took in her actions and looked surprised. The tribe's notoriously lazy females would actually take the initiative to clean their hides? Really changed your mind? Chapter 11, Can't You Settle Down? Su Lai is a face of relief. This daughter, finally looked not so annoying. See, all know how to work. Who dares to call his daughter lazy? Sushiyu didn't know what Su Lai was thinking. If she did, she was afraid that she would die laughing. Washing a beast's skin and calling it not lazy? She didn't care that the orcs around her looked like they had seen a ghost. Concentrate only on tanning hides. By the time she was done, the orcs assembled in the square had all turned into instants. At a glance, it was full of wolves of every color. There are snow wolves covered in snow, and black wolves as black as ink, and gray, and brown, and mixed colors. There were large and small sizes in different forms, but none of them were imposing and looked extremely ferocious. Sushiyu roughly swept a glance. There were at least hundreds of wolves. Her father, Su Lai, also turned into a majestic gray wolf. His size was bigger than all the wolves present, and his eyes were sharp and cold, so he was not to be messed with. She gulped and uncharacteristically took 2 steps backward, away from the giant wolf. Even though she knew that this was her father and wouldn't hurt her, she instinctively felt scared. The truth is that this wolf looks too fierce. The first thing Su Lai's eyes did after he turned into a wolf was to look at her, and a hint of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes when he saw her backing away. What does that mean? Scared? Does this asshole forget who gave birth to her? He walked in front of Nightling, his wolf mouth opened and closed, spitting out human words. Nightling, you will be in your hands. Take her. When the words fell, and without waiting for Nightling to agree, the wolf's head turned and looked at Sushiyu. The meaning couldn't be more obvious, asking her to sit on Nightling's back. The corner of Sushiyu's mouth twitched fiercely. Why did she feel like a pimp? The original owner is extremely infatuated with Nightling, and has not rarely used her father's identity to make Nightling do this and that. She even let Nightling carry her and hug her. Nightling loathed the original owner to the extreme, and if it weren't for Su Lai, he would have pinched her to death. Su Lai is aware of his daughter's mind, even if he is disgusted and dissatisfied with this daughter. In the end, he is his own seed, and naturally he will try his best to help his daughter. Sushiyu did not reject Su Lai's good intentions, and her gaze went to Nightling. Then he saw that he had turned into his true form, a wolf with silvery white fur and a large body. It was twice as big as an ordinary wolf. Looking at it, the wolf's body was more than 2 meters long and nearly a meter tall, with hair like snow all over its body, and a pair of strange silver eyes that were cold and sharp, but also extremely attractive. Just standing in the square like this, it looked majestic and extremely domineering to look at. No wonder the original owner liked each other so much. She walked over to Nightling, and before he could react, moved quickly to climb onto the wolf's back, then sat down. Well, this wolf fur is so comfortable to touch. It's soft and smooth, and it's stable to sit on, so you don't have to worry about falling off at all. Nightplume's body shook as he looked back at her, his eyes shadowy and vaguely tyrannical. He actually let this ugly female sit up? That's crazy. Nightplume wanted to throw this ugly female off, but when he thought that it was the chief's intention, he held back. It's just a matter of bringing an object with her, and when we get into the forest, we'll just drop her off somewhere random. Seeing everyone ready, Su Lai's majestic voice rang out in front. Depart. Spit out human words. As the words fell, he wolfed his body and took the lead to run out of the tribe, so fast that he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Nightling retracted his thoughts and quickly followed with his wolf legs at an extremely fast speed. The rest of the orcs saw this and followed. Mia was not far away. She watched the large troop leave, her gaze locked onto Sushiyu's disappearing back, the bottom of her eyes filled with cynicism. This ugly, lazy, badass female awakens her powers and lets the alpha take her hunting. Chapter 11, Can't You Settle Down? Now it was even sitting on Nightling's back. Damn it. Who is she? Who is she? Mia's silver teeth clenched. Her heart was about to explode with anger. Her hands hanging at the sides, clenched into fists, sharp nails deeply rooted into the flesh. But she did not feel the pain. Her gaze was grim, like a cold, venomous snake, staring tightly at the direction Sushiyu had disappeared. Over here, Sushiyu sat on Nightling's back, feeling the bumps brought about by the wolf's body running underneath her, without much fear in her heart. On the contrary, the feeling of galloping around excited her freely. I just felt the world in front of me. The light and everything was so magical. She gently stroked the wolf fur on Nightling's back, and she had to say that it was really comfortable, soft and smooth, better than any blanket she had ever used before. Make her love it. Nightling's body shook again when he felt the touch on his back, nearly throwing her out. He turned back, his icy silver wolf eyes tinged with tyranny, and glared at her viciously, as if in warning. Su Shiyu. The corners of her mouth twitched hard, and she was inwardly speechless. This dog man, she just touched his wolf hair twice, as to be so disgusting? Staring at her? She bristled and didn't touch it again after all, only gripping the wolf fur on his back with both hands to keep herself from falling. When Nightling saw that the ugly female on his back settled down and didn't move against him again, his cold and tyrannical eyes eased up. Mo Rin turned into a black python more than 10 meters long, with a huge body size and ice-cold vertical pupils, looking extremely horrifying. He looked at the scene in front of him, his eyes flashed, and without knowing what to think, he suddenly swam to Su Shiyu's side. The body then hovered up and just surrounded her on the wolf's back. Ah! Help! Suddenly being circled by the python, Su Shiyu lost her voice in fear and her hand subconsciously wrapped around Nightling's neck. She was extremely loud and close to Nightling's back again. The scream then clearly reached Nightling's ears, shaking his wolf ears. His face darkened and his fur stood on end. His wolf eyes once again surfaced with tyranny, and he almost couldn't hold back from flinging her out. Can't this damn ugly female ever settle down? Su Shiyu also reacted, feeling that she was too that, and wrapped her arms around Nightling's neck, which was equivalent to hanging her entire body on Nightling. Embarrassed, she let go of her hand and grabbed the fur on Nightplume's back instead, dryly smiling. Sorry, I didn't mean to. She can't be blamed for really not appreciating creatures like snakes and being afraid of them in her bones. Mo Rin also froze at her reaction, a flash of bewilderment flashing through her vertical pupils. Is he that scary? Why haven't we seen other females so afraid of him before? He stared at Su Shiyu for a while. The body then twisted and became a bit smaller, just wrapping itself around Nightling's wolf body, then poking out the snake's head, its icy vertical pupils staring at her as if sizing her up. Su Shiyu's scalp was numb and uncomfortable from the look, so she could only do her best to ignore the gaze. Ink Rin's main body, looking really oozy, and I don't know when I'll get used to it. Nightling was also annoyed by Mo Rin's movements, and couldn't help but spit out human words, his voice cold. Mo Rin, you hurry up and let go. What's this damn Murin doing pestering him? If it wasn't inconvenient right now, he would have given this black snake a hard blow. Mo Rin ignored him, still wrapped around Nightling's wolf body, just pretending that he didn't exist, her icy vertical pupils still staring at Su Shiyu, seemingly curious as to why she was so afraid of herself. When Nightling saw that he didn't take his words in, the wolf's face completely darkened, his body's fur stood up, and there were hidden signs of storming out. This damn stinking snake. Chapter 12, Reborn? Su Shiyu was afraid that the two would fight, so she quickly spoke. Mo Rin, can you let go of Nightling? He can't walk well with you pestering him like this. When Mo Rin heard this, his icy snake pupils then looked at Nightling. Sure enough, he saw that the other wolf's face didn't look too good. His silver eyes were gloomy, and there were hidden signs of storming. His eyes flickered slightly, but he let go of Nightling and resumed his original size, wandering around Su Shiyu. Bai Qi also turned into his original body, a fox with snow-white fur, with 9 tails growing behind him, looking extremely good. He was originally walking at the very back, but this time he also increased his speed and walked near Su Shiyu, one on the left and one on the right with Mo Rin, curiously sizing her up. I really couldn't understand what had changed in this lazy, greedy, and strangely ugly female, to get the chief to agree to take her out hunting, and awakened powers? That's odd. White Shi body looks not as scary as Mo Rin. On the contrary, it is also very good-looking, looking at a pleasing, furry mass. Su Shiyu was a plush control. Seeing such a good-looking fox, she couldn't help but reach out her hand, wanting to touch it. The fur looks like it would be great to jerk off to. However, before her hand could touch it, Bai Qi had already jumped away from her warily, moving away from her, his eyes icy cold. It seemed as if she would be rude to her if she dared to reach out again. Su Shiyu snapped back her hand and touched her nose, somewhat embarrassed. She seemed to forget that Bai Qi also hated her extremely and did not like her touch. Bai Qi saw that she withdrew her hand and did not make any further movements. Then he averted his gaze, but it didn't come any closer to her, and remained at a distance. Xingzhu also turned into his own body, a wolf with green fur and a large body size, twice as large as an ordinary wolf looking at it as well. Similar to Night Plume, he was originally in the front, but this time he also slowed down and walked near Su Shiyu, joining Mo Rin and Bai Qi, his gaze subtly sizing her up. It was really because Su Shiyu had changed so much today that he couldn't help but be curious. However, this time, when he saw Su Shiyu sitting on Nightling's back and reaching out to try to touch Bai Qi from time to time, The wolf's eyes quickly flashed with contempt. Shame on you. Then he left his gaze and didn't look at her again, only concentrating on his journey. Xianmei is also the same. Into a body hair black as ink giant wolf, walking in the rear. Look cold. All body exudes do not enter the living aura. I thought Su Shiyu had changed for the better. But now that I saw her sitting on Night Ling's back and trying to touch Bai Qi, I felt that I had overthought it. If Su Shiyu had known that she had incurred their dislike just by wanting to touch Bai Qi, she would have been afraid that she would not have reached out even if she had killed herself. The group was extremely fast, and in just a few minutes, they had run far away from the tribe. It took another hour or so to get to the Tagelson forest. The trees of the Targel forest were tall and lush, shading the sky, and the sunlight poured through the gaps, dappling the landscape. The forest was extremely quiet, with only the occasional chirping of insects and birds, making it a bit oozy to look at. But for the orcs, this is their paradise. Su Shiyu sat on Night Ling's back, her gaze curiously surveying the surroundings, her eyes full of curiosity. This was the first time she had ever been to the Targel forest, even though the original owner had never been there, and had at most hung around the tribe. Chu Yuyu was thrown by her yesterday in the Silver Pine Forest southwest of the tribe. Not here. Thought she would not encounter Chu Yuyu, but inwardly, he didn't let his guard down and asked the system. Unity, can I call you that? Could be. The system voice soon sounded in her head. What is it that the host wants? Chapter 12, Reborn? Wasn't Chu Yoyo secretly thrown into the forest by me when she crossed over yesterday? How is the situation? She asked internally to the system. Even though the heroine player is from modern times and doesn't have much in the way of self-preservation, she's sure to be fine because of the heroine aura. Sure enough, then I heard the system reply. Back to the host. After Chu Yuyu was thrown to the Silver Pine Forest by you, you did encounter some dangers, but just happened to meet the Winged Tiger tribe's 5th-ranked beastman Muhan, and was saved at the critical moment, and now has been brought back to the Winged Tiger tribe, and is still living in Muhan's cave. Sure enough, Su Shiyu skimmed her lips. She remembered that Muhan seemed to be the male lead number 6, whose body was a winged tiger, and later became one of Chu Yuyu's beast husbands. Because of their intervention, these two sort of met early. Knowing that Chu Yuyu had gone to the Winged Tiger tribe, she didn't care anymore. In any case, they couldn't be met for a while, and they wouldn't easily run in front of her and get in her way. Unity, can you detect if there are any other travelers or reborns besides Chu Yuyu and I? She thought of something, and again, she inwardly continued to ask. Since she and Chu Yuyu could cross over to this world, it was only natural that others could as well. The system felt that the host was quite alert, worthy of being its chosen host. He then detected this side of the world, before saying, other than the host and Chu Yuyu, there are currently no other crossings detected. Nope, it seems like there's a reborn one right here in the Winged Tiger tribe. What? There's one? Who is it? Su Shiyu just so casually asked. Unexpectedly there is really. Inwardly curious about the Winged Tiger tribe who is reborn. The system was silent for a moment, as if confirming, and then gave her the answer. It's the female of the Winged Tiger tribe. Cloud Pearl. Cloud Pearl? Su Shiyu chanted, feeling that the name was a bit familiar, and after half a day's thought, she then remembered that it was another evil female companion in the book. Yunju was the most beautiful female of the Winged Tiger tribe and had loved Muhan since she was young and had always wanted to be his mate. Muhan is the male main 6. Appearance looks since is very good looking. Strength is also powerful incomparable. Almost in Night Plume. Mo-Rin 2 people almost in Winged Tiger tribe young generation of the strongest. The females who liked him were naturally as numerous as a river. It was too normal that Yunju would like Mukan. Unfortunately, Muhan didn't like Yunju, and then he met the crossing Chu Yuyu and fell in love with Chu Yuyu at first sight. In order to become Chu Yuyu's beast husband, once upon a time in Night Ling, Mo-Rin, Bai Qi, Qingju, Xuanhe 5 fought in the dark. Finally was Chu Yuyu stop. Pearly Rain crying, you do not fight for me again. I do not deserve you like this. I love each of you. Anyway, I ended up taking them all, and I think there were several more in the back. Until the end of the story, when they almost form a male harem group and live happily ever after. Returning to the topic, Yunju, as another vicious female match, ended up dying a particularly miserable death since, and the original main character is considered a pair of difficult sister and difficult sister. Now that Yunju was reborn, she thought that she shouldn't like Muhan anymore. After all, his previous life was so miserable. If he was reborn and still liked Muhan, he would be out of his mind. But no matter what, surely he would seek revenge on Chu Yuyu. Unity, does Yunju have any past life memories? Su Shiyu thought of something and inwardly asked again. The system was speechless in its heart. Since they've all been reborn, they must have memories. She looked embarrassed, feeling like she had asked a stupid question. Yunju has been reborn and has memories of her past life, and Chu Yuyu is now going to the winged tiger tribe, so she is afraid that her days will not be good. But it was nothing to do with himself, and it was enough to know it, and he did not continue to ask. Chapter 13, The Great Harvest. Nightplume led her deeper into the Targel forest and walked for a while longer before stopping. The body's white light flashed slightly, about to turn into human form, without even greeting Su Shiyu. Seeing that she was going to be thrown off, her eyebrows jumped and she cursed the dog man, not even saying hello. He quickly jumped down as he was about to transform and steadied himself on the ground. Nightling glimpsed her movements and raised his eyebrows slightly, giving her an unexpected look. Then he was filled with disgust and said coldly, "Stay where you are honestly, or I don't care if you die." When the words fell, and without waiting for her to respond, he turned into his wolf body and quickly disappeared from the spot. Apparently went hunting. Su Shiyu didn't care about his attitude either, only gazing around. It was a bit of a giggle to realize that there were no more orcs around except for her. So this is leaving her alone? Didn't her father ask Knighting to take her? What kind of band is it to just leave her alone? She blushed a little. Staying honest was out of the question. She had followed her to find supplies. How was she going to find them if she stayed honest? But it didn't go straight to it. First she pulled some rattan nearby that was flexible and tough enough to be used as a backpack. Then she sat down under a large tree and began to weave the basket. It's good to have a basket to carry your things. The beast world is extremely rich in resources, and the mountains are full of good things, so it's not a good idea to not have something to put them in. She chose a long and pliable rattan as the main structure of the carrier, gently rubbing the texture and strength of the rattan, and it felt fine. Then they began to prepare the bottom of the carrier, interlacing the rattan to form a circular bottom piece, then gradually weave upwards to form the body part of the carrier. She had watched wilderness survival programs in her previous life and had seen others prepare backpacks, and the process was known, just not by hand. It would be a rush and all I could do was try to make it up. Luckily, she was quite handy, and after pondering for a while, she got the hang of it and moved faster and faster. It didn't take long to weave a backpack. It's not in great shape, but it's decent, and the bottom is very solid, so it's no problem at all to hold things. Who cares if it looks good or not? It just holds stuff. To make it easier to carry, she deliberately picked 2 thick canes to tie to the top of the carrier, one on each side, and knotted and locked them so they wouldn't break. Su Shiyu looked at the decent back basket. Satisfaction flashed in her eyes, and with it on her back, she started looking for supplies. Tegel is rich in materials, and all kinds of wild fruits can be found everywhere, including wild bananas, goat's milk fruits, jujubes, wild loquats. This is the hot season. The mountains are full of fruit, large and sweet. Not far. Picked most of the basket. Heavy. Good luck in the basket sturdy. She didn't dare to pick more wild bananas. They were perishable and not easy to keep. I picked a lot of jujubes, which can be made into candied fruit, which is a good snack when the snow season comes. She also found 2 chestnut trees, which were tall and large and full of fruit, several of which were open. Chestnut is a good thing. Belongs to the roughage. Don't look at the small size, but the feeling of satiety is very strong, either raw, grilled or boiled. She started by picking up the burrs that had fallen from the trees into her backpack. After picking up the ones on the ground, she found another long, thin stick nearby and carefully climbed up the tree. It took a lot of effort to climb up. This body was too fat to climb. She stood on the main trunk, which was the thickest, and no one else dared stand for fear of stepping off and falling. She climbed the trunk of the tree with one hand, and with the stick in the other, she took a swipe at the area where the burrs were dense. Thunderclap. Burrs rustled down from the trees. It didn't take long for burrs to fall all over the ground, looking at dozens of pounds at least. She was knocking happily when a cold voice sounded from behind. "What are you doing?" Su Shiyu was almost not scared to death, and almost fell from the tree, but only by grabbing the trunk in time did she avoid the fate of being killed by the fall. She looked behind her in shock. She saw Xianhei standing there at some point, staring at her with a strange expression, as if she didn't understand what she was doing with these things. Seeing that it was Xianhei, she breathed a sigh of relief and glared at him in annoyance. "Do you even walk without a sound? Don't you know that people scaring people? No, beasts scaring beasts, is going to scare the beasts to death?" Genji didn't say anything, only stared at her strangely from the tree. Chapter 13, The Great Harvest. So fat. How the hell did she climb up there? Moreover, in his perception, Su Shiyu was lazy and greedy, only lying in the cave every day, waiting for them to feed. It's hard to get her to walk faster, let alone climb a tree. Now not only are you not lazy, but you're hard-working and bold enough to not only follow to hunt, but also to climb trees? Could it be that this has changed because of the powers? Seeing that he was staring at him without saying anything, Sushiyu didn't care and threw the stick in her hand away, carefully sliding down from the tree. Afterwards, crouched down to pick up burrs. She would like to peel the chestnuts out and bring them back, but that would be too much work, so she simply picked them up, ready to go back and slowly shell them. Xianmo stared at her and couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing with these? This stuff sticks to your hands and the fruits inside are small. Not enough to stuff your teeth with. Almost no one in the beast world gets these things. For one thing, they're zippy, and for another, there's less meat, so it's not as good as hunting for meat." Sushiyu looked at him. "Don't underestimate them. It's very tasty and satiating, and it's rich in nutrients. It can also be stored for a long time, and can be kept for the winter." After saying that, he continued to pick up, and before long, he filled up the basket. There are still quite a few burrs on the floor, and there's no room for any of them. It's a good thing that beast world vines are everywhere. She drew some rattan over from the neighborhood and squatted on the ground to weave a back basket. Xianming was surprised to hear that burrs could be stored for a long time. I don't know how she knows so much all of a sudden and where she heard it from, but it wasn't taken to heart. There was too little meat in the thing. Even if you get them all back, you won't be able to eat more than a few meals. Seeing her pulling the rattan to weave something, at first did not quite understand, until the basket in her hands gradually molded. Heart understand a few points. He gazed over the burr-filled carrier and realized she was braiding this thing. He looked slightly puzzled. It was very convenient to load things. "What's it called? How did you make this up?" Xianming couldn't help but open his mouth and ask. Sushiyu's hand movement was a beat, casually said, "This thing is called a back basket, used to hold things. As for the weaving technique, I just figured it out blindly." She couldn't say that she learned it from watching TV during the end times, could she? One could only answer vaguely. He didn't say anything, only staring at her with a heavy gaze, not knowing what he was thinking. She didn't care and just concentrated on weaving the basket. This time the basket looks much better and faster than the original one. Ding! There's been a change in Xianmei's favorability. "May I ask if the host will check?" Just then, in her mind, there was a voice from the system. She was slightly stunned and glanced at Xianhei, but she didn't immediately check, only inwardly asking, "What is his current favorability?" -40. The system answered succinctly and clearly. Sushiyu was slightly surprised in her heart. She remembered that when she got up this morning, Xianhei's good sense was -60. That's up 20 points in less than a day. I think it should have something to do with the fact that I exposed my powers, which would be weaving backpacks and picking up burrs. Hardworking and capable females are always more appealing. The corners of her mouth hooked up and her gaze once again turned to Xianhei as she asked in a good mood, "Aren't you going hunting?" There was no prey around the man, so I guess he hadn't hit it yet, or hadn't found any sign of it. "Since we're going hunting, you take care of yourself." Xuanhe glanced at her and left this comment. With a flash of black light around his body, he instantly turned into an incomparably large black wolf, leapt forward, and disappeared into the forest in the twinkling of an eye. Sushiyu's gaze looked in the direction of his departure, smiled faintly, and quickly withdrew her gaze. She moved the 2 backpacks full of stuff under the tree and left them here for now, ready to come back for them. No one in the beast world would want these, and she wasn't afraid of having them stolen. "It's still early, so I'm going to continue around the neighborhood." She walked away with an empty basket on her back. After walking not much farther, he suddenly stopped and his eyes looked in one of the directions. "Ha, is that wild ginger?" Not far away, there is a piece of plant, looks especially like wild ginger. Excellent growth, broad green leaves, look extremely pleasant, but it was much thicker than she had ever seen in her previous life, and the blades were somewhat subtly different. Chapter 14, Discovering Wild Ginger. She quickly ran over and crouched down for a closer look, realizing that it did indeed resemble wild ginger, but was afraid to confirm. She searched for a sharp rock nearby and carefully peeled back the earth, revealing the ginger inside. The growth was not deep, and soon the whole ginger was dug up. It's shaped a bit like an adult palm, thick and fat, and covered in dirt, but it's really wild ginger without a doubt. She was extremely excited. Ginger is a good thing. It can be used as a seasoning and can drive away the cold, especially in the cold snowy season. A night of hot ginger soup. Do not be too comfortable. There were at least dozens of plants in this wild ginger field, each one growing extremely thick. Ginger is not allowed to go bad, so it's okay to dig up more. After confirming that it is wild ginger, I start to work, and the dug up ginger is put in a basket. This wild ginger looked plentiful, but there wasn't much to actually dig up. She picked out some of the good growth and dug them all up, leaving the ones that didn't grow well, or hadn't grown yet, to continue to grow. By the time this field of wild ginger was all dug up, there were about 20 plants total, enough to last her for a while. She was so tired and sweaty that even her back was wet with sweat. and her animal skin skirt was stuffy and hot, sticking to her skin, not to mention uncomfortable. Sushiyu raised her head to look at the sky. The sun was gradually rising. The time was estimated to be around 11 a.m. No wonder it was so hot. The sweat running over those pimples on his face stung and itched so much that he couldn't help but reach out and scratch them several times. But when he looked at the mud on both hands, the corners of his mouth twitched and he could only stop. The afterglow spotted a stream not far away, lifted his foot and went over there. She squatted by the stream, washed her hands and cupped a handful of water to wash her face, feeling instantly more comfortable. My face doesn't sting as much anymore. The stream reflected a pitted, pimple-ridden, and strangely ugly face that lamented in its mind. It's really ugly, even if you dislike it yourself. Sushiyu thought that she hadn't used her supernatural energy to detoxify today, so it wouldn't be a bother anyway. Palms up, vines emerged from them, surging all the way up, and they climbed right up to her face. The emerald green branches and leaves at the top of the vines emitted a glowing green light that covered the entire face and began to detoxify. At this moment, he was concentrating on detoxification, but he didn't pay attention to the situation around him. Just then, a wolf with green fur and a tall body suddenly poked its head out of the bushes. It's none other than Green Bamboo, who hunts in the neighborhood. He had wanted to come over for a drink of water, but he didn't know he would see Sushiyu. Looking at the trailing vines sprouting from her palm, he knew that this was the ability she had awakened yesterday, and it was clearly wood-based. Seeing the vines crawling up to her face with a glowing green light emanating from them, she didn't know what they were doing. Doubts flashed in the Green Bamboo wolf's eyes, but he didn't show himself, only hiding in the shadows and watching. It didn't take long to see black and dirty things start to emerge from Sushiyu's face, a thick layer that covered the entire face. Even her eyes and nostrils were blocked. From a long way away, he could smell a stench that disgusted him, and a strong dislike surfaced in the bottom of his eyes. He watched Sushiyu calmly retrieve the trailing vines and calmly wash the blackened dirt off her face. With her face cleaned, Shinju clearly noticed that the pimples seemed to be gone from her face, leaving only shallow pimple marks. So, this ugly bastard is using his powers to heal his face? Could it be that Sushiyu's special ability is healing? The tribe's witch doctor's ability is wood, which also functions as a healer, but looking at it is not quite the same. Shinju's gaze fell on Sushiyu's face. Even if he hated her, he had to admit that she would indeed look quite a bit smoother than before. At least she didn't look so disgusting. And of course, it's still ugly. After all, she's so fat and stupid looking, with small eyes and a collapsed nose, and a ridiculously large mouth with big buck teeth. Even if all the acne on your face cleared up, you'd still be an ugly. He didn't stay forever. He took a couple sips of water and quietly left. Sushiyu didn't know that Shinju was watching in the dark, and quietly walked away again, still disliking her to death. After washing my face, I took another sip of water, which made me feel less hot. Chapter 14. Discovering Wild Ginger. Suddenly I felt a little hungry. I had eaten a couple of grilled fish and half a roast in the morning, and after all this time, it had long since been digested. So in the neighborhood picked a few wild fruits to eat. Sweet is quite sweet, but the pressure is not top full. On the contrary, the more you eat the more hungry. Her mouth was also craving for meat. Thinking about losing weight and holding back in the end, it's better to eat the fruit. It's a laxative. She hasn't had a big one since she wore it, and she's obviously constipated. Sushiyu ate a few wild fruits and rested for a while, then she carried the basket on her back and continued to look for supplies. She doesn't pick and choose. She puts whatever she can use or eat into the basket. It didn't take long to fill a small half of the basket, mostly spices and wild greens and such. Herbs were found quite a bit as well. There are cures for wind colds and colds, as well as stopping bleeding. Even, she dug up several pansies. The forest was very rich in supplies, and she didn't go far. She just looked around and found a lot of good stuff. The winged tiger tribe. In a certain huge and spacious cave, Chu Yoyu sat on the stone bed, staring blankly at the unfamiliar and primitive environment in front of her. Scared and confused inside, she remembers that she was obviously trying on dresses in a clothing store. How did she know that she suddenly fainted? At that time, she thought she had met a trafficker, and then was quietly knocked out, thinking that it was over, and might be sold to Witch Ravine. How do you know that when you wake up again, you find yourself in the primitive forest? God knows. She was scared to death and encountered an incomparably huge 7-colored python. She had never seen such a large python, at least a dozen meters long and exceptionally thick. It's a lot bigger than it looked in the movie Monty Python. The 7-colored python suddenly scurried up to her. It also spat snake letters at her, its icy vertical pupils staring at her ghostly. She screamed in terror on the spot and almost fainted. Just when she thought she was going to be eaten by the 7-colored python, she didn't know that she was saved by a big white tiger, or a big white tiger with wings. Chu Yu was stunned at the time. My god, a tiger with wings that can fly? Is this traveling to a fantasy world? She then saw the large white tiger turn into an extremely handsome and tall man with a piece of animal skin wrapped around his waist, which was really especially good looking. Chu Yu has never seen such a good looking man, dumping those young fresh meat in the entertainment circle 800 streets, and handsome and looking at her. Her legs were weak, her eyes were starry, and she wanted to give each other little tigers right away. Everything that followed was natural, and she was just taken back to the tribe by the man and lodged in his cave. At the same time, it is also known that you have traveled to the beast world. She loved reading beast world novels in her previous life and fantasized about traveling to such a world and then being courted by beautiful men from all walks of life. I can't imagine really crossing over. In modern times, he was ordinary in every aspect. Throwing himself into the pile of people are inconspicuous. Never enjoyed the treatment of the stars. Now coming to the beast world, where females are rare and precious. It is even possible to have more than one beast husband. She's ordinary looking, but she's got white skin. One white color covers 100 ugliness. In this beast world, where skin was generally dark, yellow and rough, a complexion like hers was the most beautiful, sure to be a favorite and sought after by many orcs. The thought of being courted by many orcs gave her a rush of excitement and a bit of impatience. Chu Yu was immersed in a beautiful fantasy, and for a moment were somewhat unable to extricate themselves, not knowing in the slightest that danger had crept in. Chapter 15. Yunju's shock. Not far from this place, in a certain cave, Yunju looked around blankly. She found herself reborn. Reborn before losing everything and before Chu Yu came to the winged tiger tribe. In her previous life, she was set up by Chu Yu, resulting in her being reduced to a tribal public female and tortured to death in life. She deserved it, but the pain and hatred that was etched in her bones made her feel like it was yesterday. She never thought she'd have a do-over. Ha ha ha. Yunju sat on the stone bed, letting out a loud laugh in vain, laughing with reckless abandon, but also laughing with tears. She gritted her teeth and said, "Truly the heavens have eyes. Chu Yu, in this life we will compete again. This time I will definitely not lose to you again." In the previous life, Chu Yu understood those knowledge. In this life she also understands, when he himself made those things in advance. See what Chu Yu take to attract Muhan, with that whiter face? In her previous life, she was obsessed with Muhan, and in order to marry him, she would stop at nothing, only to end up in such a miserable situation. That Chu Yu, on the other hand, stepped on her corpse, enjoying the favor of Muhan and many beastmen, living a happy and fulfilling life. She hates it so much. Luckily, she was reborn and it was not too late. Yunju got up and got out of bed, the bottom of her eyes filled with cold resentment. In this life, she would never lose to Chu Yu again. She would snatch back everything that belonged to her, and she would also make that hypocritical and vicious female taste a life worse than death. She stepped away from the cave, wanting to find out what was going on now, but no sooner had they left the cave than they heard some females talking about something. Have you guys heard? Muhan brought back a particularly beautiful female and even let her live in his cave. Really? What does that female look like? Is there any Yunju to look at? How is that possible? Yunju is the most beautiful female in our tribe. Which female can compare to her? However, that new female is really quite good looking too. Her skin is especially white, different from all of us. All of these comments fell into Yunju's ears, causing her face to change slightly and a bad premonition to well up in her heart. Muhan brought back a female? She even lived in his cave? She's got white skin. Could it be Chu Yo-Yo? Yunju frowned. Not right. Chu Yu in his previous life at this time should be in the wolf tribe. How good reason will appear in the winged tiger tribe, and also brought back by Muhan? Whether or not the female that was brought back was Chu Yo-Yo, she was going to find out what was going on. She was flustered, and with a turn of her feet, she hurried to Muhan's cave. Luckily, it wasn't that far away and it didn't take long to get there. At a glance, she saw Chu Yu sitting on the stone bed, her face blankly looking at herself. Yunju's entire body was struck by lightning, her expression shocked and incredulous. Chu Yo-Yo, it's her? This female who had caused her misery in her previous life, who was hypocritical and vicious, had actually appeared in the winged tiger tribe in advance? What the hell is going on here? How come it's different from the previous life? Is her memory wrong? Or is something happening that she doesn't know about? Yunju's mind was in turmoil, unable to figure out what was going on. But when he saw Chu Yu, his heart churned with hatred, and his eyes almost spewed out fire. Chapter 15. Yunju's shock. Her eyes were dead set on Chu Yu, itching to immediately rush up and tear this female into pieces. He can't be so impulsive. If he really does anything to Chu Yu, Muhan will definitely be the first to not let himself go. She had learned enough lessons in her previous life, and she didn't want to do it again. She took a deep breath and held it in the end. Shu Yuyu looked at Yunju blankly. She didn't recognize this woman. She only felt that the other party was so strange. She kept staring at herself and didn't speak. But they also knew it was a female from the pterodactyl tribe and didn't understand what the other was doing here. Could it be Mukun's mate? Thinking about it that way made her a little unhappy. But then it felt wrong. If Muhan had a partner, it didn't make sense that he would bring himself to live in his cave. Who are you? Come to see Mukun for something? He's not here right now. Chu Yuyu got up and got out of the stone bed, her eyes strangely looking at Yunju as she tentatively opened her mouth. When Yunju heard her words, she hated to tear her hypocritical face apart in the first place, but in the end, she held back. She hooked her lips and squeezed a smile on her face, but it was incredibly stiff and extremely unnatural. She tried her best to make her tone sound calm. You're the female that Muhan brought back, right? It's so good looking. I've never seen a female as good looking as you. Chu Yuyu was quite happy to be complimented. Thank you. You are also very good looking. The female in front of her did look very pretty. Her skin, though not snow white, was a healthy wheat color. Her body was tall and sexy, extremely material, thin where it should be, full where it should be, as if it was going to explode, with delicate and upright features, amber eyes, and a head of blonde seafoam hair tied up in a casual manner. She looked a bit of a Western beauty in her tight animal skin dress, not at all the same type as himself. She secretly skimmed her lips. Men basically like petite and delicate. Jiangnan Watertown like soft women. This female was beautiful but too tall and bony. Men were afraid that they wouldn't like it. It wouldn't stir up their protectiveness. And thinking about it that way made her confident again. Yunju listened to her words and hated her in her heart. This hypocritical female, really pretending all the time. Thanks for the compliments. You're pretty too. Especially your skin. It's really white. It's different from all of us. Mukun will definitely like it. Chu Yuyu was flattered and fluttered, a little embarrassed and red, but smiled even more happily. Is that so? I also think that my skin is quite white, and Muhan also said that I look good. Looking at her smug, defenseless appearance, Yunju's heart churned with hatred, but she didn't say much more. She was afraid that if she said any more, she would resist the urge to tear the other woman apart with her hands. After a few casual courtesies, he left in a hurry. She had to rush ahead to find food to eat before Chu Yuyu made all those things, as well as weave backpacks, make clay pots, make delicacies, and build a house. The credit will be theirs when they produce the things one by one. When that time comes, there will be nothing left for Chu Yuyu. She had watched Chu Yuyu get it in her previous life, and she remembered how to do it. Chu Yuyu didn't know this, and didn't care when she saw the other party go away, only thinking that Yunju was curious to come over and look at herself. What happened in the winged tiger tribe was unknown to Su Shiyu. This would be the time when she was happily gathering supplies in the Targel forest. The basket had long since been filled, and she had put it under the original chestnut tree, ready to take it back with her. She found a field of cabbages today. Huge, one big enough for days kind of thing, and she broke them all back. I filled 4 baskets full of Chinese cabbage, and dug a lot of other wild vegetables, such as watercress, chestnuts, ferns, all picked a lot. There are also all kinds of mushrooms, including shiitake, fungus, enoki, amaranthus, tea tree mushrooms, bamboo fungus, and so on. Even, she found a clump of psyllium. There's not much else in the Tuggle forest, but mushrooms are really plentiful, thick, fat, watery, and extraordinarily large, and no one ever picks them. Chapter 16, Saber-Toothed Tiger. A lot of it just rots in the dirt, which is a real shame. She picked some good ones to pick and left the ones that didn't grow well or weren't very big to keep growing. In this way also picked 2 large backpacks, so full that they almost fell out. It doesn't matter if you can't eat all the good stuff. You can dry it and keep it for the winter. After turning into an orc, he was much stronger. She moved the basket full of mushrooms under the chestnut tree and placed it with the original basket full of supplies. She counted and realized that there were 8 baskets in total, and each one was very full of her day's harvest. I was dog-tired and sweaty, but I was very happy. Suddenly, she looked a little strange. Her stomach hurt a little, and she felt like she wanted to poop. From memory, the original owner didn't poop for over a week. She hadn't pooped even when she came through. I never felt it before and thought I had even saved this feature. At this moment when she finally had to take a, she was very happy in her heart. Sure enough, eating more fruit is still good for you. Hastily picking a few broad leaves, I found a place with water to wash them, headed for the nearby bushes, and began to settle on the spot. Instead of taking off her animal skin skirt, she simply fished it out and just squatted. The corners of his mouth twitched hard as he looked at the few washed broad leaves in his hand. There was no paper in the beast world, and you had to use leaves to poop, or just wash with water. Sushiyu couldn't do running around with her bare ass, so she could only make do with the leaves first. Thinking that we need to build the straw paper quickly. We can't keep wiping our asses with leaves, can we? What's the ingredient in the straw paper again? I think it's straw, isn't it? She remembers that the straw had to be chopped and steamed first to soften the raw material, after which it was washed and pulped to disperse the fibers, and then passed through the processes of paper copying and drying, and finally straw paper was formed. However, where to find straw is a problem, and where there is straw, there must be rice. At the thought of white, fragrant white rice, she couldn't help but tear up and feel sorry for herself. I don't know where there is rice here either, so I'll wait to turn around and ask the orcs. Sushiyu was squatting to take a, and while she was having a good time, she felt a sizzling movement in the grass, accompanied by a fishy wind, and an aura of danger. She subconsciously turned around to take a look, and this look scared the hell out of her. A huge saber-toothed tiger, which had stood behind her at some point, was staring at her with its bloody mouth open and a fierce face, obviously treating her like prey. She was so scared that her face went white, and she didn't bother to wipe her ass. She ran with her animal skin skirt. While running, he cursed angrily in his mind. What kind of luck is this? A saber-toothed tiger in a storm? When the saber-toothed tiger saw that she actually ran away, it tilted its head and let out a tiger's roar. Roar! Then he leapt forward and quickly chased after him. OMG! Help! Sushiyu looked back as she ran, seeing the saber-toothed tiger in hot pursuit. A tiger's face fierce and vicious. Her heart and liver trembled in fear. She knew she couldn't outrun the saber-toothed tiger, but she couldn't stop and wait to die. Abilities are only level 1 at the moment. Okay for simple detox or healing, but can't be used against the enemy. All you can do is run forward desperately. The saber-toothed tiger was extremely fast and was in hot pursuit. Looking to catch up, she was scared to death and inwardly shouted, "Unity, help!" The corner of the system's mouth twitched. His voice carried sympathy, but he didn't have the intention to make a move, and slowly said, "The host will hold on for a little while longer. The male master number 2 is nearby, and has already heard the commotion coming over to this side. You can't die." What? Morin's here? Where? Sushiyu's heart rejoiced, and while running for her life, she looked around to see where Morin was, but after sweeping around, there was no sign of Morin, not even a single snake. Chapter 16, Saber-Toothed Tiger. Instead, the saber-toothed tiger chased after him and opened its bloody mouth to bite. OMG! Help! Her heart trembled with fear, and she quickly rolled to the side in the grass in order not to be bitten to death, though avoiding the fate of being bitten to death, but coincidentally rolled down the hill. Before rolling down the mountainside, the animal skin skirt on his body was also accidentally ripped off by the saber-toothed tiger biting a corner. Sushiyu's heart palpitated and she couldn't care less, only desperately protecting her head and rolling down. This hill is a bit steep and rolls endlessly. It feels like it's going to the sky. She rolled her head. Her body hurt like hell, and she didn't know how long she rolled before she stopped, and the saber-toothed tiger seemed to have gotten away from her. Sushiyu lay on the ground, panting heavily, feeling like all her bones were falling apart, painful and uncomfortable. She slowed down for a few moments, which felt like a reprieve. The body was scraped in several places, some of them bleeding, and it hurt like hell. She raised her hand to rub her arm and leg that hurt from the fall, and rubbed her head. It's a good thing her head was okay, or she would have fallen into a cutie. No way. She couldn't care less about her injuries and sat up with her heart pounding, her eyes glancing around to see where this was. Then it became clear that something was wrong. Where's her animal skin dress? She looked down and realized she was naked and had nothing on her. The animal skin dress is gone. Sushiyu's face changed, and she fiercely remembered that before she rolled down the hill, her animal skin skirt seemed to have been bitten by the saber-toothed tiger and ripped off at one corner. She blushed hard. Was she going to go back naked without her animal skin skirt? How is it possible to be naked and have nothing on your body? She didn't have a fetish for running around naked yet. The rest of his eyes glanced at a nearby broadleaf. She quickly picked a number of broadleaves and returned, picking out some with large blades and weaving them briefly with vines to make a simple grass skirt to wear. It's a little sketchy, but at least it covers your body and you don't have to run around naked. After getting that done, she used her powers to heal herself again. That was until the cuts weren't bleeding and were gradually healing and not hurting as much. Then, the search for a way back began. Just then, there was fighting movement coming from the hillside, and the sound of a tiger roaring. Roar! It was accompanied by the hissing sound of a snake spitting. The movement was tremendous. Sushiyu's heart fluttered, guessing that it might be the saber-toothed tiger fighting with the arriving Morin. She carefully climbed the hill, ready to go over and see what was going on. It's a steep hill, but it's not hard to climb. Quickly climbed to the top of the hill. She hid in the bushes, and through the bushes, she saw a huge black python and a saber-toothed tiger entangled together from a distance. The black python's body is as thick as a bucket, and its body length is more than 10 meters. A faint black mist lingered around his body. Extremely mysterious. The black mist looked like it was corrosive, and every time the saber-toothed tiger touched it, it would emit a mournful scream, and a piece of its fur would be corroded. Obviously, that was Miran's psychic ability. Sushiyu hid in the bushes and watched the fight in the distance, her heart shocked, though she knew that the orcs in this world were powerful in instants. It was the first time she had ever seen an orc fight a fierce beast. Moreover, the fight was with an incomparably ferocious saber-toothed tiger. She kept her gaze fixed on the battle circle and realized that although that saber-toothed tiger was ferocious, it didn't seem to be a match for Mo-Rin. It was soon wrapped around Mo-Rin's body, and the huge tiger's head was tightly wrapped around the snake's body, getting tighter and tighter as it looked like it was about to be deformed. Chapter 17. The saber-toothed tiger struggled desperately and opened its bloody mouth to bite him, but it couldn't. In no time at all, he was strangled and rolled his eyes, looking more in than out, obviously dying. Sushiyu couldn't help but be staggered as she watched the scene from afar. Mo-Rin was worthy of being a peak 5th order beastman, and the saber-toothed tiger was considered the king of the forest, but it was actually not an opponent at all. In no time, the saber-toothed tiger was strangled to death. Mo-Rin let go of the saber-toothed tiger, his body hovering in mid-air, his black scales flashing coldly in the sunlight, looking extremely appalling. In the next second, the black python's body flashed with black light around it, and its size rapidly shrunk. It eventually turned into a tall and extremely handsome-looking beastman. The 5 features were stern and deep, as if they were gods and goddesses on ancient stone carvings, cold and distant, icy and unapproachable. It was none other than Mo-Rin. Sushiyu patted the dust on her body and drilled out from the shrub from. Looking at the strangled saber-toothed tiger on the ground, her heart breathed a sigh of relief. The saber-toothed tiger finally died, causing her to hold back her poop in the middle of her poop, and she was almost bitten to death. She gazed over to Mo-Rin, her expression tinged with a bit of gratitude. Thank you for saving me. If the man had arrived faster, he wouldn't have had to roll down the hill himself, but no matter what, it always saved her. A thank you is still necessary. Mo-Rin's gaze fell on her, and the corner of his mouth twitched when he saw that she was wearing a grass skirt. What the hell is that wearing? How much can a few leaves cover? Body full of fat layer after layer, piled up together. Simply no eye. Not as good as wrapped in an animal skin skirt. At least it's invisible. A few moments of disgust slipped under his eyes and he muttered something darkly about how ugly it was. However, the skin seems to be a little whiter, and not so rough and unkempt, and the pimples on his face have all subsided, so he looks a lot smoother. Finally some females, but still ugly, especially the big buck teeth, which were such an eyesore that I wanted to pull them out one by one and put them back in. Sushiyu was a bit puzzled by his gaze, especially since this man kept staring at her mouth, her eyes full of disdain, with a hint of danger. This dog man, he's not going to pull her teeth out, is he? Even though she knew the big buck teeth were ugly, she couldn't just pull them out. Don't say if eating will have any effect. I'm afraid I'll leak when I talk. She couldn't help but take 2 steps back, covering her mouth and staring at him warily. What do you want? When Mo-Rin saw that she looked like an enemy, especially with that wary look in her eyes, her heart was inexplicably angry. His face sank with a bit of displeasure. I didn't want to do anything. I just wanted to see if your big buck teeth could be cured. And if they could be cured, it's better to cure them as soon as possible, lest you look hot. It's really the teeth that are so distracting. Even though her skin has gotten quite a bit whiter and her acne is gone, the mouth and teeth are really hot. And all that fat. Hating to cut off all the excess flesh with a bone cutter, he completely didn't realize that he was paying more and more attention to Sushiyu. If it was in the past, he was afraid that even one more glance would be too much, not to mention thinking about how to cure her teeth. Sushiyu sniffed and glanced at him in surprise. This dog man actually cares about her teeth? No, that would be smack. However, she does have ugly teeth in this mouth. She also wanted to straighten her big buck teeth, but this wasn't the end of the world, nor was it the modern world of Chuyuyu, where there was cosmetic dentistry and such. One can only hope to get a system reward for correcting her after the favorability goes up. She didn't cover her mouth all the time. Her hand was lowered and she said with a smile, of course it can be cured. As long as you don't hate me and treat me better, my teeth can be cured. Mo-Rin was slightly stunned, a little confused about what she meant. He didn't hate her, and he could cure his teeth by being nice to her? Chapter 17. What kind of bull is that? Why don't you understand? But also did not pull these with her. His eyes fell on her, full of dislike, coldly mocked, hurry up and change. Really hot eyes. Or you deliberately like this, want to seduce me? Sushiyu was speechless by his look and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Dog man, what a fanatical confidence. Who's trying to seduce him? My animal skin skirt was torn by a saber-toothed tiger, and without a grass skirt. Do you want me to run around naked? If you think it's hot, you can stop looking, she said nonchalantly. Anyway, she was quite comfortable and cool in it. Besides, she's covered everything she should and hasn't shown anything she shouldn't. So what does this man have to dislike? That's a lot of things. Rin's face darkened even more at her words, more certain that she was deliberately seducing herself. At that thought, dislike slipped under his eyes again. Nor was he paying any attention to her, turning into his own body, his tail curling around the saber-toothed tiger as he walked away. He didn't even say hello to Sushiyu, not to mention he didn't care what would happen to her, whether she was safe or not. Anyway, the chief only explained that Nightling had brought her, but did not specify himself, and saving her life just now was already considered rare. Rin walked extremely fast, fearing that if he slowed down a step, Sushiyu would pester him. She saw that Rin didn't even greet her and just left herself here with a few bad looks. Then he skimmed his mouth, looked at the direction where the other party disappeared, and cursed the dog man. He also turned around and followed the memorized route back to the place where he had originally put the basket. Look at the 8 baskets placed side by side under the chestnut tree, each one full. The corners of her mouth quirked slightly, and a happy smile surfaced. Today's harvest was not bad, and when the tribe's orcs returned from their hunt, they could go back then. With so many orcs around, there's always a way to get these supplies back. She moved all 8 of these backpacks filled with things to a place separate from Nightling. She hadn't forgotten when the dogman told her to wait where she was. 5 beast husbands, 1 more than a dog, except for Baichi, who was better, especially Green Bamboo, who didn't even bother to talk to her. The word dislike was almost written on his face. She sighed lowly, only to realize that the raider mission was a long way off and not that easy to accomplish. She shook her head, leaving the jumbled thoughts behind her, and began to carry her things. Each basket was full and heavy, and after several trips back and forth, she was so tired that she was sweating and panting. But it's good to move all the way over there. Sushiyu rested for a while, ate 2 wild bananas and another goat's milk fruit, and just sat under the tree and waited. It was still early in the day, and they hadn't returned from their hunt. Wondering if I should check around the neighborhood again for something else. From afar, he saw a huge wolf with silver-white fur coming this way, its eyes fierce, its body stained with blood, and its mouth holding a huge prey. Bloody. It looked like a rhinoceros, but not quite, and I don't know what species it was, but it was huge and looked meaty. Obviously returning from a hunt. Who else could it be if not Nighting? She looked surprised and didn't mean to go over there, so she just sat under the tree. Nightplume was even more of a dog than Rin, and hated herself even more, so she didn't want to come over and make a fool of herself, even if it was her raider. She didn't want to keep her face hot and cold. Nightling was slightly surprised to see her sitting obediently and not running around. When did Sushiyu become so obedient? Chapter 18. The Stone Pot. The wolf's eyes flashed in surprise when he saw that she wasn't glued to him in her usual flamboyant way. Nor did she say anything disgusting. It's better not to stick it to her and save herself the nausea, so count on her being self-aware. He placed the prey he held in his mouth on the ground. Then with a flash of white light, it took on human form. Seeing Sushiyu sitting there in a grass skirt, her body full of fat piled up and exposed, her face instantly darkened. What the hell is this wearing? But don't bother. Just think ugly people. Nightling glimpsed that there were 7 or 8 backpacks placed side by side with her. What was it he had never seen before and didn't know the name? But he could also see that it was woven with rattan. I just felt that it was very convenient to load things. And I wondered where Sushiyu got it from. The eyes fell inside that back basket. Each one was filled to the brim with wild fruits, wild vegetables, burrs, and all sorts of mushrooms, as well as some messy things. Seeing those fungi, he couldn't help but frown. What did you get those back for? This stuff is poisonous, don't you know? He pointed to the backpack of mushrooms. Sushiyu glanced at him and explained, these mushrooms are not poisonous, they can be eaten, and they are very delicious and nutritious. Nightling obviously didn't believe her words, her brows furrowed. Don't blame me for not reminding you. I don't care if you eat to death. Seeing that he didn't believe it, he didn't explain that much, and when she made it later, she would know whether it was poisonous or not. However, you have to have a pan to make food, and this is no good without a pan, even with all the ingredients. She remembered something, her gaze went to Nightling, and she couldn't help but ask, by the way, do you know where there are stone pots? It's the one that's empty in the center and has a concave bottom, but the inside should be smooth stone. Stone pans are slow to heat up, but they always work. As for clay pots, iron pots, don't even think about these things. Where did they come from in the primitive beast world? Unless pottery is made, as well as iron is found, neither can be made and built. Nightplume obviously didn't understand and frowned at her. A stone cauldron? What is that thing? Sushiyu patiently explained. It's a stone container that can be used to boil food, with an empty center to hold water or food, preferably thinner. Too much thickness will be slow to heat up. Nightling obviously still didn't understand and frowned. How can a rock hold water or food? What nonsense are you talking about? She was a bit speechless in her mind, but she knew she couldn't blame him. This world hadn't developed such uses for stone pots yet. She thought for a moment and tried to explain it in a more colloquial way. It's about finding a rock that's hollow in the center and oval at the bottom that can be used to hold things. And then we can build a fire underneath it and cook the food. But it can't be too thick. It'll be slow to heat up. Hearing this, Nightling finally understood a little. You mean the utensils used to cook food like clay pots, but made of stone? Right. Sushiyu nodded her head, thinking that this Nightling was finally smart for once. Nightplume didn't speak, frowning in contemplation. It seems to rethink where there is such a stone. After a moment, his gaze went to her and he said, there are a lot of oddly shaped stones over at Granite Mountain, so maybe we can find the kind you're talking about. Granite Mountain? Her eyes lit up as she got up and quickly moved to his side, asking anxiously, is that place far from here? Nightling saw her suddenly come over to him, a face not much smaller than a millstone, just facing himself. He turned his head away in disgust and said coldly, it's not far. Half an hour is enough if you're faster. Sushiyu didn't miss the dislike in his eyes, though her heart was a bit uncomfortable, but it wasn't taken to heart. She looked up at the sky and saw that the sun was slanting in the west, probably around 3 in the afternoon. Half an hour is an hour, 2 hours one way or the other. Chapter 18. The Stone Pot. When I came back, it was about 5 o'clock, and the sky should still be dark. If there are no accidents, they should be able to come back and join the tribal orcs. She gazed at Nightling, trying to beg him to take her to Granite Mountain, but thinking that this man hated himself so much, he was afraid that he wouldn't agree easily. Sushiyu sighed in her heart, but still tried to speak. Nightling, can you take me to Granite Mountain? Nightling frowned at her and refused without thinking. I can't. The voice was cold, without the slightest hesitation. She had expected him to refuse, and wasn't too disappointed. She thought for a moment and said, as long as you take me to Granite Mountain and find the stone pot, I can make delicious food for you to eat, and make sure you've never had it before. Nightplume's silver eyes looked askance at her, snorting in mockery. No need. I wouldn't dare to eat what you make. How delicious is she expected to make food when she can't even grill meat properly? Hearing his mocking words, Sushiyu looked embarrassed. That was the original owner who couldn't bake, not her. She's not taking the blame. Thinking that the original owner really didn't know how to do anything but eat, it was no wonder that Nightling didn't believe it. Sushiyu gritted her teeth and decided to pull out the killer. Nightling, don't forget that our father asked you to take me with you, but you left me here alone and went hunting by yourself. She deliberately paused and then said, I just encountered a saber-toothed tiger and was almost eaten. Fortunately Mo Rin was hunting nearby, saved me in time. If he hadn't come, I'm afraid I would have already entered the saber-toothed tiger's stomach. What do you think father would think if I told him about this? She didn't care even if it would cause her to be disgusted by the night. With a stone pot, you can make delicious food, and your diet becomes diversified. No more grilling meat, fish and wild fruits all day long. Besides, she believed that when she made delicious food, this dog Nightling's favorability would naturally rise. As the saying goes, if you want to capture a man's heart, you have to capture their stomach first. Nightling's face changed and he looked at her fiercely, his silver eyes carrying a few points of harshness. You threaten me? Sushiyu wasn't afraid. Her eyes met his and she looked serious. How is this a threat? I'm just stating the facts. Nightplume's thin lips were pursed and his complexion was ugly. It is true that he did not fulfill the chief's instructions to take her properly, but if he brought Sushiyu with him, how could he hunt? Totally exhausting. That's why before he left, he explained that she should stay here properly. How do you know she doesn't listen and runs around on her own? You deserve to be eaten when you meet a saber-toothed tiger. But in the end, he was the one who was in the wrong. If Sushiyu really told the chief, even if the chief loathed this daughter, I'm afraid he would blame himself. Nightling's eyes were heavy as he looked at her with a bit of coldness. So, what do you want? Seeing that his tone loosened, Sushiyu happily said, as long as you take me to Granite Mountain and find the stone cauldron, I'll pretend that this matter never happened. How about that? Nightplume stared at her for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. A few moments later, he spoke coldly, fine, I'll take you. When Sushiyu saw him agree, a happy smile appeared on her face, which shook her eyes a little. Thank you, Nightling. She knew she was ugly now, and probably even uglier when she smiled. But she wanted to smile anyway. Nightling looked at the smile on her face and only felt piercing. He was crazy to agree to take her to Granite Mountain. Chapter 19, deliberately disgusting him. The two men did not tarry any longer. Nightplume found a hidden cave nearby, dragged his prey over there and hid it, and made a cover at the entrance of the cave, lest other beasts find it and eat it. Sushiyu's 7 or 8 backpacks were placed in the original place, something that no beastman would want except her. Chu Yuyu, the one who crossed over, and Yunju, the one who was reborn, weren't here either, much less coming over to get it. Still, lest it be damaged by wild animals, she had made a simple guard around it and covered the top of the carrier with weeds. All right yet? Grind it out. Seeing her treating those messes like babies, Nightling was impatient and coldly urged her. When the words fell, he turned into a tall silver-white wolf with a pair of silver eyes that were incomparably sharp and powerful, extremely domineering and good-looking. Well, hypnotize the soul. Ah, hypnotize. Sushiyu muttered unhappily, and with an empty backpack on her back, she climbed onto his back and sat down. Sit yourself down. I don't care if you get thrown off and fall to your death. Nightling let out a cold snort and carried her swiftly towards the direction of Granite Mountain in a quick flight. She was really afraid that this dogman would deliberately throw him down, and she wanted to hug his neck, thinking about how much he disliked her. But again, she didn't dare. Only his hands gripped the fur on his back so he wouldn't fall. The silver moon pale wolf's speed was very fast, and even if it was carrying a person, its speed didn't slow down much. In his ears was the sound of the whistling wind, scraping his face a little. She couldn't help but squint her eyes, only to feel that the scenery of this primitive forest was very nice, with all the green as far as the eye could see. It's almost like a sea of green. I don't know if Nightplume is on purpose. During the run, intentionally upside down her, several times almost fell down, but in a hurry to catch the hare behind him. Sushiyu's face was a bit bad. She wouldn't believe this dogman if he didn't intentionally turn her upside down. She also learned to be smart, and every time Nightling purposely upsets her, she hugs his neck and her body almost hangs on him, disgusting the other party. Nightplume did get sick to his stomach, especially since the ugly bastard was wearing nothing but a grass skirt, with a few leaves separating his ass from his back. Every time he lurched, the 2 pieces of flesh squeezed his back, and because they were so fat, they both hung down, hitching and pulling at his stomach. Nausea blah blah blah. A sickening chill ran through his body and he just wanted to shake the ugly bastard off. But this ugly monster was hanging on him like an octopus, and he couldn't shake it off even if he wanted to. Nightling's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and in his heart, he cursed this ugly monster hundreds of times, and his running speed couldn't help but slow down. And don't dare to bump her on purpose. It's just disgusting. Sushiyu also noticed that he had slowed down quite a bit, and coldly grunted in her heart, knowing that he was disgusted by himself. The corner of her mouth slightly hooked. It's karma to have this dog of a man always disliking her and turning her upside down, but knew enough to stop and didn't continue to cuddle, sitting back in peace. After all, it was her raider, and she couldn't really be pissed off. Seeing that she didn't continue to hold herself, Nightling inwardly sighed in relief and honestly hurried on. I don't know how much time passed, but I reached the foot of a mountain. Here it is. Go down. He stopped and sputtered, his voice cold. Sushiyu got off of him and looked at the large mountain in front of her. Into the eye is a large, majestic mountain, rolling, a glimpse of the end of the world. The mountain is lush with trees, interspersed with all sorts of oddly shaped boulders, which are very peculiar to look at. This is the rocky mountain you were talking about? She asked in a low voice. Nightling's silver eyes glanced at her, faintly sound, as a response. Then with a flash of white light, he turned into his human form and headed for the mountains, with no intention of waiting for her. Chapter 19, deliberately disgusting him. Seeing this, Sushiyu quickly followed. As she walked, she surveyed her surroundings, and as far as the eye could see, there were all kinds of stones, oddly shaped, square, round, pointed, flat, rectangular, or irregular. She even saw a few wild onions growing in the cracks of the rocks, and with a slight joy in her heart, she quickly walked over and plucked them up. Wild onions can be deodorized and taste excellent in stir-fries or under noodles, and can also be used as a seasoning. When she was in the post-apocalyptic world, every time she ate noodles, she liked to put more green onions on them. The flavor was simply amazing. Even without meat, she could eat it all. Nightling glimpsed her movements, and suspicion slid across the bottom of her eyes. What's the point of pulling smelly grass for nothing? The stuff smells so bad. Almost no orcs like it. He wanted to open his mouth and ask her what this was all about, but he was too lazy to talk to her and held his tongue. Sushiyu didn't know what was in his mind. Put the wild onions in her hand into the basket behind her, and started to look for a stone pot and a stone mill. Stone mills are used to grind flour, soybeans and the like. Although there is no flour or soybeans now, the beast world is rich in supplies and the mountains are full of treasures. Someday we'll find it. After searching for a while, I finally found a more suitable stone pot, a groove similar to a stone mortar, hollow in the center and sunken inward at the bottom, looking like a cauldron. The inside was polished so smooth it looked artificial. It's literally a natural stone pot. Sushiyu looked excited. With this cauldron, she could cook food. Meats, in particular, are simply delicious when simmered in this large pot and seasoned with a little bit of spice. Drooling just thinking about it. She reached out and rubbed the inside of the stone cauldron, and was even more satisfied when she realized that it was polished very smoothly, not rough at all, and not very thick. With this pot, meals can be improved. Just because she's on a diet doesn't mean she doesn't want to eat delicious food. Nightling saw her smiling like a little cutie at a dented stone. He knew that this was the stone pot she was looking for. But the stone cauldron was so heavy, how could she bring it back? But don't count on yourself. There's no way he's going to say yes. Sushiyu was not in a hurry to get the stone pot back, but also wanted to look for the stone mill. Instead of a stone mill, I found a relatively flat stone with a fairly smooth surface, and not very thick, about the thickness of 2 fingers stacked on top of each other. Her heart moved. This stone is not bad. Turn around and let the orcs polish it. Then you can use it to make a stone barbecue. Think about it. She carried the stone laboriously over to the stone cauldron. Another rummage ensued, and the stone mill was not found, but I saw a relatively small stone not far away, which was also very regular in shape, like a stone mortar. It can be used to mash things up, like garam masala, chili peppers, and all sorts of spices. Her eyes lit up and she immediately ran over to carry it over and put it in her carrier. The stone is small, not very heavy, and there is no fear of crushing the basket. Found some other shaped stones, some like plates, some like bowls, and stone knives. In short, take whatever she finds useful. Nightling looked incredulous when he saw her putting some strange stones into the basket. Is this ugly crazy? But didn't bother to think about it. Anyway, this ugly bastard is a strange one. Can't be treated with common sense. Sushiyu didn't care about the dogman's look at the strange man and continued rummaging. Finally picked a big and round stone, used as part of the stone mill above. As for the base, back to find slowly. The stones were all exceptionally large and heavy, except for the smaller ones in the carrier. The stone pot and this one she couldn't even lift, let alone bring it back. Chapter 20, 2 Conditions. She turned her gaze to Nightling. Her eyes flickered as she walked over and said with a smile, Nightling, can you do me a favor? Nightling lifted his eyelids and looked at her coldly, refusing without thinking. I can't. She was half surprised by his indifference and rejection, the smile on her face unchanged. Then he changed his strategy and said softly, Nightling, these stones are really important to me. I need them to improve my life. As long as you help me move them back, I can promise you one condition. Nightling's eyebrows raised slightly, her silver eyes looking at her in surprise. Any conditions? The expression was like a smile, and the voice carried a bit of playfulness. Sushiyu tensed up, knowing that this dogman, Nightling, was not easy to deal with. She gritted her teeth and nodded her head. As long as the conditions aren't excessive, I can do it. All right. She deliberately aggravated the conditions without overdoing it, and managed a few more words. Nightling snorted, looking at her body full of fat, and said in disgust, Since you say so, I have 2 conditions. First, you have to lose 50 pounds within a month. And second, he paused, looking at her tense expression, and continued, second, no more intentionally grossing me out like you did before, such as hanging onto me or making other gestures that I can't stand. Listening to his 2 conditions, she was relieved that she was already on a diet. Who can stand almost 300 pounds of tonnage? She's still a woman. She just can't stand it. However, losing 50 pounds in a month is a bit of a challenge and I'm not sure I can do it. Is this dogman trying to starve her to death? But also know that I am really too fat to not lose weight. This dog of a man has a conscience if he doesn't make her lose 100 pounds a month. As for the second condition, as long as Nightling didn't mess with her, she wouldn't intentionally disgust him. Okay, I promise. Sushiyu thought for a moment and nodded her head in agreement. When Nightling saw that she agreed readily, she had doubts in her heart and wondered if she would be deceitful. But there was no fear of her backtracking, and if she dared to backtrack, or failed to do so, let's see how he would clean her up. He got up and walked over to the place where he had put the backpack, the stone pot, and the stone mill. The face sank as he looked at the loaded backpack, and the 2 large rocks. How do you expect me to move all this stuff? Do you want me to fight it back? Resistance must be taken, not to mention taking her back. Su Shiyu looked at the things all over the floor with a slightly embarrassed expression. Anyway, you're going to take the form of a beast, the basket will hang on you, and the stone pot you'll carry in your mouth. As for the stone mill, I'll make up a stronger basket to carry it, and hang it on you as well, with one on each side of the two baskets, and I'll sit on it. Night Plume's face darkened even more when he heard this, and one in her mouth, two on her back, and she has to be carried. He was a 5th order peak beast man, but he had become a donkey to carry the goods. But it's not good to go back on a promise. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Su Shiyu took it as him accepting her suggestion and nimbly pulled some flexible and hard rattan over from the neighborhood. Sitting on his butt on a rock, he began to weave the basket. She moves skillfully. In but a teacup of time, a sturdy backpack was complete. Night Plume took in her movements, and his silver eyes flashed with a few moments of surprise. He had thought that she had gotten these baskets from somewhere, but he had never imagined that she had actually made them up. Not to mention the wolf tribe. Even the Beast King city didn't have such a thing. The mind wondered how she could make this up and where she learned it. What's it called? It's quite handy for loading things, he asked in a low voice. The voice was not so cold, but became calm. Su Shiyu looked at him and casually said, "This is called a back basket. I figured it out. It can be used to carry things." Nightling's silver eyes stared at her in a deep manner, clearly not believing her words. In his impression, Su Shiyu was lazy, greedy, bad, philandering and sloppy, and not smart enough to figure out this kind of stuff? Chapter 20, 2 Conditions. But it does feel like she's changed. At least it's not as lazy, not as sloppy, and quite a bit smarter. The acne pustules on my face have gone down and my skin has cleared up a bit, but it's still ugly. You seem different. The words came out of him coldly, his silver eyes staring at her in a deep, searching way. When Su Shiyu heard these words, she was startled and stopped her hand movements. Her eyes looked at him and pretended to be calm. Where am I different? Inside, he was a little nervous, afraid that the dog man would see what was going on. But she wasn't the original owner and couldn't possibly live her life according to the original owner's character. Nightling's silver eyes were still staring at her in a deep and dark manner, not answering her words. Seeing her basket woven, she stepped forward, stooped down to put the half of the stone mill in, and carried it to try whether it was sturdy or not. The good thing is that the canes you find are hard and resilient enough to withstand the gravity of the stone mill with no problem at all. Then with a flash of white light around his body, he turned into a beast form, majestic and domineering, extremely good-looking. He opened the wolf's mouth and took two of the carriers and flung them onto his back, instantly hanging on, hitching one to one side. Seeing this, Su Shiyu quickly sat up. Nightling felt the weight on his back and his face darkened a bit, but he didn't say anything. With the stone cauldron in his mouth, the wolf leapt, and with a single leap, he quickly left the rocky mountain and made a mad dash for the meeting place of the Targel forest. Even with a man and a pack of rocks, the speed was not half bad. About half an hour later, the rendezvous was reached. At this time, many orcs had already converged here, and there were also many piles of prey on the ground, in various colors, and the smell of blood was extremely strong. The orcs gathered in groups, talking and laughing. Su Shiyu sat on Nightling's back, and at a glance, she saw her father Su Lai, her brother Su Mu, Mo Rin, Bai Qi, Qing Zhu, Xian He, the four beast husbands, and the other beastmen of the tribe. Apparently, this was the return of the hunt, assembled here, and by the looks of it seemed to be waiting for them. The beastmen present saw that Nightling was holding a large stone in his mouth, with two strange things hanging on his back, and with Su Shiyu sitting on his body. Especially Su Shiyu. What the hell is she wearing? Kind of like a grass skirt. A few leaves hanging on the body, only covering the key parts. The rest of the fat meat cannot be covered at all drooping down, piled up, layer after layer, fat and greasy. Looking at it is two hot eyes. However, her skin seems to have lightened up a bit and the acne pustules on her face are gone. Su Lai's face was as black as a pot as he looked at Su Shiyu's costume, but he didn't say anything. As Night Plume's footsteps approached, the orcs gathered around. Night Plume, what is this thing of yours? How come I've never seen it before? It looks like cane weaving. There's 7 or 8 of them under that tree over there, covered with grass. I found them early and I don't know who put them there. Hee. Why is this filled with rocks and strange shapes? That's right. What are you doing getting so many rocks back here? Nightling, where's your prey? In the face of the beast people's talk, Nightling's face was gloomy and terrible, but he didn't take any notice. He opened his wolf's mouth and the stone pot he was carrying in his mouth fell to the ground as he coldly said, "Why don't you hurry and come down?" This was said to Su Shiyu on her back. She didn't say anything, and numbly got off his back. Night Plume flung the 2 backpacks hanging on his back onto the ground, and with a flash of white light, he transformed into his human form. Su Lai walked over, not caring about Su Shiyu wearing a grass skirt. Whatever she wears, just don't run around naked. He looked at the stone pots on the ground, as well as the 2 back baskets of stones, which were still oddly shaped, and frowned as he asked, Night Plume, where's your prey? What's the point of getting so many strange stones back for nothing? Mo Rin, Bai Qi, Xing Zhu, Xian He, Sumu and a few others also curiously gathered around. While the others didn't know what that backpack was, Xian Mei did. He had originally seen Su Shiyu weave it and knew that it was used to hold things, called a back basket. Only why he'd gotten so many strange rocks back, he couldn't figure out. Chapter 21, Like a Man-Eating Demon. When Nightling heard Su Lai's question, his face sank a few points more. Before he could speak, Su Shiyu on the side stepped forward and took the lead in explaining. Father, I had Nightling find all these stones. This stone pot can be used to cook food, and all the other stones have their own roles as well. The crowd sniffed and looked at her with blank faces. A stone pot? Cooking food? Why don't you understand? The beast world is still uncivilized, and while it has learned to use fire and eat cooked food, it is limited to roasting. The tribal witch doctors there do often cook medicine in clay pots. Could it be something like that? When Su Lai thought about it this way, he wasn't so repulsed by the fact that these were stones. If it was really like what Shiyu had said, this stone pot could boil food and also improve the meals for the tribe. Although this daughter is lazy, greedy, nymphomaniac, and particularly ugly, but recently there is something different, but also awakens supernatural powers. Although Mo Rin, Bai Qi, Xing Zhu, Xian He, and Sumu were puzzled, they didn't open their mouths to question. They had all seen Su Shiyu's changes in their eyes, so maybe they could really pound out some names. Night Plume didn't stand around all the time either, ready to go drag back the prey that was originally hidden in the cave. Dawn quickly. Su Shiyu walked to the place where the 7 or 8 backpacks were originally placed, and saw that although the surrounding protection was destroyed, the weeds on top of it were well covered. She peeled back the weeds on top of the carrier and was relieved to see that the contents were fine. This basket was filled with mushrooms, and as soon as the weeds covering it were peeled away, the orcs present saw those mushrooms and instantly changed their faces. The orcs generally believed that mushrooms were poisonous and would not touch them at all, much less pick them, and when they saw her picking so many poisonous mushrooms, they all had a look of hell. Xingju frowned at the poisonous mushrooms and couldn't help but say angrily, Su Shiyu, what are you doing picking so many mushrooms back here? Do you want to eat yourself to death? Or do you want to eat everyone? The voice was icy cold, with a strong sense of disgust. When Su Shiyu looked sideways, she was met with a pair of cold emerald green eyes, like green emeralds in the forest, beautiful beyond words. The man had a stunningly beautiful face. His skin was not the usual bronze color of the beast world, but white as jade. His eyebrows were like ink paintings, his lips were like grease, and his jaw was simply perfect. He had a slender stance, his waist was wrapped in animal skin, and he was cool with a bit of immortality and a bit of wildness, good looking unlike a real person. If Night Plume is domineering, Mo Rin is cold, Bai Qi is beautiful and androgynous, Xian He is wild and uninhibited, then Xing Zhu is the cool type. If this man was paired with a white or green robe, he would be a proper immortal character from an immortal TV series. She looked in awe, then reacted that this was the original owner's 4th beast husband, Xingju. Xingju indifferent and cool temperament, either do not speak, or gas dead kind. Along with the tribal beast edge is not very good, but who called them strong and good looking? The tribe still has a lot of females who like them. However, it was the kind that extremely hated the original owner and didn't even give a damn about a glance, not to mention talking to her. It's like looking at it more than once will pollute your eyes. Even Su Shiyu hadn't spoken to the other party for so long after she crossed over. She saw Qingju's cold demeanor, and in her eyes was undisguised disgust, and skimmed her lips. Dog man, so good looking, so bad tempered. These mushrooms are not poisonous. You can eat them, she explained and wasn't looking at Aozora. Qingju's cold emerald eyes revealed disdain and skepticism. Her thin lips lightly opened and her voice was icy cold. You say it's not poisonous, then it's not poisonous? Are you responsible for eating a dead beast? Or do you see that everyone hates you and purposely retaliate? Su Shiyu frowned slightly. This dog man was really nonchalant in his speech. His mouth was not normally poisonous. It's even more annoying than Night Plume. She was about to open her mouth to retort when an authoritative voice interjected. All stop arguing. Since Shiyu said that these mushrooms are not poisonous, let's keep them for now and let the witch doctor take a look at them later. Su Lai walked over and glanced at Xingju with dissatisfaction, knowing that his daughter was ugly and unappealing, but questioning Shiyu like this still made him unhappy. Chapter 21, Like a Man-Eating Demon. Xingju glimpsed the chief's displeased eyes, but he collected himself and did not speak. Su Lai's gaze went to those backpacks and the things that were full of them. Wild fruits, wild vegetables, and other messy things. Even the burrs were loaded. The stuff was so meaty and prickly that hardly any orcs would bother with those. However, the females of the tribe do get it occasionally. He pointed at the several backpacks and asked, "See, what are these ones called that hold things? They look like woven rattan. Where did they come from? Tribes don't have that, and neither do other tribes. Even the Beast King city had never seen it." "Father, this is a back basket. I made it out of rattan to make it easier to carry things." Sushiyu smiled and explained in a low voice. "A basket? For carrying things?" The orcs present looked at the 7 or 8 full backpacks on the ground and realized that it was indeed very convenient and practical to load things. Especially for hunting and gathering, it can hold a lot of stuff and free up your hands. Just how did this ugly make such an exquisite basket? Bai Chi's gaze looked towards Sushiyu, and his androgynous features surfaced in surprise. He was a 9-tailed white fox, naturally more interested in beautiful and delicate matters, and because he came from the Beast King city, he had seen a lot since he was young, but he had never seen a backpack before. "Did you really make this up?" he couldn't help but ask. The voice was gentle and pleasant to listen to, no longer the original cold attitude. Sushiyu gazed at him and nodded slightly. "I made it up." Bai Chi didn't suspect her of lying, because if she couldn't make it up, the lie would be easy to dismantle. A flash of appreciation appeared in his eyes and he genuinely complimented. "You're very good." Ding! Bai Chi's favorability has risen. "May I ask if the host will check?" Right at this moment, the system's voice rang in Sushiyu's mind. She raised her eyebrows slightly. Her eyes looked at Bai Chi, knowing that this man's favorability had risen. Although she didn't know how much it had risen, but she didn't check it immediately, ready to wait until she returned to the tribe and was free to look at it slowly. "Thanks, and if you like it, I can teach you to knit it later." She arched an eyebrow and smiled happily. She couldn't help but smile even if it wasn't a good smile. "Good." Bai Chi nodded slightly and did not refuse, his voice gentle. "He does need one of these carriers for his stuff." When Shinju saw Sushiyu and Bai Chi talking happily, her emerald green eyes flashed with disdain, and the corners of her thin, cool lips hooked up in a touch of mockery. Within the few of them, it was Bai Chi who took better care of this ugly monster, sending over the meat every day on time without fail. The fear of starving each other to death resulted in getting fatter and fatter, like a big moving humanoid sow with a collapsed and flat nose and small eyes, made even uglier with those big buck teeth. When he smiled in particular, it was really a bit oozy, like a man-eating demon. He really admired Bai Chi for being able to be pleasant in the face of such an ugly monster. He wanted to open his mouth to say a few sarcastic words, but when he glanced at Su Lai on the side, he held back in the end. Just then, Night Plume returned dragging his prey, which he had originally shot and hidden in a nearby cave. "This will drag over." When Su Lai saw that everyone had arrived, he snapped, "It's getting late. All go back." "Yes, Chief," the beastmen responded in unison, and then turned into their beastly forms, each taking their prey with them. Chapter 22, The Hula Skirt is Rotten. Those backpacks of Sushiyu's were also all carried by these beastmen. The small size of the prey belongs to whoever takes it back. This was Su Lai giving the word, or else he was afraid that no orc would be willing to bring it. Nightling was really disgusted by Sushiyu and didn't want her to sit on his back. Seeing that the chief had taken the lead to go back, with a flash of white light around him, he transformed into his beast form, took his prey in his mouth and flung it onto his back, turning his head to Xianmei, who had already transformed into his beast form, and said, "She's all yours." As the words fell, the wolf's mouth picked up the stone pot on the ground, and with a long leap, it quickly disappeared into the forest. The speed was extremely fast, fearing that if he was one step slower, Xianmei would refuse. Looking at Nightling's rapidly disappearing back, the corner of Su Shiyu's mouth twitched viciously. This dog man, actually leaving her to Xianhei, what an abomination. She twisted her head to the side to look at Xianhei, who in his dark night spectral wolf form was a bit more mysterious than Night Plume's silver moon pale wolf. The dark wolf eyes and dark ink-like fur were like the king of the dark night, full of danger. Xianming glanced at her, a touch of coldness surfacing in his dark wolf eyes. He was used to being alone and had never liked female contact, let alone sitting on him. Su Shiyu was fat and ugly, and her body drooped, so she was even more reluctant. Not even a little increase in favor with her over the past 2 days. Su Shiyu's scalp was numb from his look, fearing that this man would run away as well, and then she would have to walk back. It's so far from the tribe, how long will it take to walk? She doesn't want to go. With that thought, she couldn't care less about face and quickly climbed onto Xianhei's back and sat down before he could say anything to refuse. "That, Xianmei let's get going or it'll be dark." She gave a dry laugh and took the lead. Seeing her move so quickly, Xianmo's brows furrowed slightly, and in the end he didn't throw her off. He leaned down and picked up his prey from the ground, and with a single leap, He made a mad dash in the direction of the tribe. Sushiyu sat on his back, only feeling the wind whistling and the scenery around her rapidly regressing. But he didn't dare to hug Xianmei's neck either, and only grabbed the fur on his back lest he fall. This man can really kick ass when he gets pissed off. After about an hour or so, they arrived at the wolf tribe. At this time, the sky had already darkened. A bright moon hung in the air, and the tribe had already lit a bonfire to illuminate the entire tribe. The men, women, and children of the tribe were very happy to see the tribe's orcs return from their hunt and gathered around. The chief and his men are back. Look guys, the one with Mo Rin's tail curled seems to be a saber-toothed tiger. Isn't it? It's awesome that such a fierce beast can be hunted. Ha! Why is Nightplume holding a strange stone in his mouth? And what are those? How come I've never seen them before? The beasts were talking, their gazes darting back and forth between the prey, the backpacks, the stone pots, and Sushiyu and the others. It finally landed on Sushiyu, as well as Xianhei, who was sitting down. Gosh, isn't that Sushiyu? Why is she sitting on Xianmei's back? I didn't see it wrong, did I? You read it right. It's Sushiyu. She actually let Xianhua drive her back, and Xianhua actually didn't throw her off. It's really strange. What is she wearing? A grass skirt? How much can a few leaves cover? She couldn't have deliberately dressed like that to try to seduce a few beastmen, could she? It sure looks that way to me. Who do you see dressed like that? What an ugly person. However, this ugly person seems to have changed lately. Not only is she not that scruffy, she looks a lot whiter, and the pimples and pustules on her face are gone. It's true that she's gotten a bit whiter, but I heard that she's awakening her powers, and I don't know if it's related to her powers. Who knows? What a stroke of luck. If only I could awaken my powers too. The females of the tribe looked at Sushiyu with different expressions. Some jealous, some envious, some disdainful, some mocking. In short, all sorts of voices, mingling and talking. They realized that Sushiyu seemed to have become somewhat different, but they couldn't tell where. Chapter 22, The Hula Skirt is Rotten. Mia was also in the crowd, looking at Sushiyu, who had been brought back by Xianhua. Her face was terribly gloomy. Her hands, hanging at her sides, were clenched into fists, her sharp nails piercing deep into her palms, but she didn't even realize it. This ugly. What kind of mesmerizing soup did she give Xianhua and the others? Why were they all willing to take her with them? That's add up. Mia was on the verge of exploding with anger inside, her face twisted in a grimace. Sushiyu naturally heard the surrounding chatter, but didn't care. She gazed at her father, Su Lai, Night Ling, Mo Rin, Bai Qi, and the four beast husbands of Qingzhou. Seeing them surrounded by the tribe's orcs enthusiastically, especially when they saw the prey they had brought over, they all looked adoring. Sushiyu skimmed her mouth, knowing that she couldn't squeeze herself into this situation, and didn't go over to join in the fun. She patted the genjutsu underneath her. Put me down. Xianxian sniffed and leaned down slightly. She jumped off his back. When his feet landed on the ground, he felt a grim gaze fall on him. She frowned slightly and twisted her head to see Mia's grim face. Sushiyu hooked her lips in a cold smile and withdrew her gaze without a care in the world. Mia's face was so grim she could have dripped when she saw her looking toward her and still looking like she didn't care. This ugly bastard. He doesn't even look at his own honorable face. How dare you wear a grass skirt to seduce Nighting and the others with that fat body? It's disgusting. She took a closer look and found that the leaves under Sushiyu's buttocks were worn down, and the two pieces of buttocks flesh could be seen clearly, and her face was gloomy and terrible. Sushiyu also felt that something was wrong and realized that there was a cool chill behind her. Reaching back, he found the leaves rotting off the back of his ass, and his face exploded red as he busied himself with covering his behind and buckling the ground in embarrassment. The grass skirts are frayed there in the ass after a bumpy ride. In other words, she had just returned from what amounted to a bare-assed ride on Genji's back. It was no wonder that along the way, she felt Xianhe's back was particularly hot. The thought of sitting naked on the back of a handsome man made her so embarrassed she could pick out 3 rooms with her toes. It's like a social death scene. Sushiyu only wanted to find a crack in the ground now. She looked up at Xianhei and realized that the other was looking at her as well, her dark eyes carrying a bit of playfulness, as well as teasing. Apparently, the man had also noticed the leaves rotting in her ass there. She blushed as if she could drip blood, and not caring about the strange gazes of the rest of the tribe, she covered her buttocks and fled. The road is deliberately picked where no one is. Ha 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 ha. This idiot. What a disgrace. Mia looked at Sushiyu's fleeing back. Her face was a few points better and her expression was full of gloating. It really deserved it. Shame on her for letting her wear so little that her ass is showing. Sushiyu blushed even more when she heard Mia's mocking voice, but she didn't stop to say anything. All she wanted to do now was hurry back and change into an animal skin dress. It's so embarrassing. She covered her ass and quickly ran back to her cave. It was a good thing it was nighttime and everyone was off looking at their hunting quarry, so not much attention was paid to her. Just got back to the cave, ready to change into an animal skin skirt. Suddenly, he remembered that he had washed all the animal skins in the cave this morning, as well as the animal skirts. This will still be basking in the sun in the tribal square, not retrieved. There isn't even a single animal skin in the cave now, let alone an animal skin dress. Chapter 23, Mia's life. Sushiyu's face exploded red. She couldn't go out with her but covered like this, could she? If people see you, you'll be ashamed of yourself. Although the beast world is open and you can have sex anytime, anywhere, and you're not afraid of people watching, but she couldn't really do that running around naked, dropping her eyes to look at the rotting grass skirt on her body. Her face was so dark she could have dripped. This time the stomach is also very hungry. The whole day in addition to the morning ate a few yesterday's grilled fish. At noon on some wild fruits. This will have long been hungry chest to back. There were no animal skins in the cave, and naturally there was no food. It's definitely not a good idea to go out this time of year. And even though it's dark, everyone's in the square and it's buzzing. Why don't we wait until all the orcs of the tribe are asleep before we go to the square to collect the hides? No way, no way. The tribe was as lively as a song at night, and the heave-ho was non-stop. And hell knows when these orcs went to bed? By the time those orcs rested, she was probably starving to death. Sushiyu was in a hurry in the cave, not knowing what to do when he saw several orcs carrying stone pots, stone grinders, and the 7 or 8 backpacks full of supplies sent over. She panicked in her mind and busily covered her buttocks to hide in the cave, fearing that the orcs would see her. Her toes buckled to the ground in embarrassment. The orcs didn't see her and assumed she wasn't there, dropping off their things and leaving without much ado. She was relieved to hear the footsteps leave and there was no more movement before she stepped out of the cave. Seeing the stone pots and pans, the stone mill, and the backpacks full of things at the entrance of the cave, his face was full of joy. The stone pot will be left here for now, ready to turn around and build a simple stove on the side of the cave, where we will cook in the future. Half of the stone mill is also resting here, so we'll see if we can find a match for the other side when the time comes. There was also a basket of various kinds of stones, including a stone mortar to be used for pounding garlic, a stone plate to make a teppanyaki grill, and similar stone bowls, stone plates, stone knives. All of these things are also sitting here and are not ready to be taken in. The other 7 or 8 backpacks were filled with her harvest from the Tuggle forest today. There were all kinds of wild fruits, all kinds of mushrooms, all kinds of wild vegetables, all kinds of herbs, 2 backpacks of burrs, 2 dozen pieces of wild ginger, and seasonings, wild onions, star anise, cinnamon, allspice, and soothing herbs. Unfortunately, there were no chili peppers to be found, no garlic, and no salt. But chili and garlic can only be found later, and the salt can be ordered first by asking Bai Chi to see if he can even some for himself, or trade things with each other. Sushiyu carried all of these backpacks filled with supplies to the cave and tired out in a white-haired sweat. It's a good thing the stuff was all moved in. Her gaze went to the 2 backpacks of burrs, which hadn't been shelled yet, and would be fine to leave for a few days. They wouldn't go bad for a while, so there was no rush to get rid of them. Mushrooms are prone to spoilage, and even more so if they are smothered. Was just about to spread it out to dry first so I could take it to the sun tomorrow. A woman's voice came from just outside the cave entrance. Hey you are you there? When Sushiyu heard the sound, she was busy looking up and saw a middle-aged woman lift her feet and walk into the cave. The woman had a somewhat rounded figure, with well-rounded features and healthy wheat-colored skin, and wore an animal skin dress with her hair combed back on her head. It was the original owner's Amu Ching. She looked at the woman in front of her with no ill feelings, but no good feelings either. Mu Ching extremely disgusted with the original owner. Never a good face, either beating or scolding, but also not allowed Su Lai, Sumu father and son to give her meat, obviously biological, living like a stepmother. But it is also the original owner's own work. On the original owner of that virtue, no one will like. The beast to see the beast loathing, can be said to be the wolf tribe a big joke. Mu Ching, as the original owner Amu, had been disgraced and did not know how much anger he had suffered. Chapter 23, Mia's life. Every time the original owner did something embarrassing, if Mu Ching was angry, she would turn around and take it out on the original owner. It's a hard hit to the death kind of thing. The original owner was most afraid of Mu Ching and hid when she saw her. It was the original owner's own fault, but that was no reason to mistreat the original owner. What brings you here? Sushiyu looked at Mu Ching who walked in and spoke with a light expression. Mu Ching looked at the face that was gradually becoming clearer, and surprise flashed in his eyes. This ugly bastard has suddenly become so clean? The pimples and pustules on his face are gone, but a mouthful of big buck teeth is still ugly. It's so ugly it doesn't even look like she was born. She wondered for a moment if she had been dropped by one of the females when she had her pups. How else do you give birth to such garbage? She gazed around the cave and saw that there were 7 or 8 backpacks placed inside. She already knew that they were called backpacks, and it was convenient to load things. I heard this debt collector made it up, and got a bunch of weird rocks, and messy stuff back. Not only that, but I also heard that this debt collector has awakened his supernatural powers and has become even cleaner and more diligent. So I wanted to come over and take a look. I hear you've awakened your powers? Mu Qing looked at her with a few probing looks. Su Shiyu looked at the inquiry in her eyes and nodded with a cold expression. Well, it was awakened yesterday. It's the wood system. The current level is very low. It's not very useful. Mu Qing bristled when she heard that it wasn't much use. Not believing it at all. Eyes fell on her face. I don't know how the pimples and pustules on her face went down, but it must have something to do with her psychic abilities. You call that useless? It's true that he is a debt collector. Awakening psychic ability, this kind of big event. Do not tell himself, but also want to hear from other people's mouth. Her face sank again at the thought and she looked at her and asked in a cold voice, Did you make Mia angry today? Su Shiyu instantly understood the purpose of her coming over today. This was to raise an offense. It was clear that she was her daughter, but she was defending the sidekick as if Mia was the one who had been born to her. Can't figure out what's going on in the other side's head. She looked at Mu Qing and asked with a smile, AMU, who did you hear that from? When Mu Qing touched her gaze, for some reason, his heart was a little weak, and he colorfully and angrily said, Don't you care who I heard it from? I'm just asking you if it's true. Su Shiyu looked at her and asked quietly, Mia told you, didn't she? And no one would be that bored except for Mia. That green. Mu Qing's face changed slightly, and she coldly said, So what if I am? Mia is better behaved than you and prettier than you. If she's the white swan, you're the ugly duckling. How can you compare to her? And don't make her angry. She had no problem belittling it, even though Su Shiyu was born to her. But no one knew that Mia was also born to her. Only, it wasn't born from her in Su Lai, but from her secretly with the other beasts of the tribe. As the leader of the wolf tribe, it was impossible for Su Lai to go and share his mate with other orcs, even if females were scarce. Naturally, Mu Qing is not willing to have only one beast husband, so she hides the fact that Su Lai is cheating on her with other beastmen. The wild seeds all secretly gave birth to several, Mia being one of them. It's just that Su Lai doesn't know, and neither does everyone else. However, Mia herself was aware of it, or else she wouldn't keep looking for Mu Qing to complain. That Beast World game didn't have much description about Mu Qing, nor did it mention Mia's life. Su Shiyu didn't know the truth. She only felt that Mu Qing was excessively good to Mia, and this would be even more justified in favoring and defending the other party. And she was all pissed off and laughing. You believe whatever Mia says? She says I made her angry, and you come here to make accusations? AMU. Am I your daughter or is she your daughter? Why are you turning your elbow? She was genuinely confused as to how in the world there could be such a mother. Chapter 24, The Green Meadow. Mu Qing met her clear eyes, sheepishly turned away and colorfully said angrily, Don't you talk nonsense. Mia is smart and understanding, and also the most sensible, so she won't talk nonsense. Since AMU thinks she's so good, go ahead and recognize her as your daughter. Su Shiyu looked at her and coldly said. Mu Qing was unable to speak at her blockage, his face ugly. The heart wanted to say that Mia was supposed to be her own daughter, but if he said this, Su Lai would be the first to not let himself go. She looked at her and said in annoyance, Don't digress. I'll ask you, did you bully Mia again today? Su Shiyu was simply going to be infuriated. This old pious woman is really biased up to her elbows. Mia believes whatever she says and presses for proof. Since she likes Mia so much, let Mia be her daughter. Yeah, I bullied her. What's AM going to do? Is it going to hit me like before? She looked at Mu Qing and asked with a smile, but the bottom of his eyes were full of cold light. Mu Qing was furious at the way she looked at her, but she wanted to do it. But she always felt that this debt collector had become a bit evil, especially those eyes, clear and penetrating, as if they could see through the heart. She suppressed the dissimilarity in her heart, but did not make a move, only looked at her and said angrily, I'm warning you, you are not allowed to bully Mia in the future, or I won't be able to spare you. The words fell, and he turned to leave. His eyes caught a glimpse of the strange things in those backpacks, and his footsteps paused. She pointed at the things inside the basket with a sullen face and said, What are all these things? Why did you bring these messy things back? Why did you pick so many wild fruits? Can you eat them all? And pulling so many weeds? You have nothing better to do, right? Seeing that one of the baskets was full of all kinds of mushrooms, her face changed. She looked at Su Shiyu incredulously and said angrily, You stupid fool, don't you know that the mushrooms are poisonous? Still getting so many back. Hurry up and throw them away for me. said the man, reaching out to throw those fungi out. Sushiyu's face instantly sank as she quickly stepped forward to stop it, saying in a cold voice, "Stop, who allowed you to mess with my things?" The voice was cold, with a few thinly veiled hints of anger. "Don't even bother explaining that these mushrooms are not poisonous. You won't believe me if you say so anyway." Mu Qing's outstretched hand froze and he looked up to glare at her angrily. "You dare to talk to me like that?" Seeing that she was wearing a grass skirt, which was still torn and tattered, he pointed at her nose and scolded her. "Look at you. What do you look like now? A few leaves hanging on your body. Your buttocks are exposed. It's a disgrace. Where's your animal skin skirt? Why don't you hurry and change it for me?" Long pointed nails almost poking into her face and a scowl. So like an old hag, Sushiyu inclined her head to avoid it, her face even colder. "I don't need you to care about my affairs." She didn't even bother to explain about the animal skin skirt being ripped by the saber-toothed tiger. One more word is a waste of time. Mu Qing was practically infuriated, pointing at her, her fingers trembling. You female." Sushiyu's face instantly sank, ice cold and without a trace of emotion, calling her own daughter a female. Thanks to her, she looked at her with an icy gaze and said, word for word, "I repeat, I don't need you to care about my business, and you can't care about it either." If this old woman wasn't the original owner's AMU, she would have struck out long ago. Mu Qing looked at her icy cold eyes, and for some reason, his heart was a little frightened. But the thought of the gossip in the tribe and Mia's cries instantly brought back the anger. She looked at Sushiyu and said angrily, "I can't control you? If it wasn't for your father spoiling you with your behavior, you would have been kicked out of the tribe long ago. Do you think I'm willing to control you? I'm not doing it for your own good, for my own good?" Chapter 24, The Green Meadow. Sushiyu gasped and laughed, looking at Mu Qing and sneering. "Your so-called for my good is to listen to Mia's one-sided words and run to question me?" She snorted coldly. "Yes, I know I'm not good. I've disgraced you and made you look bad. But ask yourself, are you a good AM? Have you treated me well?" With a few words, Mu Qing's face turned green and white. Unsightly, she looked at Sushiyu and her lips moved, wanting to explain but realizing that she had no way to do so, because the other side is telling the truth. It's true that he didn't treat her well, and he hated it with all his heart, hated not having this daughter, and he did listen to Mia's one-sided story. But even then, she didn't feel she was at fault. She was Sushiyu's AMU, so she could naturally discipline her. Mu Qing looked at the grass skirt she was wearing, and then looked at her face that was quite a bit cleaner, suppressed the dissimilarity in his heart, and said in a deep voice, "I don't care what your reason is. In any case, hurry up and change this one for me. Dressed like this, what does it look like?" Then, without waiting for her to speak, he turned to himself and left. Just as her feet reached the entrance of the cave, she heard Sushiyu say quietly, "I washed all of my beast skins and beast skirt in the morning, and they are still basking in the sun in the square. If AMU thinks that I'm such a disgrace, go and retrieve them for me. You should recognize them. Ready-made toolmen. Use it for nothing." Mu Qing's face was unsightly and he snorted coldly. In the end he didn't say anything and lifted his foot to walk away. Sushiyu looked at Mu Qing's departing back and was filled with coldness. This old pious woman is far worse than Su Lai and Su Mu, father and son. Although Su Lai and Su Mu also hate the original owner and hate her, their hearts still hurt and they will protect her. But Mu Qing, he really hated not having her. Instead, they liked Mia very much and sent Mia all the goodies they had. She doubted it. Mia couldn't have been born to this old pious woman secretly with another orc, could she? The thought startled her, and the more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. How else could a mother protect someone else and in turn bully her own daughter? Doesn't make any sense at all. Sushiyu frowned. She remembered that Mia had a younger sister named Miao, and her father was named Qingyan, a peak 4th order beastman of the wolf tribe. I don't know who AMU is. I only heard that he died a long time ago. Unity, is Mia and Mu Qing related? She asked internally to the system. The system didn't hide anything and quickly answered. Mia was born to Mu Qing and the wolf tribe orc Qingyan. The two also had a daughter named Miao, Mia's younger sister. Both of Qingyan's daughters were born to your AMU, and the two have been sneaking around together for almost 20 years. The system paused and continued. In addition to that, Mu Qing also gave birth to 2 sons with a beastman from the leopard tribe, named Lingyu and Lingyun. There's also a lover over at the berserk lion tribe, who likewise gave birth to 2 sons, the older brother named Thunder Lion, and the younger brother Reynolds. The snake tribe side likewise had a lover who gave birth to a son and a daughter, a son named Cold Scale and a daughter named Charmed Heart. Several children are living with the lover. After hearing the system's words, Sushiyu was stunned. This old pious woman, she's practically everywhere, and she's really fertile too. In addition to her and Sumu, She secretly gave birth to 8 children. No wonder she likes Mia so much. Combined with her own seed. Even Niyao. She suddenly sympathized a little with Su Lai. With a green meadow above her head. Does my cheap-ass father know? She inwardly asked. The system replied. He doesn't know. And no one knows except your AM. And those 8 children and her lovers. But now you have to be added. The system added. Underscore. Chapter 25, Masochistic Tendencies. The corner of Su Shiyu's mouth twitched fiercely. She didn't want to know about this. She was curious as to how Mu Qing had secretly given birth to those lovers without Su Lai's knowledge. Then he reacted to the fact that this was the world of beasts. She remembered that the female wolf gestation period was usually 60 days. Or 2 months. So short a period of time to just hide anywhere and the pups were born. When it reappeared, it was normal for Su Lai not to be able to discover it for any reason. She hesitated in her mind whether or not to tell Su Lai about this. In the end, it is the original owner's father. Hiding it from his conscience is a bit too much. On second thought, let's leave it at that. This kind of thing, without evidence, just based on her mouth, Su Lai might not believe it. This was a matter between their husband and wife, and it was better for her, as a daughter, to stay out of it. Of course, if there was an opportunity in the future, she wouldn't mind reminding Su Lai. Su Shiyu shook off her head and threw away the distractions in her head. Then she wanted to check the favorability of a few beast husbands. Unity, check profile and favorability, she said inwardly to the system. Good, the system answered. Instantly, an electronic screen appeared in front of her, glowing with an eerie blue light. Host, Su Shiyu. Age, 16. Charm value, 20. Appearance, 25. Health value, 65. Weight, grossly overweight. Affecting mobility. Skills, wood-based psychic ability, level 1. Raider goals and good feelings. Night plume, -60, disgust. Morin, -55, disgusted. Green bamboo, -70, disgust. Bai Chi, -35, disgusted. Genghis Khan, -40, disgust. She quickly scanned the original data and looked surprised to see that all of it had changed and gone up quite a bit. She remembered that when she left the house in the morning, the charisma column was 11, which would become 20. It's up 9 points and the looks column is up a bit. Night plume's favorability, which was -90 in the morning, now became -60, up 30 points. Su Shiyu raised her eyebrows, her complexion was a bit surprised. She threatened him again today, deliberately disgusted him, and asked him to carry stone pots and stone mills for herself, and act as a donkey for the pack goods. I thought that the dog man's disgust value must have exploded, but instead of getting more and more disgusted with himself, it went up by 30 points. Could it be that Nighting's dog has a masochistic tendency? Like to be abused? The more you're abused, the happier you are? She rubbed her chin, her eyes in deep thought. If this speculation was true, she could use it to her advantage and brush up on her goodwill. Still, it's a good idea to keep an eye on it, so you don't spike the aversion value, which has hardly come down. Back up again. Then continue down the page. Mo Rin is up 25 points. Xing Zhu is up 15 points. Bai Chi is up 40 points. And Xian Ming is up 20 points. Among them, Bai Chi's favorability had risen the fastest, and was now at -35. I'm sure it has something to do with the powers, and my own behavior. Hard-working, capable and intelligent females are always more favorable, even if they are ugly. Unity. I remember you said that each beast husband can be rewarded for reaching a stage of good feeling. Then what is the standard for no sensibility? Su Shiyu inwardly asked. Negative numbers are definitely aversions, and an internal guess is that good feelings want to go to no feelings, or at least 0. The system smiled and quickly replied. Host, 0 to 59 are all belong to the no feeling stage. Good feeling degree reaches 60 for good feeling. 70 is like, above 90 is deep love. If it reaches a full score of 100, there will be a super lucky gift package. The system voice spoke with a touch of glee and seduction. Chapter 25, Masochistic Tendencies. She listened with a sparkle in her eyes. Super lucky bundle? It's awesome to hear the name. Unity. What's inside the super lucky bundle? She couldn't help but ask. The system smiled mysteriously. Host, the super gift packs are all random rewards. Maybe it's a supreme treasure. Maybe it's a supreme secret book. Maybe it's an elixir that brings the dead back to life. Or it's a heaven-defying cultivation talent. Or space. In short, what you open depends on luck. And it won't disappoint. Su Shiyu's eyes were glowing and her mood was a bit excited. But then, thinking that all 5 beast husbands still had negative favorability, the smile at the corner of his mouth faded a little more. I just feel that I have a long way to go. It was good to know that Bai Chi's favorability was -35, not very far from 0. She was going to focus on brushing Bai Chi's favorability in the next 2 days. As soon as she reached 0, She would also get rid of the aversion stage and enter the no feeling. As long as one of the Beastmasters has a goodness level of no sense, you will be rewarded. With that thought, she instantly came to her senses and glanced at those wild vegetables and mushrooms in her back basket. As the saying goes, if you want to capture a man's heart, you have to capture their stomach first. I can't make anything tasty with the current conditions, but I can still make a big bone and mushroom soup. There are plenty of tribal animal bones of all kinds, and the orcs don't want them, they just throw them away. I'll take 2 random ones back later to make soup. Put some mushrooms in it, and it doesn't need any seasoning, a little salt. She has no salt though, but you can ask Bai Chi for a little bit, and I don't think you'll refuse. Sushiyu turned off the system page and was about to go out to get 2 bones and come back when she caught a glimpse of her body still wearing a torn grass skirt. She looked embarrassed, reacting to the fact that she hadn't changed her animal skin dress. One could only wait for now and wonder if Mu Qing had gone to the square to help her collect the beast skins. If not, I'm afraid I won't be able to get out until late at night. Idle as I was, I simply began to process the day's harvest. The burr is left alone for now, and rests in the corner of the cave for the time being. Wild vegetables and wild fruits, also put them next to each other. It's okay to leave these 2 things for a few days, and you can dry them if you can't finish them. She put the basket with the herbs in it separately, ready to take it to the river tomorrow to clean it and then concoct and dry it in the sun. Just in case, mushrooms can't be left out for long. They have to be taken care of quickly or they will spoil easily. She peeled the mushrooms down the center to get some air first, in preparation for taking them out to dry tomorrow. It shouldn't go bad if you leave it overnight. Glancing aside at the roast wrapped in broad leaves, it was left from the morning's roast, originally 3 pieces. I ate half a piece in the morning and only have 2.5 pieces left. This time, his stomach had long been hungry, and when he saw the roasted meat, he couldn't help but pick up a piece to eat. I just took a bite and realized it was so cold and hard that I couldn't even bite into it. It tasted far worse than when it was first baked in the morning, but it would be really hungry and there was no picking. After struggling to nibble on half a piece, I didn't feel that hungry, so I didn't want to eat it. Chewing hurt her cheeks. The remaining 2 roasts she was going to throw in when she made soup. Have a secondary process and it won't go to waste. Not long after, Mu Qing returned, holding a bunch of animal skins in his hands, as well as a few animal skin dresses, his face ugly as he walked into the cave. When he saw her, his face became even more ugly. The things in his hand were thrown towards the stone bed, and he said in a bad mood, "God damn it, I still have to work for you. Really? Hurry up and change that disgraceful grass skirt on your body." With that, he turned and walked away. Sushiyu looked at the pile of things on the stone bed and raised her eyebrows, but she didn't say anything. Clapping her hands together, she got up and walked over, picking an animal skin dress out to change into. The grass skirt that had been changed was thrown outside the cave by her. Finally, no need to run around bare-assed. The thought of today's events embarrassed her mind. What that dog man Xianmei might think in his heart. He might even think she did it on purpose. She lifted her foot out of the cave and made her way to the tribal plaza, ready to take a few bones back to make soup. Chapter 26, Whimsical. It was night, the silver moon was bright, hanging high in the sky, and the stars were dotted, as if it was a sea of stars and the Milky Way. Beautiful. End of the world. Air pollution is serious. The sky are gray. Long ago cannot see the stars, and cannot see such a beautiful night. Sushiyu quickly arrived at the tribal square. A bonfire pile was raised in the center of the square, blazing, its light flickering and illuminating the surroundings. The men, women and children of the tribe sat around in groups, eating barbecued meat, or joking or talking about something interesting. The young orcs and females, on the other hand, danced around the bonfire pile with enthusiasm and merriment. A few little orcs were jumping and playing on the side, and when they saw her coming, they scrambled away in fear again. It's like she's some kind of flood monster. But there were a few who surreptitiously surveyed her with curious eyes, clearly noticing the difference in her and having heard about her awakening her powers. She didn't care, and was about to go pick out 2 suitable bones somewhere for a stew. Suddenly, a piece of aromatic roast meat was handed to her. Sushiyu looked up and saw Bai Chi standing in front of her at an unknown time. His appearance androgynous and excessively beautiful. The roast in front of him is what he handed over. Take it. Bai Chi's voice was light, but it was also a bit gentler than the original. Thanks. Her eyebrows arched, but she didn't refuse, and was about to reach for the roast. Just listening to Night Ling, who was sitting not far away. His gaze instantly looked this way, his silver eyes flickering with a fascinating luster under the illumination of the firelight. He stared at Sushiyu with a smile, teasingly saying, "I remember someone promised me to lose 50 pounds in a month. So if you eat such a large piece of roasted meat, will you still be able to lose all that fat on your body?" When Sushiyu heard this, her hand lurched and the smile on her face faded a bit. This dog man, He's everywhere. She glanced faintly at Nightling, but she didn't dislike him as usual. Instead, she looked at Bai Chi with a smile and took the roasted meat with a grin. Thanks. Bai Chi looked deeply at her, nodded slightly, but did not say anything, turned around and sat back to the original place. She looked at Bai Chi's departing back and glanced at Nightling again, deliberately taking a bite of the roasted meat in front of him, also biting particularly exaggerated, shaking his head while eating. Bai Chi's craftsmanship is really good. This meat is baked crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It's really delicious. As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt a cold line of sight fall on him. Sushi, you didn't need to look up to know who it was. Who else could it be but that dogman Nightling? Pretending not to notice, she deliberately took another big bite of roasted meat, ate her mouth full of oil, and made a barfing sound. The roast was indeed quite tasty, with salt and spices, much better than the cold, hard half of the roast that I had just eaten in the cave. But it's not such a big deal to eat. It's just to piss off the Nightplume dogman. By the way, try to see if this dogman is a masochist. It is also good to determine the direction of the strategy. Nightling looked at her appearance that deliberately angry at herself. Her thin lips pursed, her eyes cold as ice. This fat bastard is still in need of cleaning up. He laughed coldly in his heart, but didn't have a fit, withdrawing his sight and biting the roasted meat in his hand with an indifferent expression, secretly poking and prodding about what to do with her. Seeing that he didn't respond, Sushiyu skimmed her lips and felt bored. The dogman's stamina was so long that he didn't jump out of his skin. Unity, has there been any change in this dogman's favorability? She asked inwardly. The system quickly replied, yes, it went up by 5 points. The favorability became -55. The host will continue to work hard. She was slightly stunned, and her gaze glanced at Nightling, who had a cold face and was sitting alone eating roasted meat. Chapter 26, Whimsical. Suddenly some understand. This dogman is the kind of typical stick-up don't. The more you don't give a damn, the more angry he is, the more against him, he is still more on the contrary. To put it bluntly, it's a. In fact, most men are like that at heart. Don't take what's given to you. Instead they all like what they can't have. The corner of Sushiyu's mouth slightly hooked, deciding to be more angry at him in the future, and maybe even brush up a wave of goodwill. Of course, it has to be done in moderation, so as not to spike up the aversion value that has been so hard to bring down. In a certain corner of the square, Rin sat in the shade where the firelight couldn't reach, holding a piece of roasted meat in her hand and eating it slowly and elegantly. His gaze fell on Sushiyu, and when he saw that she was deliberately angry at Nightling, the corner of his mouth hooked up slightly. The mood seems good. She seems to be getting more and more interesting. Glancing at the piece of saber-toothed tiger meat next to her, he wanted to give it to her. But then, remembering Nightling's words about losing 50 pounds in a month, he silently dismissed the idea. Anyway, she had already eaten the meat given by Bai Chi, and she couldn't starve her if she didn't give it herself. Bai Chi's expression was pale, and he had just given Sushiyu roasted meat because he was his nominal partner. Even if you loathe it and don't like it, the responsibility is still there. What's more, he was really impressed by her behavior today and was curious to see what else she could do. As for the bravado about losing 50 pounds, he didn't give it a second thought. How is it possible to lose 50 pounds in a month? Xingju sat in the crowd and looked at Sushiyu indifferently with a disdainful expression. His character is cold and thin, and he most despises this kind of behavior of playing smart and making small minds, and he only thinks that it is childish to the extreme. With her fat, so-like body, I really don't know. Where on earth did she get the confidence that she could lose 50 pounds in a month? It's just whimsical. Xianmo sat not far away, his gaze sullen as he stared at Sushiyu. For some reason, looking at her deliberately pissing off Nightling there, she only found it interesting. There were even a few hidden expectations. Expect her to be angry, a little more vicious. The best to make the Nightplume that jumps straight to her feet. He thought nastily, the corners of his mouth quirking up slightly in a playful smile. Sushiyu naturally noticed a few lines of sight falling on her, and didn't care. She took the roast and walked over to the corner where there was a pile of various bones that the orcs didn't want, with the meat shaved clean off of them. She picked out 2 leg bones that looked good, and there would be nothing to put them in, so she had to hold them for now. Seeing that there were quite a few more animal entrails on the ground, all kinds of animal entrails, no orcs wanted them at all. Offal is a good thing. Liver, heart, lungs, they're all edible too. The sausage, in particular, was fried and the added chili and garlic tasted really good. I don't have any chili right now, but it shouldn't taste too bad when treated to a little popping. Unfortunately, the tribal orcs don't handle it at all. They also find the entrails dirty and throw them all away. She picked out a couple of offal that looked like wild boar, as well as a pair of pig intestines to take back and save for popping tomorrow. She was in a good mood and was about to go back with these bones and entrails. A mocking voice could be heard in her ears. Su Shiyu, what are you doing holding a bunch of bones and disgusting things? Could it be that you're preparing to take it back and eat it? Su Shiyu turned her head to look, and saw that Mia had walked over at some point. Looking at herself with a mocking expression, she glanced at the other party, knowing that she was here to pick a fight, and a few moments of coldness surfaced in the bottom of her eyes, but didn't bother, turned around and walked away. Chapter 27, Good Dogs Don't Get in the Way. Mia's face hardened when she saw her ignoring her, and she quickly walked over to stop her, saying angrily, I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? Su Shiyu stopped her steps and looked at the thinly veiled Mia in front of her with a somewhat odd expression. Speaking of which, this Mia was also her half-sister. Even her sister Miao, but whether or not the two were related by blood, it didn't stop her from hating Mia as a female. To pick a fight 3 times, it would be a hell if she would like it. Her eyes looked at the other party, and she coldly said, a good dog doesn't get in the way, get out of the way. Mia's face turned blue, completely not expecting Su Shiyu to call herself a dog. Her pair of beautiful eyes glared as she said angrily, you ugly, actually calling me a dog? The scolding is on you. Su Shiyu hooked her lips in a cold smile, looked at her with a contemptuous expression, and said in a rambling voice, a good dog doesn't get in the way. If you don't want to be a dog, get the hell out of my way. She'd put up with a couple of male leads, and that was because they were her quest subjects, and she put up with them for the sake of goodwill. But what is Mia? Is she really made of clay? Is she easy to bully? When had Mia ever been so verbally abused? Instantly enraged, he raised his hand and slapped at Su Shiyu's face. You female, go to hell. She wasn't afraid of the chief's blame. Amu muching would protect her. Su Shiyu laughed coldly, and before Mia's slap landed on her face, she was jerked away by the trailing vines that emerged from her hand, and fell to the ground, baring her teeth in pain. In a sorry state, her wood ability was only level 1 and had no attack power, but that was for powerful beasts. Mia, a delicate female, had nothing powerful to offer, and jerking it away was no difficulty at all. All the beastmen present were shocked, and their gazes fell on the growing vine in Su Shiyu's hand. Is this her awakened psychic ability? It looks obviously wood-based, and it works like that? Night Plume also looked at her with surprise, and although he knew that she had awakened her powers, he didn't care. This met with her jerking Mia away with her vines, her mouth twitching. It just felt like Mia deserved it. Anyone with eyes could see that it was Mia who made the first move, and that she deserved to be jerked away as she was not as strong as the others. Mo Rin, Bai Qi, Jing Zhu, and Xian Mua looked differently, not knowing what they were thinking again, but only staring at this side with their gazes. The females in the square were gloating. Mia, as the most beautiful female in the tribe, was usually the most arrogant and looked down on people. When she saw her being cleaned up by Su Shiyu, she only felt happy inside. Mia's 7 beast husbands were also here, and their faces were very ugly when they saw their females being jerked away. Then, they all ran over to help her and surrounded her with concern. Mia, are you okay? One of the handsome-looking beastmen looked angrily at Su Shiyu and said in a cold voice, Su Shiyu, Mia was just playing a joke with you. You actually used your supernatural ability to whip her away. Isn't that too much? Su Shiyu knew that this was Mia's 3rd beast husband, Wolf Tooth, and with a cold smile, she asked rhetorically, if I hadn't awakened my supernormal abilities, and that slap had just landed, would you guys have stood up for me? Wolfsbane and Mia's 6 beast husbands were left speechless by the question. They were all warriors of the tribe, and naturally knew well the situation of not having strength. If Su Shiyu hadn't awakened her supernatural ability, and Mia's slap really landed on her face, they were afraid that they would treat it as if they didn't see it. When Su Shiyu saw that they were silent, she laughed coldly again and said, since you won't stand up for me, then who are you to question me now? Mia hit me and I can't fight back? Where is there such reasoning? Good point. Nightling suddenly walked out, clapping his hands, a cold smile on his lips. He looked at the 7 beastmen around Mia with an icy gaze that was 3 parts sneer, 3 parts coolness, and 4 parts diffidence. Then he hooked his lips and mocked. Strength is honored in the beast world. It's only fair that you deserve to be beaten for your own lack of ability, and you still have the nerve to blame others? Although he loathed Su Shiyu, but how to say it was also his nominal partner. It was fine to bully himself, but for others to do so, it would be slapping him in the face. Chapter 27, Good Dogs Don't Get in the Way. Mia's 7 beast husbands' faces flushed red with shame at what was said, but they couldn't refute it, because what Night Plume said was the truth. Su Shiyu was surprised when she looked at Nightling, who suddenly walked out and even spoke out in defense of herself. What happened to suddenly realizing that dogmen are kind of handsome? But then he thought about how much the dogman loathed himself and blushed again. It feels like I'm overthinking it. Mia looked at Nightling defending Su Shiyu and went crazy with jealousy. Her eyes were red. She liked Nightling, the entire tribe knew it, and Nightling knew it too. Yet she still came out to defend Su Shiyu. What's so great about that ugly? Doesn't he hate the ugly one too? Just because Su Shiyu is his female. She is so defensive? Mia's heart grew more and more jealous, her face twisting with envy, her mind full of vicious thoughts. Su Shiyu, I'll never let you go. You wait for me. Nightling took Mia's jealous and twisted face in. His complexion frowning slightly as disgust crossed the bottom of his eyes. What a waste of a beautiful face. Then his gaze fell on Su Shiyu's face, his silver eyes looking deeply at her. Su Shiyu was puzzled by his look. What does this dog man want? It couldn't be that he felt he had lost his face and wanted to get his hands dirty, right? With that thought, he went on guard and stared at him with a wary expression. Nightling's face darkened at her vigilant and wary eyes, the veins at the corners of his forehead flaring, his heart irritated. What does this fat mean? She's afraid she'll do something about it? His thin lips pursed, his complexion was icy. He gave her a deep look. In the end he didn't have a seizure, and turned around and walked away. She watched his departing back and bristled, unable to figure out what the dog man meant. However, it was also certain that he seemed less disgusted with himself than he had been during the day. Do you really like to be abused? She withdrew her powers and looked thoughtful. Mia's 7 beast husbands were secretly relieved to see Nightling leave, and they urged Mia to go back. Mia glared at the 7 of them with an ironic glare, and without saying anything after all, turned and walked away. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, she wouldn't be able to resist the urge to tear Su Shiyu apart, and that would only make Nightling loathe herself even more. Miao sat in the crowd, looking at Mia's back with mockery. It was cool that her unbeatable, arrogant and haughty sister had a day when she was in such a mess. She grew up in Mia's shadow and was often compared to her just because she wasn't as good looking as Mia, her older sister. Obviously she was also clean looking, but she was set off as an ugly duckling. Along with a Muking, she was not as nice to her as she was to her sister. Miao also knows that she is Mu Qing's daughter, but because she is the product of Mu Qing's cheating, she can't explicitly call Mu Qing AMU, and can only do so in private. Su Shiyu was too lazy to care about the varying looks of the people present and was about to go back with the bones and entrails. Thinking that he had no salt and the stove was not set up, he turned his feet and went over to Bai Qi. Bai Qi saw her suddenly come over and looked at her with a pale expression. Something wrong? Chapter 28, Healing Abilities. In his opinion, Yi Tian was just a dead duck talking tough, facing this past life realm. Even if his cultivation surpassed him and reached the mid-Yuaning stage, he definitely couldn't survive this move from him without strong magic treasures or divine abilities. Originally, the Archbishop was going to send for the Archmage of Dalaran to cast a spell to perform the fusion, but was refused by Legash. There were even a few characters with very powerful auras on them who similarly had their men express their concern, although she didn't get an affirmative answer. But since the other party was able to make a specific request, it meant that there was a turnaround in the matter. Song Yi gently breathed a sigh of relief, and the heart that had been hanging for how many days finally fell back inside her stomach. The ground here was covered in fetid black blood. The cultivators were injured everywhere. Many of them were receiving treatment. A groan of pain was unceasing. But where they know? At this moment, the tree above, a pair of eyes are through the leaf surface above the gap, towards this side looked over. Because there is a barrier to the sake of the face in the end what looks like, really cannot see. But that gaze, that kind of suspicious gesture, but no matter how cannot be covered. Please describe your job description so that brain can make arrangements. The electronic synthesized voice sounded. Yes. The answering divine steed took out the rope he carried with him, and after tying up the list in his hand, he carried it on his back, and added, lastly, there is news from the 6th heavenly continent, and it is rumored that a large number of them are planning holding the calf pass gathering. Tang Chan grinned. Let? What right does one have to let? Mukong was rescued by me from under the 5 Fingers Mountain. The 8 precepts came out of the Gao Lao Zhuan to find me, and even Wu Jing was fished out of the quicksand river by me. Jun Wu Xie. It's a shame that you're still Xiaoyi's brother. Now that Xiaoyi has rushed down, you're actually still greedy and afraid of death. That Wudu sex Jiao Wu Soul said. Not having a home was Rohemu's nightmare, a nightmare she could never forget for the rest of her life, and she hoped that her family was alright. Before these 2 judgment messengers could see the bottom of the lake, they saw lightning striking, and the 2 of them were instantly blasted into 2 clusters of bright red blood flowers spreading in the water. When Night Boar saw that Mia's mother had instantly become less likely to cry or make trouble after being spoken to that way by Nightspeak, she looked at Nightspeak with 10,000 times more admiration and gave Nightspeak a thumbs up. Yun Duo Kan. She was thinking that since this is something he treats as a treasure, it's good to give it to him. Who wants to share it with him? The patient is out of danger. However, He must not be subjected to any further stimulation, and whether there are any other problems with his body can only be known when further examinations are conducted. The attending doctor was an old doctor in his 50s. Lu Jurtao's message seemed to have surfaced again. It would kill them, especially the class president. Now the competitors of the A3 class. They were the only ones left thinking of this. Susan's feet even exerted her milk strength. Chapter 28, Healing Abilities. If she hadn't suffered sudden changes over the years, been exiled from the United States, and recognized the coldness and warmth of the human world, she would never have spoken such words all over herself. Besides, that was Tao Wanqing 800 miles expedited letter sent to Long Muhan hands. Long Muhan did not think that Yun Duo will actually write a letter to their own, did not rush to see if it is tucked into the bosom, directly to the Cloud Duo live in the Chiyun Hall, sitting on the dragon and phoenix bed for a while, only then out of the bosom of the letter to. Of course, this question is left for those high-level bigwigs to think about. The people, however, don't have to think about anything right now, they just have to watch the show. Yun Duo obediently closed her eyes. Of course she knows that kissing is to close the eyes, only to feel a little sudden. Anyway, she figured out. Kissing is kissing. No big deal. Only to this technical work. She is really rusty. As if lifeless, Lefty moved with the force of his hands. It wasn't until Star Moon stepped out of the room into the darkness of the night that Lefty reacted. He said, "The purpose is very simple. The hotel that is a public place. Even if you want to take action also have to have some concerns. And the Wanfu restaurant is very close to the annexed middle school. That belongs to the annexed middle school's turf. If you really do it, by virtue of the high key of the hand, that is also very sure to be able to take them. At the bottom of the sea to the north of Penglai Island, he commanded his 50s. H.I.E.L.D. Gundams to keep firing dragon-slaying missiles, attacking the bottom of the Buffy Empire's battleships. I won't drink." Wang Ziying tried to cover the glass with her hand, but the wine had already been poured into her glass. Amidst the laughter, the wheel slowly rolled for 3 weeks and then stopped. Li Huaitong reluctantly looked at Yang Yuhuan, who was draped in a skullcap, and the beauty's hand moved, shedding the same emotion. Gao Ziki shook his head and said, "It's okay. In the future, if he comes back to find you trouble, you just tell me. I'll deal with it." Gao Ziki is just out of concern between classmates. This Lu Zhanbin is not a good bird. Wang Shui to this with him. That is not harmful to Wang Shui. Abortion was painful. She was afraid of the pain. And she felt even more disgusted that carrying the flesh and bones of someone like Shang Guanyu in her stomach would be disgusting. Yuesheng couldn't help but touch his hair, hugging him lovingly, then going to pack up all her things. Looking at the check, nothing written on it, it was left over from when she was Hyatt's president. In the next second, Song Powan was unable to control the balance of his body. After all, Chen Hu clamped his legs on his body, and then immediately collapsed, but then was ready to get up and continue the fight. How did she agree to marry so easily? What about the romantic candlelight dinner? What about the man's proposal on his knees? What about the roses and diamond rings? Your Excellency is polite. Pavilion Director Zhang has assigned other tasks for me to complete, so I won't bother you any longer, and there's no need for you to stay. Jiao Wu, however, shook his head and refused over Qin's retention. Obviously, the battle spirit was full of vigor, but there was nowhere to vent it. Such a feeling was not only suffocating, but also brought a great burden to both over Qin's body and soul. As for Ai Xingyu behind him, he likewise didn't dare to relax in the slightest. The seals in his hands were constantly changing, fully maintaining the increase on over Qin. Chapter 29. I'm sorry ma'am, I take orders from Mr. Lang. I'll do whatever he tells me to do. After saying that, he stayed quietly at the door of the operating room and waited. The cloud that was condensed by the cloud transformation sky even turned into a dark cloud in an instant, and when the dark cloud was dense, thunder and lightning were self-generated. In this battle against Luo Yunyang, the Lord of all worlds could be said to have been defeated, without even the hope of turning the tables. A large number of demons trailed behind Li Yi all the way to the depths of the Realm King's palace, still staring intently at Li Yi. I turned my head and pretended to look at the scenery. Whistling an American in Paris, I smoothly skirted the war zone, where the sun and the moon had been lost. He and Ming Shui were husband and wife. Naturally he had telepathy, and when he arrived there Aoi, he didn't rush to find the Ghost King or Ming Shui, but lurked there for a period of time. Hao Yan is now in the group as a department manager. Is Lang Qianshan arranged to come in? Lung Hecheng is also lazy to care so much, and Hao Yan did not make any trouble. She is even more lazy to care. It is not as expensive as those high-grade foreign goods, but it is also enough for a working family to pay for several days of meals. So how can ordinary people afford to buy it? Refining all the sonic demon essence blood was merely dropping a drop of water into the ocean. but refining this trace of white tiger essence blood was like injecting a river, allowing Li Yi's domain to expand a little. After hearing the sound of the train starting, Wang Kaixian shouted towards Hubai with a lifeless look on his face. Memory of the night. The light of the stars and the moon reflect each other, linked into a line, like a silver waterfall flowing down to the quiet Emerald River. Silver-plated Emerald River reflected your handsome and gentle face, like a dream, but not a dream of warmth but called people engraved in their hearts. But unfortunately, they had encountered a natural disaster and fell into a pit in the ground. But thanks to Faya's haste in summoning the frost barrier, they ensured that everyone was safe and sound. The anger on Lulu's face was serious. In her memories, the Kiaro Bugmen had once attacked the Goblin Forest for unknown reasons, destroying a large number of precious ancient trees, killing many goblin warriors and kind forest obsidian beasts, and bringing great disaster to the entire forest. Ding Jingjing's astonishment also stemmed from this. He did not expect that Ao Xingshu really did not discover this, so he revealed that expression. Ding Jingjing looked at the raging incoming scale ruler and did not move a muscle, only holding the long sword in his hand, upside down. It's still following. Anya poked her head out of the car window and shouted to the people in the car. Shorin greeted the traitor tribe scout first, and by the time he arrived at the tribe's gathering place, Agik was already waiting at the gate, pulling Quilter with him. The old not respect and six not respect also come over to advise each other. This sister-in-law, you at least sleep asleep. The child will be fine, don't think too much. There will be a way we can find the scholar Lu Ji, let him help out ideas. This person is extremely intelligent. The only way now is to smash through this wall of 10,000-year-old cold ice in front of him and go to that place where Louis will have a chance of survival. Chapter 29. Cousin was biting her lips, looking at me with a scared face. Somehow, this further aroused the perverted desire in my heart, so I pounced on her like a hungry wolf. Although there were no missing arms or legs, Fudo knew that the injuries Bidu had suffered were far more painful than physical ones. Therefore, she didn't want to make Bitao continue talking about it, causing her to recall the unpleasant memories she had had, not to mention pouring salt on her scars and causing her pain. Tokugawa was darkly cruel. It was at this point in time that this idiot could even think so much, although Tokugawa really did think that. After disposing of all the downstream tribe's belongings, Zhang Yang discussed with everyone again and redeployed the personnel. Sulu put on the mask again, all in T North, or in the busiest and most central Zhengzhou East Road. It must be singing this song. Linny did not go to respond to him. Continue to stare at the TV because this is the only way they can understand the situation of the game field. There is no other choice, can only be staring at. Linny is also the first time there is a feeling of inexplicable. Why cannot go home to watch TV to run to the locker room to see? In short, I'm afraid that amongst the supreme beings of the entire heavenly realm, the only one whose main body is the true element of heaven and earth is Supreme Thunder Ghost. On the other hand, with the momentum gone, Bossine sat disheveled in his office, suddenly remembering the legend of the Dream Family. The celebration party was over. The movie was a big success. Everyone was smiling and laughing, and after relaxing, the whole crew was waiting for Sulu. When Ling Yannan went upstairs, he was ready to eat, thinking that he would call Lian Moron to come down. But how did he know that the two had been up for so long? But they didn't come down to eat, and it looked like the food was going to get cold. So Ling's mother had to come up the stairs to call them. Li Tu hadn't been on Earth for a long time and didn't know what to do, so since Woolinger said so, he obediently complied. Anyway, it was to send Woolinger home. Naturally she said what she did, just he did not think about why he saved the person also responsible for sending her home, and still so good behavior to listen to her words. The court officials have been substantially mobilized, and Lin Xian has almost everyone's past in his hands, but anyone who has committed a crime and used his power for personal gain has naturally been cut down. She pulled her hand and the car door opened, and froze, before remembering that she had left in a hurry this morning and had forgotten to lock the door. She frowned, and had just gotten in and locked the door. In this situation, she no longer had the time to think about whether it was dangerous or not. Even if she couldn't wake up, that couldn't be helped. If the end result was the same if she tried or didn't try, then at least if she tried, there would be a second possibility. Is there only one thing in her eyes? All she sees is him domineeringly tying her down and forbidding her to have anything to do with Shenanchu? Look at Shang Ning's happy face. Yun Xiangya snorted a smile, and even she herself didn't realize that her smile contained a great deal of doting. Unable to do so, the two could only put this matter down for the time being. However, it could not be delayed for too long. In case it was delayed long enough for the wind to leak out and for her to be prepared, this matter would be even more difficult to deal with. Chapter 30, Different Minds. Su Shiyu hiding in the dark. She told her that her instincts were right. These two were really something. Is Miao prying her sister's corner? She sked twice, didn't look at it again, and left silently. She was too lazy to pay much attention to other people's business, as long as they didn't get on her nerves. Su Shiyu returned to her cave and was about to go to bed when her eyes fell on the cave entrance, thinking about when to make a door. Thanks to Yin Yan racking her brain along the way to convince herself that she had to be sensible and bow down to Jun Wuxia for the time being, Lan Qian began to cancel the Vajra confession from time to time to experience this feeling of drowsiness and use it to comprehend the essence of drowsiness. With her reputation on the line and everything she'd managed before in tatters, how could Gu Tianyao not be in a hurry? Now, she opened her mouth to ask for a loan of $10 million, full of fear of being rejected. It was only Governor Li's reply that made her overjoyed. Before the air current with the fishy wind arrived, the pressure had already forced the legs of the fleeing people to go a little soft, and Ning Yuanjian subconsciously turned back to look. Before, considering the power of the four great sects, Shen Yuan Lintian had decided to pay a visit to Gu Changshen once he found her. And now, hearing that his own crown prince's son was actually looking for his aunt, what else did Shen Yuan Lintian have to say? After Hao Shuiying heard Nian Yunqi's words, she looked at the table of dishes and obviously had little appetite. Or is it that third senior brother you've already seen the current picture long ago, and these two are what you call an auspicious omen? Jiang Ju looked at Lan Qian with a lot of uncertainty in his gaze. We by Rui Lin Army Major General Long Qi and others came here, encountered your disciples of Fenghua Academy. They said that they have a map of the Spirit Martial Forest, so they made a deal to bring us here. But the result did not expect that they even rose up to the heart of plotting to kill, wanting to us to be executed with this place, to seize the property. Rong Hong coldly said. Chapter 30, Different Minds. The crowd was still immersed in the afterglow of having just traveled the world like a god and seeing the greatness of heaven and earth. This incumbent strike destruction king, the gold content was indeed sufficient, with 2 types of prosthetics transplanted on his body, and the prosthetics were both very rich in aura. The instant the gemstone shattered, all the black-clothed men began to retreat, without the slightest intention of getting away with it. She spoke from the Galigong Mountains to the Azai, and from the ancient town to the Dulong River, an experience she never thought she would have in the first 20 years of her life. 5 of them directly killed over, wanting to snuff out this seedling of Qin Hao, and 4 of these 5 were also old acquaintances of the Southern Gate. Take it down. Yang Lian didn't want to say anything more to Wang Qi and directly waved his hand, ordering his soldiers to take Wang Qi down. At the same time, Zhou Yu controlled the Qing Yuan spirit flame to surge into the artifact refining cauldron and began to quench the embryo. When she heard that her mother was looking for her, she hurriedly lifted her skirt and carried a bag of things, and stepped inside the hanging door to her mother's room. One must know that Zhou Yu's previous divine sense could only cover 40 feet, which was equivalent to the strength of the 6th level of Qi practicing. When he first learned of this situation, the forged soul saint was also shocked, not expecting that the one who stirred up the storm twice in a short period of time would be the same person. Rinhai was just about to land when he heard something and fought his way upwards, but he still hit the net and gave it a knockdown, landing heavily on the ground. 5 boxes covered their mouths, not daring to scream as Rinhai shielded him and Fairy Shao with his wings. The innate god demon was roaring, spreading throughout the entire ancestral garden. He was very terrifying, attacking the bronze altar in front of him with both his arms, trying to capture the person inside. With a violent jolt, Bei Shao returned to his body now, and the bird spread its wings and flew away. Therefore, when Lu Rong saw this handkerchief, his heart couldn't help but swirl a little, and he took it smoothly, and very gently wiped the water on his face for Janning. Agatha had always been the kind of person who was unforgiving. She wouldn't hold back just because of Joey's special status. Her offense became more and more severe, while Joey's response looked more and more difficult. Chapter 31, What's in Your Heart? She casually nibbled on 2 wild fruits for breakfast, as a diet. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully lost 5 pounds. The system's voice suddenly sounded in his head. Su Shiyu was slightly stunned, reacting to what the system said. The corner of her mouth slightly hooked up. Did you lose 5 pounds? Too good. I've been so busy since yesterday, and I've eaten so little. It's a wonder I'm not skinny. She glanced down at her waist cascade of. After a hot pot meal, everyone was warm. It was getting late, so Fatty and Ma jumped back to Uncle Mao and Ninth Uncle's store. Master, Linglong has met the person she desires, so naturally she will show her true colors. Linglong's heart was also sweet when she spoke this. Why don't you come down? Could it be that you're scared? Wisteria Swallow Turnip, who had already rushed into the canyon, suddenly stopped and giggled towards Candle Snake Song, covering her mouth. Hao Qin Guangling said that he was useless. Cheng Zhao will not take it up with her. However, it is not allowed to involve Anan and even get Anan scolded. When the 2 heard Ziyan so say, then immediately sit on the ground. Ziyan also sat on the ground. A few people look at this situation, immediately went forward to show the escort formation. The soldiers saw the situation immediately back. in order to unnecessary misunderstandings. So he knew that at this moment it must be Zi Yun master is doing very important things. When the two sides met, Zi Yun was still stunned. This was clearly not something from this local area. The lower body was surrounded by black mist. The upper body had scaly armor while the head was a dog's head skeleton, with black smoke still coming out of the eye sockets. Cherry has a few points of overwhelmed look at Yang Tao and Mi Tao. Big sister. Second sister. I am not in the daze. What happened in the family is enough to stimulate the dang you cotton peach things. It is hard to believe that she is because of so many tears shed in vain over the years. Her heart is not peaceful, and she is deliberately taking revenge? The sow's eyes had begun to roll back in her head, twitching gently on the ground in pain. Her lower abdomen was high, and then when she poked her hand in from behind to try, something was stuck at the exit of the pig's uterus. Lightning streaked across the sky one after another, as if splitting the entire black curtain into countless pieces. Wind and rain, thunder roared, and the waves rumbled and ran, one wave higher than the other, changing the color of the sky and the sea. Grand Elder, is there anything else you left Yuchuan behind for? Bei Yuchuan inquired what else the Grand Elder had to do. And if you want to go to the imperial capital, a map is essential. Even if you don't have the whole map, it's good to have a map of one county. At least you can follow the county by county to seek to the imperial capital. Being an honest and trustworthy person, Mado Dauda still showed up at his office on time the next day, even after popping off to someone's concert. Although Godmother has only been drinking the medicine you prescribed for her for a few days, she was still talking to me yesterday, said that her body feels much lighter than before, and also said Jen. The low, magnetic voice, word by word, knocked on Yenuan's heart, as profound as if it was imprinted. Well, stop it. It's not time for morning lessons yet, Song September muttered, suddenly feeling a hint of something wrong in her sleep. Mado Daudu pretended to sit back in his chair. As a doctor, not only did he fail to take care of the injured, but he also allowed the injuries to increase. The disciples of Kong Yuan sect were scared and didn't know what to do. Still, the one who was in the lead was slightly calm and drew his sword, and even though his face was white with fear, he still pointed his sword at Yen Huan. The Wu Su Tao family nodded. Yes, you just don't want to leave this place. Don't want to leave the dozens of brothers buried here. Sun Yan immediately collapsed his face, and was hopelessly and enthusiastically taken away by Yen Huan on his arm. Sher Wu also pondered at his words. Indeed, none of them knew what Sher Hui's bottom card was. This young man, at the beginning of this year, had brought them quite a few surprises. Ning Fudan didn't know what the thing in his hand was, and he couldn't see what was inside through a layer of clouds. He directly didn't think about using the power of his divine sense to see it because he hadn't been here for a short period of time. And what came from the hands of a ruler? That wasn't something that his divine sense could penetrate. Chapter 32, Hidden Tasks. She didn't know how to respond. Perhaps it had been too long since she'd been intimate, and the closeness made her a little embarrassed. She struggled to straighten up, but there was no way to escape. With his hand clamped down so tightly on her, after she returned to the palace, he seemed to have the spirit to do everything, but he still refused to put down his face and take the initiative to go to her, because she begged him for Nan Ruochen and begged him to let him enter the palace to recuperate. Also because of Nan Ruochen, she said he was ungrateful. Elder Su Hongning thought for a moment and first made a call to his grandson Su Yunbua, wanting to understand Su Yunyan's recent situation from him. It looks like an ordinary cigarette, but there's something other than tobacco mixed in. That official's face immediately became more purple than an eggplant. The snowstorm in Biku City has always been a big pain in the officialdom of Huaidong province, because the relief efforts and measures were not good enough. It has been accused to the central government. What do you think? Wang Oe asked with a raised eyebrow without making herself known. Don't pinch me. Ao Shui slapped off Su Huinan's hand, rubbing her face, and said. Su Huinan smiled and started the car to go. At 8 o'clock, Wang Jiaye and Qin Yunwu entered the living room with two, one of whom was Ma Jun, while the other man wearing glasses and about 35 to 40 years old was LV Chengjin. Inside and outside of the villa compound, blood filled the air. More than 100 dead bodies fell to the ground, either leaning back or going to the ground. Severed limbs and skulls rolled down in all directions. The scene was horrible to see. According to what was agreed upon, Ling Yu led Zhao Dashan, Lei Long, Guaru, Rokda, Xiao Yilei, and Wu Hanyan with 50 armored vehicles to besiege the Great Plains of Hubei. This was also the place with the most foreign beasts. The remaining birds tried to survive, but they were vulnerable to the hurricane, which had climbed to Category 5, and were as fragile as blocks of tofu. Right at this moment, a familiar figure was reflected in Yi Chen's eyes, and it was no other than Pure Sky. As a farmer, the only mission he should do in life is to farm. The government naturally does not want to see farmers get rich. Of course, because Zheng Huanjie hadn't thought about Huayao being reborn as well. so all she was worried about was that this man's eyes were venomous, and since she had been locked deep in her boudoir for many years, it was impossible for her to have any martial arts skills, so she was afraid that this man would think too much about it. She had grown up in the city, so she knew the neighborhood and didn't need a map to find where she wanted to go. The only method Ma Engineering could think of right now was to drag it into the shadow space and use the prolonged shadows to consume it, and as long as it lasted long enough, it would be able to kill him. Even if the other party cannot stand on the same front with himself, he does not have to kill the other party. If there is really a day when the demon race and the human race go to war, these old monsters are the main force of the human race. This was a monster with the appearance of a spider. But what was very different from a spider was that this guy had a head in both the front and the back, with no front or back appearance, and his entire body was covered with eyes and fuzz, which looked incredibly creepy. Chapter 32, Hidden Tasks. After all, she only had $80 million in her hands at the moment, and she didn't know how much she could sell the equity she held. At this very moment, Fan Zhang had already locked the door and went to a tea house, but alas, it was too late, and the tea house was locked, so he didn't linger, took a look at the locked tea house, and lifted his steps forward. That's good. Let's hope he won't do anything stupid. Sujio stretched and continued to walk forward, especially when Ma Yukai was originally chatting with the people he recruited. He felt that the candidates he recruited should all be very good, but he didn't expect that in the course of receiving the mission this time around, only one person performed reasonably well. As long as one grasped these weaknesses and kept attacking, then it was actually a very simple thing if one wanted to get rid of these beasts. Walking out of the cave, the first thing Lu Qi and the others saw was a large area of larger buildings. A large number of houses lined up in neat rows. Among them was a building that was more massive, guessing that it was the place where the owner of the manor lived. Even though the mammoth had fallen, there was no shortage of powerful rare beasts in the rebel army, and the war went on for a day and a night. And the next morning, with the second prince's injury, the royal army's military heart was shaken and began to retreat in defeat. What made Sakura Uelu secretly speculate even more was that the identity of the man in front of her was definitely not ordinary. Looking at the other party's temperament, it was definitely one of those top-tier characters too. Sun Quan was so pleased to hear this that he put on his clothes and got up to honor Lu Su. The next day he gave Lu Su a generous gift and bestowed clothes and draperies and other articles on his serious mother. The line of sight continued upwards, and sure enough, he saw Ia's delicate face, and somewhat sheepishly, Iroh shifted his eyes to the side again, where Kirino was sitting next to Iace at the moment. Al suddenly froze, a little confused. A childhood friend? What the hell? Is there such a thing? Hey, what you're saying is not in the same channel as us, right? What's there to see in this rowdy Chang'an city? Naturally I have to go back. Sujio pulled Liu and turned around and walked down the stairs, got into his own carriage. The driver raised the whip, and the carriage slowly traveled towards Su Mansion. Although Feisher saw some of the basics of the Cloud Hidden Village's sword techniques in this man's sword techniques, he also saw the sword techniques of other hidden villages in his sword techniques. Mu Shangxiao didn't know about this, plus he couldn't beat Autumn Water Spirit Eyes, not to mention he didn't dare to strike out at Autumn Water Spirit Eyes in front of such two powerful people as Autumn Water Tianqin and Snapdragon. Thus Mu Shangxiao could only endure, suffocatingly enduring. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief, looking at old Wang's current state. It shouldn't be fatal yet. Wisps of purple smoke rose from the two, and a moment later, their flesh/body that had turned purple instantly liquefied and dripped onto the ground, corroding a huge hole in the ground as well. Orochimaru at this moment on the body exudes if not a murderous aura. This murderous aura, even those three members of the root whose strength has already reached the elite upper ninja feel uncomfortable all over the body, not to mention the strength of only the upper ninja level of the Kakashi in the Belt Earth. Chapter 33, Building the Cook Stove. The barrel holds about 20 liters of water, has handles made on it to carry the water, and the inside and outside are polished very smooth and look great. Wooden basins, on the other hand, are shallower but larger in diameter and can be used for bathing and washing clothes. It's also polished very smooth, with an ear-like protrusion on each side of the outer edge for easy gripping. Did you make this? Sushi looked at Bai Chi in surprise, not expecting him to move so fast. Only last night he said that millions of barbarians couldn't help but shiver with cold. Although they didn't know exactly what had happened, but looking at Kesri Tafo's behavior, it was obvious that he really had the will to kill the human barbarian teenager in front of him. Don't you really want to go to the Fierce Road? With your powerful Vajra fist wouldn't you be able to easily enter the Fierce Regiment? So why are you barring me? Su Yan looked at Monkey 2, who was deep in thought, and raised his voice to break the silence. Monkey 2 finally shook off his emotional hysteria and pulled an antique pocket watch out of his knitting bag. Lu Wei is the boss of the Hongmen, and the momentum of the Hongmen is still far stronger than the Huchuan Association. He came today. The pose is also really ho. The path I chose is the perfect one. How could it be wrong? Stealing the sky didn't speak. The one who spoke was Grassflower Plum, who still had a disgruntled look on his face. Originally, there was another Dragon Pearl, but the Dragon Pearl let Jessica piggyback to tutor Amos. So at this time, Li Feng could only come up with this Dragon Crystal. Although the northern pirates were still the territory of the Maoists and counted nothing to do with the Japanese, they were still treated as part of the Japanese, and there was no way around it, as the Japanese claimed that place as theirs. This clan is called the Tuoba clan, and most of the clan members are surnamed Tuoba, and naturally, so is their chief's son. Chapter 33, Building the Cook Stove. And he gradually found the characteristics of the fluctuation of his spiritual energy, and by adjusting his breathing, he made the spiritual energy released by the spiritual vein through the palm of his hand more stable, and the fluctuation had a holistic nature. 18 channels of black water condensed into sharp swords in the void and shot directly at Zhang Feng. The air seemed to be screaming miserably, producing a sharp hiss. Yuan Ing made up a half-truth, half-false, well-intentioned lie, and the secret of the dimensional ring certainly couldn't be told casually. Damn it! What kind of formation is this? It's so strong. Watching the to satisfy man retreating, the chief said viciously. Across the Huangpu River from Lujiazui, skyscrapers of all shapes and sizes line up in a staggered pattern. The floors of each building are equipped with various neon lights, which are particularly brilliant at night, and the whole rows and pieces of lights of the whole city reflect each other, forming the Shanghai bund that never sleeps. It had to be said that Mrs. Wan's acting skills were top-notch, and by her saying so, many of the onlookers were also curious. Shuahao hurriedly said, "What is the use of taking a first? The letter of recommendation of the Daowu Academy. He has, and then take a Y and cannot be sold. It is not as good as taking a martial arts skill or taking a potion really." A white mist violently erupted from Jiang Feng's body, the power of the 9 heavenly Xian ice. Jiang Feng unleashed it without reservation. 2 sounds rang out. Xian Lishang flew backwards and spit out blood mist, fell to the ground, life and death unknown. And at this time the light curtain was also broken. The array is broken. The powerful force of the recoil will also be the whole field are shaking up. Only a muffled thud was heard. The man's entire body was set on the concrete floor. Who else was there if not Jegan? Now that he had traveled through time and space and appeared in this neighborhood just in time, he didn't have to bother looking around anymore. The crowd looked at each other. Then no one said anything. In fact, the fact that they could come to the Federation as spies was already very telling. The status of the people present in the Snezina Empire was not that low. If they were simply afraid of death they wouldn't have come here at all. The light gathered by the sun flint alone cannot ignite a bathhouse. For a bathhouse to catch fire, a fire starter must be placed in advance. Chapter 34, Stir-fried pig intestine. The tribal orcs never ate these awful, finding them very dirty and throwing them away. She actually made food out of this? And make it for yourself. Bai Chi only felt a stomach ache and looked at her with a blank stare. Sushi Yu didn't know what he had in mind, but she could guess a thing or two by looking at his expression. She didn't care and explained with a smile. Bai Chi, don't look at this pig's awful stinks, but as long as it's treated cleanly, it'll make a. Looking at the other party's innocent face, Wang Dalong couldn't help but wonder if the other party's luck was good or bad. Sagittarius controlled a beast with his mind, and the beast lunged straight at Lu Qian, intending to kill her under his palm. At that moment, an equally large beast came flying over, and used its body to knock the beast that was slapping at Lu Qi away. The headquarters had matters to deal with, and the 4 affiliates had to function normally, yet they still had to pull out manpower to go to the sub-affiliated organizations around the world. The 4 Clans Alliance was experiencing an unprecedented staff shortage crisis. Sister Liang instantly broke down and bawled. She really didn't expect that the young Siki who had only stayed at Changfeng restaurant for a year would be so affectionate and righteous. And after so many years, he would still use such a form of repayment to her. Xia Yan was gazing straight at him. That light gaze, yet there was a subtle sense of oppression. It made one want to step back, but was unable to move a step. But it's still a good idea to call one by one to get a fix when you get things out of the way. Yen Yuan also knew some inside information about the Southwest, so he wasn't surprised. However, he was a bit curious. What kind of existence was Southwest in the Gu family? Would the Gu family actually allow her to leave the family? At the beginning of chaos, all living things cultivated for one purpose, and that was to break the chaos. However, chaos has been broken, and there was a long period of confusion about cultivation. Chapter 34, Stir-fried pig intestine. The tip of Xia Yan's nose abruptly became acidic, and he hurriedly inclined his head and took several deep breaths without any trace. Elder Ma, did my third uncle kill you? This had always been a question that confused Lu Xia. Tang's soldiers are looking at each other, shocked, only to hear the air whoosh straight sound. Hundreds of thousands of long plume arrows such as meteors fall to the ground. Unstoppable coming. As he dropped his voice, he once again drew the eyesights of those around him. Song Jianli, what are you doing? The fleeing common mountain hong hunter roared as he fled. Seeing that Song Jianli had fallen into silence, He Xiao made a move with his hand, and a thin turquoise line flew out from the jade bottle, and turned into a layer of light green mist when it arrived in front of Song Jianli, wrapping Song Jianli up, waiting to be able to look at the Jiang family compound. It has long been dark. Fortunately, the return of the Jiang magistrate is not assured. Personally led dozens of people holding torches ushered in, only to be considered a newborn force. It was impossible for him to keep guarding Mu Xinru's side all the time. A few days would be fine, but he still had things to do. As for the Linhuai County King's side, he did not call himself over at this time. He should be afraid that he would face Guan Lugon with some embarrassment, and probably would not let himself show up again tonight. Shen Feng heard, but felt that this matter indeed does not need to take action himself. This broken water gang's people, there is nothing connotation to speak of, and even very trash. In Shen Feng's eyes, not worth mentioning, so, there is no intention to take action himself. Coupled with a number of Thunder Temple's brothers are in the field, why would he need to do it? Although the distance of this step was very difficult for her to break through right now, she was also very satisfied. Welcome, Mrs. Anna is waiting for you in the garden. At the door, an elderly butler welcomed her into the middle of the house. Arrived in the city of Model Peacekeeping Force campsite. The People's Liberation Army and the United Nations Peacekeeping Command Colonel Lawrence's arrangements to choose the location of the campsite would have to put the country and military flags to stand up, to tell the other countries participating in the Peacekeeping Army of China's People's Liberation Army has come. Chapter 35. The Fox Blows Up. She used her chopsticks to clip some pork sausage and put it into her mouth, finding that it was not as good as the flavor of the stir-fried pork sausage she ate in the end times, but it was still not bad. Growling. Instantly, a sound of gulping resounded from all around, their gazes all staring straight at the stone disc in her hand, their eyes glowing. If it wasn't for the fear of losing face, it would have just gone ahead and grabbed it. The four of them, Night Ling, Mo Rin, Qingzhu, and Xianmei, only felt that the scent kept drilling into their noses, tickling their stomachs with. Tonight, he had just accepted Zhu Zhuqing as his disciple, so consider it a little benefit for Zhu Zhuqing, his disciple, to let her cuddle and sleep for the night. Reinvent yourself? What do you mean by remodeling yourself? The system has already helped transform your body. The only thing left to do is packaging. In the early China Cool Union for traditional domestic cell phone manufacturers inside, Huawei is the earliest awakening, but also the earliest to start the transformation. Among the Zhu family, the martial souls were all underworld spirit cats, and they all belonged to the Min attack system's soul masters, and speed was one of their major characteristics. She felt a little odd for feeling this way, but was angry anyway and didn't really care. An unprecedented pressure enveloped the area for miles, and the martial god barfed and fell to his knees. No one knew what the old man meant by a favor in his mouth, and no one dared to speculate. I've just returned from the soul fight, Zhu Zhuqing replied as he looked at Cadden, who was hugging his teacher in springtime. Simply sorting out these things, Vicky Qingfan pondered on how to explain to Lai Shuqing about the matter with Jiang Qinghuai, and after thinking about it for a while, he first made a video call over to Jiang Qinghuai. Although the relationship between the two of them was now fake, it had to be said that in careful retrospect, Lu Shuai realized that Qin Zhunan seemed to have really walked into her heart. Lingering. As long as it's nothing personal, I'm happy to answer it, Nicole LeMay said. Chapter 35. The Fox Blows Up. I heard that he doesn't live in the Lu family residence. It seems like he lives in a mansion in the East City. Tong Su didn't feel too good. However, the unmarkable mapping of the House of Requirement was significantly more advanced, and even if he had connected the token himself, the Muddy Sky instrument would not be able to locate the location of the lion token. Just then, the figures of Harry and Ron appeared at the mouth of the passage as well, and Ryan saw Ron give a gagging look as Harry hurriedly pulled Ron into the shadows. Don't ever suddenly disappear again, okay? Nan Changqing looked into Qing Yu's eyes and asked with some pleading. Son. After saying that, Kongshin straightened up and looked at Han Lai with the gaze of a father looking at his son. It hovered in the air a few times, poked its head around and sniffed Dumbledore, jerked its neck and landed back on top of the wand, coiling around it like a lizard hugging a branch. He suspected that Chilo was brewing a potion for Voldemort because one leaf of the Tree of Life was missing, and the strange odor of garlic on Chilo was most likely just an attempt to mask the smell of the potion. Yi Sweet sighed, because it was so strong, made a lot of passers-by feel as if there was no need to vote for liquid milk as well, and Yi Sweet had her own fan vote that was enough. The Empress Dowager will arrive. He now needs to transcribe the scriptures again. Xuanji's matter. only to ask for clarification afterward. Is this blackening? Brother Mu Bamboo, why are you in such a hurry? The most handsome man in the world stared at Lin Mu Bamboo and bellowed. Oh, Huang Jia. Yuko, as if she saw a lifesaver, hugged Huang Jia at once. That boss was knocked away twice in a row and was directly confused. But then he lost his mind and frantically attacked towards Yun Tuan. San Jiuyao also didn't ask where Yu Jun was about to go. In any case, he seemed to have been busy lately, even very busy. Loving each other, whoever dies in the front may be a blessing. Instead, the one in the back will bear all the pain. Lin Fei. I all came to the capital because I listened to Duan Xing's words about the heroes of the world enjoying the martial sacred scripture. The martial sacred heart scripture. And it was Duan Xing who lied to me. Jiang Boer hurriedly defended. Chapter 36, Want to eat? Work. Nightling transformed back into her human form and watched as she handed Bai Chi a plate full of pork sausage, which Bai Chi also ate so well. I don't know if it's a mental thing, but it just smells better. He couldn't help but gulp, and his gaze uncontrollably fell on the stone pot, which only had a small half of the pan of stir-fried pork sausage left. Silver eyes flashed with a tangle. I want to eat it, but I can't pull it off. Sushi Yu noticed his gaze and laughed in her heart. Eat if you want to. There's no one there. For a while, the golden sands of the retreat gold plume, the flames of the phoenix flying sand, the wooden fists of Jiangsun, and the ice blades of Xin Bai. The street that was originally wide but made the Maple family's soldiers cramped and narrow seemed to have turned into an extremely magnificent arena again, with all kinds of spells instantly covering an area of more than 10 feet in a circle. Wu Tang, after being alarmed by the presence of his own adult, immediately jumped up again, grabbed a broom from one of the villagers, and started cleaning. Seeing Huang Bin, who had regained his freedom, looking at me with a horrified face, I bristled, and at this time his wife also came to the door. Ticket prices for sci-fi blockbusters are usually twice as expensive as ordinary movies. Even so, as long as the movie has the production standards of Hollywood blockbusters, the audience is still very much buying. As usual, to attract traffic, Okazaki Takuma is still sensible. As long as his sister likes it, he feels reliable, no matter where she looks for someone. But for such a nasty thing as Abe Naoya, he doesn't deserve to have his sister. Rise. The hand of the Liang King who pinched the seal decision shook. The mana rushed between the outside of the king's seal and flew high into the air. Below it was a deep pit as deep as 4 feet. The pit has long been unable to see which is a zombie, which is rotten mud. The body directly collided, and the terrible cold air made Su Hao's shoulder abruptly condense a large amount of ice stubble, and ordinary people would instantly lose control as if they were frozen to death. So I can feel that these severe ghosts in the cemetery, although there are many of them, most of them are some low-grade ones. Yihan had already transferred a team of elites to specialize in learning their battlefield scavenger set with a group of Thundercloud Academy at the beginning of his return, and he had already left the division. But under the strong request of a group of rookies from Thundercloud Academy, they still continued to follow them to the battlefield. The matter on this side came to an end, and Yihan also explained to Su Mor that at most tomorrow and the day after that he would unveil his mask to restore his true identity. So after that, Su Mor would really have to formally start making preparations. The other party had already revealed their ill will. Linny did not dare to be careless. After all, this person's cultivation was too much higher than his own, and there were 4 other helpers. James was lost and rejoiced, lost in the fact that the sister who had depended on him might again become as cool and haughty as she had once been. And right after such a roar, the power of the berserker steeply came up and once again slashed down with his sword, and the first layer of shield constructed by the heaven and earth Yuan Qi in front of me collapsed in an instant. Your Excellency, I see that this person's attainments and formations are extraordinary. If Your Excellency can take him under his tent. You see, Master who was also basically at his wit's end right now, and it seemed that the hope of breaking the large formations was really slim, so he couldn't help but think of a better way. Suken was also constantly adjusting the structure of the formation according to their attacks. When the rows of earth cones appeared, he had already added quite a few weakness rune seals into the formation, constantly breaking down the earth attribute Yuan Qi that formed the earth cones and reducing its destructive power, while also adding reinforcement formations into the formation. Understand, is their own voice? But that silk soul is not their own deliberately left, and they do not have the strength to harden the 3 souls and 7 vampires separate, but also can make the physical body unharmed. In the end, how is it? No, if I let you go on fooling around like this, how can I stand up to your brother's trust? Xiao Yu argued with the teenager, his voice getting louder and louder. But over the people simply cannot find a solution. Exhausted the means, but no effect. The 5 people are oblivious. The play is still playing, and do not know the specific layout of the formation of the people who are 1 anxious like ants on the hot pot. Chapter 37. Orthodontics. She looked at Mo Rin and thought for a moment. Mo Rin, if it's inconvenient for you, you can not go. Mo Rin frowned slightly, a trace of displeasure flashing across his cold face. Just because he was a snake by nature didn't mean he couldn't do this. This ugly female, is she underestimating him? No, I can. He spat out a cold sentence and turned away first. Xingju and Xianmei glanced at each other, did not say anything, and followed suit. Come on, I'm not afraid if you put these things alive in front of my eyes. What's the use of reporting the names of the dishes here? Fang Jueshan interrupted her, and the three of them had gone for 7 days and 7 nights before discovering it. It was evident that the person who had arranged this white mist world was skillful in his approach. She couldn't help but tremble with fear as she looked at the most poisonous things held in cage after cage in front of her. Let's go. He also felt that this theater is quite noisy. Since that time he kissed her and quarreled with her. He did not talk to her much. A few days without quarreling. He felt both clean, but also feel that there is something missing. What kind of bloodline is he from the immortal ancient god clan, that his cross-grade strength is so formidable? Xin Bingxian mentally muttered to herself. At this moment, Tan Yun was like a mystery in her heart. The city of flowing light spent a few quiet years, and Mrs. Xin and Master Yuan Ren were even more excited when they received the dream of entrustment. Regardless of Yu Qinggu's reasons for doing so, it was a good thing for Jiang Gong and Wang Qiao. Chapter 37. Orthodontics. That sister was so scared that she hastily shrunk her hand, and with just such a shrinking effort, Yun Chang and Lu Qingfeng had already gone out. Against the light from the hallway window, 2 long legs, an exceptionally smooth jawline, and a light curve on his lips. They support each other and check and balance each other, eat each other and are strong, and together they rule this continent. The king's power and the divine power are the 2 pillars supporting this continent. As if one of them falls, the continent will be tilted and collapsed, and darkness descends. In the instant the middle-aged man turned around. 5 soul guides shot towards the middle-aged man without any sound. After they shot out, Lai Tang lifted his steps and walked away. How would Lai Tang be willing to suffer in front of this early stage of the death circumstance cultivator? When he was thinking, suddenly his hand was clear, and the crystal of the formation eye that concerned the entire heavenly demon god slaughtering formation and the survival of the demon king hall was gone. It is impossible to complete the Ire technology at one time. Shirley is ready to complete the Ire step by step. The first step of the behavioral dynamic capture program. Shirley has already completed it in advance, and has promoted the behavioral dynamic capture program with multiple layouts. Combined with the size of Palm Springs' current population and its prominence in the immediate area, the hospital is now somewhat underutilized. Peers must be enemies. The enemy's success is their own failure. Murphy now want to do is to directly pinch off the back of Disney, so that Disney into the dead cycle of no way out to Pixar instead. Lu Qing's wolf-like eating style, having been together for several months, this family has gotten used to it. Just that. I didn't expect him to be able to eat the porridge cooked by Mu Eveningqing for the first time in his life, but it was a bit unbelievable. The awake Taishaim froze and looked at his hands. He was a bit turned around. What was going on? Why did he shout out such words? Why did that golden giant obey his orders? What was his previous identity? Taishaim was in an endless state of confusion. Fairy Aloe Yun was the first to retrieve her magic treasure and retreated. There's no need to fight. I admit defeat. Turning around, she walked up the steps. Geely Lord is combing his hair. A military uniform has not been removed. Black straight long hair seems to fall like a waterfall on the shoulder armor covered with traces of battle, but also has a kind of indescribable temptation. Moreover, from what they heard at this moment, they already felt that the Ghost Valley Holy Lord was displeased, and if they intensified their efforts, they were bound to provoke the Ghost Valley Holy Lord to take action. Chapter 38. Mu Qing steals food. She withdrew her thoughts and her attention went back to her teeth. Feel the teeth change. You can't see it, but you can feel that the teeth are getting a little bit straighter. However, it takes 7 days to half a month to fully adjust. Again, unfortunately, she didn't waste any time either, making a gourmet meal out of all the offal she had processed last night. Although there were no chili peppers, there were plenty of spices and wild greens, and a few flavorful wild fruits, all of which I got yesterday in the Tuggle Forest. It's okay to be in the hands of good people, but if the wheel of heavenly fate falls into the hands of people with evil intentions, who can control other people's destinies and their lives and deaths as they please? What's more, won't the whole universe be in chaos? The two looked at him strangely. It was the first time they had ever seen him even know where he lived. Since tomorrow is the New Year's Eve, today seems to be very lively, and every now and then you can hear the sound of firecrackers, and occasionally you can see some fireworks exploding in the air, dazzling people's eyes. But now Yi Xiong, just as if he had become the real leader in the immortal world, even Bailey too, Qin Huang, in the eyes of the surrounding people, the status is not as good as him. So, what he wants to say and do now? No one dares to have an opinion. In order to make the theory of the art of war more systematic, Qin Muan combined with the existing art of war of the Dragon Dynasty, as well as his own memories, and seriously discussed with Lu Chengyin, with half a month's time, finally sorted out a set, suitable for lectures on the theory of the art of war. While the outside world speculated about Wang Yuanqing's life and death, Wang Yuanqing was doing something that had nothing to do with the big picture. What Qin Muan didn't know, a really big crisis had quietly started to spread across the border. Qin Muhan had thousands of rats brought over from the southern Li state, all of which were quietly released into the Han dynasty. The brocade-robed youngster was an equally supreme genius as he was, and he was aware that the other party was not making a move, but also just wanted to take a look at his own cards, as well as to see just how good Mo Qian's battle power was. But although he did good things, he still made the then Ma Shan crowd of celestial masters panic, deeply afraid that this great devil would kill the world. During non-city wars, killing within the city would be wanted by the guards, and once caught would face a month in jail. Of course, if one can stay out of the city for a month or escape the guards' wanted list, the charge of killing within the city will be automatically cancelled. Ling Daoxiu's amazingness didn't stop there. His cultivation progressed rapidly after he entered the harmonization realm, and in just 400 years of work, he had reached the harmonization triple major completion from the early harmonization 1 stage, becoming a generation of sages. At the moment, your voice is calm as a mountain mist that brushes slowly through the air. Xiao Chang nodded. Only half a day had passed since the incident, but his eyes were bloodshot, and his demeanor actually looked a little haggard. I'll go first. The skinny monkey was the first to speak. He had heard of the name Brother Arigato. He was rumored to be the holder of the highest bounty for the Bingyu City's pursuit mission, and to be able to get away with it so easily even after being offered a high price. His strength should be good. So you're not back in school right now? Or are you doing a part-time job here after vacation? Su Xinyuan asked with concern. Your sentence does not have half a bit of flirting odor. It sounds like people feel a little creepy. That steward Lu and the youth kneeling on the ground are even more scared to the point that their faces turn white. Shivering on the side, not saying a word. Some rats got into my room, killed 2 of my men, and saved the baby, Kang Dongho said. Huan Yan looked at their intimate appearance. Although he couldn't understand it, he knew it was the joy and care after a long time of reunion. Li Qianmuo seems to have long expected him to have this move. Gently raised his right hand and pointed, only to see a ripple in space shook out. That ripple will Li Qianmuo guarded in it. Any power cannot get close to the body. Swallowing heaven's devouring power naturally also has no effect. At the same time, the court also had regulations on concubines. For example, the king could only marry 1 royal consort, 2 side consorts, and then a few more concubines. Chapter 39, she's the one who owes it to herself. Su Shiyu had just gone to the waterhole and brought over 2 buckets of water when she saw someone stealing what she had made from afar. She took a closer look and realized it was Mu Qing. He was standing in front of the stove, constantly reaching out to several stone dishes to grab vegetables and send them to his mouth, eating with his mouth full of oil, and his hands were also covered with oil. It looked like he hadn't eaten in 800 years. Su Shiyu instantly narrowed her eyes and her face went cold. This old woman has been abusing Hara for a long time, especially Regulus. The anxious expression he had just worn was immediately concealed, but his heart became even more suspicious. Crown Prince Hueda also had Tao Junlan and Lie's generosity on one end. Otherwise, with all the things that the Crown Prince did, no matter which thing was disclosed, the Crown Prince's reputation would be completely gone. Li Yi swept a glance at Zhang Yulian and spoke faintly, if the tea and snacks can't stop you from talking, you can go back. If Mrs. Lu hadn't been there, he wouldn't have minded being a bit more harsh. And, in addition to the gossip that the relationship between Xiao Chu and the two is affirmed, as the new year approaches, the two's movies, especially Xiao Jingxian starring, are almost all staged one after another. That related news is not even abetted. Are you done? I'm a man Nangong Qian emphasized, not knowing if he was reminding Cold Wind or himself. Lioli nodded and smiled. I felt the same way when I met Supervisor Lu in Liangzhou City. With that, he waved his hand behind him. It's easy to fall when walking like this, do you know that? Clasping her hands on her chest, and Jia looked at him with a slight tilt of her head. Mother. Far away there seems to be a stubborn voice drilling into her ears. Lioli struggled to open her eyes. Outside the silk tent is already full of sunlight. She cannot help but cover her forehead and sigh. Chapter 39, she's the one who owes it to herself. I was expecting to be able to continue filming, but then 2 screams rang out and drove away the great atmosphere to nothing. If you have any grievances, we can help you, so don't do any more harm, Lu Tianhao said. The killing intent on a person who had killed his way out of thousands of encircling circles was definitely not something that ordinary people could withstand. They didn't know what had happened, but it was just cold. Cold to the bone marrow. Sister Yu's eyes squinted into a slit like the Maitreya Buddha when she smiled, but when she wasn't smiling she was very perceptive, and she saw right through Suya's doubts as she explained. Dong Hui dodged forward. To Yang Yizuan is slap too loud slap. Hit the end of the fight also do not love war. Snatched before Yang Yizuan reaction to quickly back to the side of the pearl, lowered his eyebrows and eyes for the warmth of the situation. He really thought so. He figured out that, anyway, instead of all of us getting killed here, let's just disperse and get it over with. How are things being handled? Nangong Prime's eyes narrowed as he leaned on the back of his chair and asked expressionlessly. As they talked and chatted, Snowfox pointed the way once more, and surprisingly they slowly turned in the middle direction again. President Ban had also appreciated Star River Phoenix Flight's methods today, so it was no wonder that Star River Phoenix Flight was so reckless. However, Emily was not completely sure if the one Emophon was using was the Vermilion Bird Beast formation. After all, the Vermilion Bird Beast formation had been lost for too long. She could have gone all the way alone, but was extraordinarily attached to that hard-won affection. Caesar picked up the wooden box on his back, picked up Vivi, and rolled up onto the freshly unfurled silver magic-powered armament at breakneck speed, dodging a shot from the distance in the process. But everything has its own laws, and people from the 5 realms who want to enter the mortal realm need to pay a price if they want to enter the mortal realm, except for a special passageway, or a great exalt who has fully comprehended the great Luo heavenly Tao. The 100 Flowers continent was worthy of being a place that was rich in spiritual medicines, and within a store that appeared to be very unassuming on the outside, there was a wide array of all colors of spiritual medicines, with a wide variety of types, which very much brightened Yunhao's eyes. Chapter 40, Hungry Ghosts Reincarnated. Looking at the few dishes on the stovetop that had been scratched by Mu Qing, his eyes flickered slightly, and after using his chopsticks to pick them up neatly and look less unsightly, he served them to Su Lai. Anyway, he and Mu Qing were mates, so no one should dislike anyone. Furthermore, he also probed his attitude towards Mu Qing and Mia in the meantime. If you can't carry it with 2 hands, you can carry it in a basket and stack it up with something in the center. Along the way, the aroma of the dishes attracted the attention of many females and orcs. Look at Misty Hidden Village? What a familiar name. Cutie knitted her brows in deep thought, due to the fact that at that time, in order to practice the burning love technique, she ate the burning love pill given by her grandmother, causing her to completely forget her past with Prairie Yuhan, and the place where she opened her heart for him was in the Misty Hidden Village, thus forgetting this place along with it. So I prefer to keep my love in my heart. From a budding flower, slowly opening, until the moment of opening, the more colorful it opens, more and more eye-catching, but there will be a time when the flower will die, the flower will slowly wither. What happy events! Wei Zhongxian could not help but stand up. These days of worry and anxiety, the mind is disturbed. A few days do not see the happy event. At this time, Suthy sensed a lot of people running over towards this side not far outside. The heart was slightly panicked, only to pray that those people are not coming towards here. A little while later, a person walked in, standing not far away, politely saluted, and yet, knowing that she was worried about him, knowing that she would inevitably seek him out, he told her, in this way, that he was all right. How excited was Lei Mu in his heart. If he could enter the Cosmic Star University, would he still need to take Tang Chung seriously? The sooner the better, preferably tonight. Yen Mumu always had a bad premonition, just like in the morning, so she was making her premonition come true, so the sooner she left, the better. You don't think I'm being set up by the big sheep, do you? A flash of worry drifted across Heartlake's mind. Then, after several attempts, the vulture, having finally ascertained that the African bison was dead, immediately swooped down, tore open the bison's stomach with its sharp beak, and next began to devour it. Luo Changming gazed at Su Chen as he went far away, then hurriedly turned around and rushed to the Luo clan to relay Su Chen's dictation. Zhu Jin naturally has his own intentions, so patiently explain his intentions to the generals. Fortunately, most of the generals under his command regard him as a god in general. Zhu Jin explained a few sentences. Everyone will be relieved. Of course, if you just look at the figure, it's almost considered complete. And incomplete means that, as a whole, she doesn't seem to be mature enough. What are these people in the heavenly realm thinking? Are the affairs within the border more important than the affairs of the whole Mingyuan heaven? This old man business is really horizontal. Chen Ling is not in a hurry, and now draw out 300 handed him, and then reported the birth year and month. Detailed time. Yelu Yun scanned the map, and it is true what Wellcrane said. The Moonwatch Heights is an important bridgehead for attacking the base of the demon army, and if there are 4 air armies to assist, the opponent's air raid tactics can be disregarded, but the opponent must have troops stationed here, and it will be hard to get out of it if they want to enter into a white-knuckle battle. The black fox pulled away young Lin who was in front of him, and looked at Feng Shange with a smile. This too looked through the autumn water and finally looked you over. That look is called an excitement, which is different from the deep color of the square house. A different urge? Zian muttered. Then, just as I glanced back at her, but immediately saw her pretty face blushing, lower her head. Can you imagine an 11 or 12-year-old waving at a 30-something-year-old with a provocative face and saying, "Come here, let me beat you up"? Can you imagine that? Luo Lan's thunder arrow and Wing Win's precision arrow hit accurately, and also knocked the wild sawtooth dragon into complete blindness. Without eyes, this sawtooth dragon became a headless fly, biting around my body, so my alignment became more written. Chapter 41. Su Lai's suspicion. Su Shiyu. The corners of her mouth twitched with black lines. The mind was speechless. Father, you're at least the head of a clan. Can't you take care of your image? You're like this. It's really embarrassing, yeah. Su Lai also noticed that his eating flavor was a bit ugly. His old face slightly red, awkwardly put down the stone plate in his hand, and lightly coughed to cover up. Looking at Su Shiyu, her gaze softened quite a bit and she opened her mouth to praise her. You, dressed in mourning 7 days, Yin Cheng inch by inch with her side. She knew what he had to say. Know that he will not sit idly by her. Perhaps he does not have the ability to reverse her situation, but he will stay with her. Their husband and wife honor and disgrace together. After a few orders were issued, those with connections went their own way, while Mendoza built a simple shelter on the beach to enjoy his time on land. Zheng Chengqing took the cigarettes. After all, could not hold down the addiction to smoke straight up, so he came to Daijingguo's hand on the lighter and lit the fire. Inhaled deeply, let the choking smell of tobacco permeate his entire chest. This will make him feel better. The slam made a deafening sound, and the boulder was knocked back a bit, more sunlight coming in through the large gaps, and the blood slot on the black bear's head shrunk a bit. As long as I run into another opponent with a strong defense like the Snow Rex, I don't have much of a chance of winning. The boss looked him up and down with suspicious eyes. What are you happy about not eating? Following Gao Jinsong's gaze, he also noticed the recruitment notice on his door. A good-natured sneer surfaced on the boss's face. Fortunately, the Holy Word Alliance had made timely adjustments, and had utilized the powerful maritime power of the Beechcraft Empire to bring in a large amount of armaments, which had allowed the Magic Dragon Empire to escape the doom of dumping its fortune. With the presence of the students who came upstairs one after another to check out the real thing, in less than 5 minutes, the news that the big star Ling Xinru and Lu Feng were having dinner at the Yunlu restaurant spread throughout the entire South Lushan Road. After saying that, he waved his hand to signal his men to retreat, and he himself walked backwards, with a sarcastic smile on his face. Compared to his arrogant attitude just now, he was like a different person. Dong E70 frowned lightly, looked at Hu Zhongzheng. The two eye contact are both somewhat smiling. Hu did not speak again. Sure enough, after not long, cold feng shui stabilized control of the body. The scene in front of the fluctuating changes, like a time and space shuttle like flying, seems to come over 1,000 years. The two people's bodies at the same time landed on the ground. The body is light. Cold feng shui is a kind of want-to-vomit feeling. Since Yehua disappeared, Wan Yao also disappeared. These days no one annoyed her. Yehua and in the lead to leave all to be accounted for all accounted for. The royal family also do not use her to manage. Everyone treated her with respect. Unfortunately, instead of waiting for the kind of turnaround he wanted, he waited for the kind he didn't want. Golden shield. Another shout. The gold elements in the air condensed into a milky white shield in front of the palm. Han Feng Shui's palms and the golden shield were in close contact with each other. In a loud bang, the golden shield transformed into dots of elements and disappeared into the air. But Han Feng Shui's palm was already at the end of its strength, and his figure immediately retreated. The black-colored demon sword and the blue-colored precious jade each emitted light and clashed fiercely in the air. As for Jai Jin, who was also a 4-star, he was completely defenseless under Yang Shuyan's sword, and gave his life away in a single move. Yun Hai's work in the Family Planning Commission is very comfortable. Yuan Zili is now the governor of the province. The Family Planning Commission just went to the interns are aware of. Everyone's attitude towards Yun Haiyu is more polite than the director of the new director. As for the new director of the new director, in view of Wang Weiran's precedent, it is needless to say that Yun Hai. Chapter 42, The Feeling of Home. Mu Qing listened to Mia's words and her face improved quite a bit, still remaining angry. She said coldly, if only she could be as understanding as you are, she wouldn't always piss me off, which is half as good as you. Just looking at it makes me angry. Mia listened in triumph and said, of course, how can that ugly girl not compare to me? If she hadn't been born to the chief, she wouldn't have even looked at her. Although he was full of disdain, he did not show it on his face, but instead advised, Don't be angry. Then Meow King and Fox Mayor discussed some more details. Wu Tian didn't say much. Anyway, when the time came, his goal was to take out the elite of the Tiger People clan, and preferably the Tiger People clan leader. Then the Fox People clan would be able to return to the territory. Han Xiao was ecstatic and thought that the potential of the evil dragon burning heavenly wheel was starting to explode. When he looked back, Yang Su was indeed thrown away by himself. But strangely, the Yang Su behind him suddenly turned around and quickly dodged towards his left side. Han Zhao's heart was startled, thinking, could something unexpected happen in front of him? Because Song Tianji has not yet done the discharge formalities. He will stay at the hospital tonight and do the formalities in the morning. Song Tianji then detailed his encounter in the forest to Angel, and hearing that Song Tianji had actually returned to the Age of Gods in a dream and lived there for 10,000 years, Angel was also curious about what the Age of Ancient Gods was like. A few of you guys hug it out. I'm going to take out that loser Wu Tian, and after that, I'll help you sweep the others and make sure you all advance, Dragon Warrior said with a confident face. Anyway, whether it was 19 consecutive victories or 20 consecutive victories, it was just icing on the cake for him, and it didn't have any substantial impact. Monk Three Rings looked at me gruffly, and his closed hands violently flipped with his right hand, wrapped in golden light, and slapped me on the door of my head. I was wondering. Suddenly my cell phone rang. Took it out. It was a text message from UUM Mountain, who let his strength be poor, at least with Long Yun beside him. The others were more or less afraid. As the saying goes, run away after pretending. I greeted Yushu and asked her to help me with the follow-up. Then I greeted the group of tycoons on the stage with a fist bump and jumped off the stage, calling on Lu Chang'e to walk out with his feet wet. That is the real heavenly thunder. Otherwise Yuan Hong has long fallen. That is the terrible potential to transform out of the vision. Also has a great pressure. If it is an ordinary cultivator has long been perished. Simply cannot carry. If you guys want to die, I will fulfill you. Jintian's voice was icy cold as he said. For the first time he was so angry. The gang leader had handed the gang over to him. He didn't expect frequent accidents, and now it had gotten into such a mess. The Cadillac's engine roared back to life and quickly drove into the thick night color. Ling Chi stopped and turned around to see only blurry red taillights. When Song Jiang walked into the conference room, all the others had already arrived. Not only the department heads, but also all the contracted artists, and the director's coefficients were present. Niafong was about to ask for some news in detail, when he suddenly heard rubbing outside the door. Someone ran up the stairs, and without saying hello, violently pushed open the wooden door of the compartment in one piece. First, it was Wang Hui who set her sights on the throne of the only concubine still left in her master's back garden. Qiantu village has never been as prosperous as it is today, and the villagers here have never seen so many cars at the entrance of their own village. Queen One saved the crown prince at the time of danger at the risk of offending the emperor, and hit the nail on the head. The emperor only hastily killed the real sword-wielding feather guards and then dispersed the scene. Feng Reverse kept swinging his fists to counterattack, and due to the fear of the killing power of the three-section stick in his opponent's hand, he was sending out his fists through the air to block his opponent's attack. Did not first Taji Chongshao actually can fight with him head-on? A time is not weak to the wind, and the means of venomous fighting method exquisite incomparable, so that Yuan Hong is very scrupulous. Chapter 43, Almost Fighting. Shen Mo's gaze landed on Su Shiyu, and his meaning was self-evident. From the moment he walked into the cave, he smelled a strong meaty aroma that tickled the cravings in his stomach. Su Shiyu knew what he meant and smiled, walking to the entrance of the cave and filling a bowl of bone mushroom soup for him. While loading, he said, I had also made a couple of delicious dishes with the entrails, and halfway through the afternoon, I went out to fetch water for the effort, and came back to have them stolen by my AMU. There's still quite a bit left, but I'd like to. I'm the search department of the Magic Administration. When Zerato said his identity, he was finally able to look at the other party clearly, except that both of them looked exactly the same, and both of them looked at him with a smile, without the slightest panic or resistance, a situation that made Zerato's heart feel uneasy. This situation made Zerato feel uneasy, but her sister had been in the imperial capital, and County Lord Sidon was in the fiefdom, so the two shouldn't have much to do with each other anyhow. After Lin Qiu watched the two leave, he tenderly looked at An Ning, only to be greeted with a slap indeed, and then a soft body pounced into his arms. The three tribal powerhouses stopped only 20 paces away from Lai Hai and looked at Lai Hai together. Du Qi also understands that the current situation is just like that. There are things that cannot be completely solved by money, and need to be constantly invested in the long term. Whatever the system thinks is fine, even if he thinks he's a no-good loser. It doesn't matter. Countless sorts of information tumbled through Chu Yun's mind, and he felt like his head was going to burst. It is the same latte that everyone knew in the last life of China. who was busy pleasing his master, but ended up piggybacking on the mirror and landing on both ends. After settling down the group of people from the errant continent, Zhang Tao once again entered the Mishu Tower, of course still leaving his spiritual power outside. Perhaps Zhang Tao didn't even know that while he entered the Mishu Tower, changes had also appeared in the mountain of different gods. While Yi Zhanghua was on the phone, Mo Cho was also calling his connections. With such a big thing happening at the Fania Clubhouse, if there was no one to help them, then something was just going to happen to the Fania Clubhouse. The blue shirt man in Ling Tian's downward chop when the instantaneous flash away. The same wildly dominant leg swept Ling Tian waist, leg shadow across. The space swept up layers of ripples. Say, did you and that Huan Yueying have an engagement or not? How did you suddenly get to the other thing? Martial artists are divided into 10 attributes: gold, wood, water, fire and earth, wind, thunder, darkness and poison, which is common knowledge to all, but the attributes only see. Naturally, there is also perceived. The 5 elements of the attributes, naturally, is not as good as the back of the 5 external attributes, although the 5 elements are the root cause, but more than the explosive force, the attack force, but it is slightly inferior. However, they were unable to move or issue a warning. They could only keep yelling trying to get the attention of the family's inner circle. Zhang Tao walked into the Bai family and the gate automatically closed. All of this was the effect of Zhang Tao's spiritual power. Inside a black lengthened Lincoln car, an old man in high spirits said to him "OEE," and by the looks of it, he seemed to be very surprised. A full 5 seconds had passed since his previous question, but there was no response from outside the door. Its face and breath were generally the same as the Thunder Emperor that Broken Charm had killed in the Void Illusionary Sword formation earlier. The cornerstone of League of Legends is the league players. Lose the players, this game will go downhill. Lack of players, the game is not alive. With my left hand supporting my body that was leaning back slightly, and my right hand gently caressing Xia Mengyua's long hair, I lifted my head to look at the ceiling and launched myself into a daze. Every entrance and exit is guarded by troops, and every entry and exit is scrutinized strictly. Chapter 44, Counting Tail Hair. As the sky darkened, in the stone pot on the stove at the entrance of Su Shiyu's cave, venison was stewing, gurgling hot and fragrant. She sat in front of the stove, a wooden stick in her hand, picking at the firewood in the stove one by one. Mo Rin, Qingzhu, and Xinmei have long since drank all of the bone mushroom soup, and even the bowls have been washed clean. It would be standing right next to her, eyes looking in unison at her. At the venison in the stone pot to be exact. Gao Ping came back to his senses and proceeded to ask Pharaoh Shinnon for advice on how to communicate with the demon domain and borrow the chi of the great medicine to nourish the spirit medicine. On the ground, the spirit pressure warning system and the several official vehicles flashed red. The alarm sounded non-stop, and the 4 big blood-red words "late stage of foundation building" appeared on the screen. Ron didn't notice Hermione at first. He was concerned about Nyx because on the first day of school Nyx was going to get his spotty ass. He only paid attention to Hermione when Nyx approached her, and at that time he thought Hermione was Nyx's friend and badmouthed her. He was also jealous that Hermione had a wealth of knowledge and could answer all the teacher's questions. No, the guy let us go and then wandered off down the street and got hit by a car. Nyx picked up. After noticing Natsukawa's figure, the dull newcomers in front of the training hall hurriedly crowded forward in 7 different ways, their eyes clear and stupid, and at a glance, they knew that they hadn't suffered much from reality's poisonous beatings. How could I possibly admit defeat? Zhaozhen surprisingly still had an icy face, as if he had something to fall back on. Hermione looked at Nyx, who blushed. He had told him he had to avoid suspicion. Why was he still looking for him? Don't you guys comfort me? At least I can't rub fireballs with my bare hands or control nightfire. Hermione shook her head. Discovering the mother nest's plot, the two shed the tainted part and threw the tarot cards into the time tunnel in order to get back at the mother nest. He only saw that the blood Ganoderma, 1000 gold grass, dragon coiling root, 9 spirit flower, and other Shen-ranked great medicines that he had just thrown into the furnace cauldron were all growing in the middle zone of the 2 pools. This Taoist brother, if you don't believe us, why did you come to ask? It's true that Li Batian is very outstanding, but there is no shortage of such talented sons and daughters in our clan. This matter is not a big deal to us, so why lie? The 7th master's face showed a huff as he nonchalantly returned the question. The 2 disciples who had just sprawled on their swords and vomited profusely were already dying by the time they got off their flying swords. The team stayed scorched until the final 5 seconds of the warrior's final possession. This is? Before he could see what kind of power it was, Ingzha felt that his divine soul was damaged. His true essence was disorganized, and he fainted. The heart said that it was not good. There must be a party inside that had been taken over by the Sphinx spider. He hurriedly cast a spell to withdraw the illusory dream and give a helping hand. She didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Originally, When Shifeng told her that Lu Yaohui liked her, she didn't believe him. Moira stayed close to the boundary, keeping an eye on the status of the two of them. If it didn't work, she would rather tell Shifeng to open the boundary and let those two shadow demons out. He tried as much as possible to balance this relationship well, rather than letting Han Bingbing fall into this illusion excessively. His heart actually cared very much about Chen Shui, and he was firm in his heart, although he might hurt Han Bingbing in his heart. When he heard her words, the smile on the man's face instantly dispersed. He didn't immediately answer the question, but stood beside her for a long time with an expressionless face. The blazing sun shone brightly in the hot steamy air above the ring was just about to open the fifth station, but it was the heartwarming sky and the Three Veins Patriarch who looked up. Although graphene is as light as a feather, it is 100 times stronger than steel of the same thickness. It has better thermal and electrical conductivity than copper and has excellent optical and mechanical properties. If it can be produced on a large scale, graphene will revolutionize the field of electronics and bulletproof vests. Chapter 45. Sushiyu hooked her lips and continued. However, the food I make is only for those who help. If you don't help, when it's done in a while, there's no share for you. It wasn't as if she had to ask him to work. She mainly needed an attitude from the dogman, even if it was just to help make a bowl. You want to eat it but you can't pull your weight, and you act like you're above it all, even if you're a raider. Anyway, it's already disgusted with the full level and can't continue to be disgusted with it. Zhang Huairan was deep in thought. He was pondering. For Ma Yunfu's description, Zhang Huairan didn't think of what the situation was. Zhang Huairan had a few guesses in his mind, but they didn't match what Ma Yunfu had said. Zhang Huairan shook his head, not messing with his thoughts. He could only see it with his own eyes. Zhang Huairan wore a smile on his face as he looked at Wanru's wretched appearance, thinking that even if I don't kill you, I'll scare you half to death, so that you'll know how powerful I am. Only, isn't this method a little bit ruthless? Witnessing everything in front of him, Zhang Tian felt very amused. The lion camel, this kind of magical beast, looks like the character is very docile, although the name with a lion word, but not like a lion in general. With that said, the crowd followed Dongfang Yu down the city wall, and after walking a short distance they saw a large compound. Entering it, only to see that it was actually arranged with a lot of houses. The two of them sat on the airplane and chatted freely all the way. Jiang Yi learned some hidden secrets from Wang Unity, and in his heart, he gained a deeper understanding of the cultivators of the Earth world. His voice, though not loud, was extraordinarily crisp in this secluded environment, filling the entire space. And now that Ji Xiu had not only already declined his invitation twice, but now even more so, he had directly stated his position in the interview. It was obviously already difficult for them to invite Yi Xiu back to Wellington Hospital again. Yang Xiaojie gave up resisting. Although his own talent is very high, in the early stage of the Feather Realm there may be few enemies, but the face of anyone of the Black and White Immortal King can only run. At this moment, the two appeared at the same time, and even more out of the hand to control their own. Resisting is already futile, but betrayal of a friend is absolutely not possible. Not a moment later, Mo Chang came back. He went out squarely when he went out. And when he came back, he was permeated with a wave of weakness, and he couldn't even lift his head up. He was intolerant and wanted to persuade Jiang Yi, but when he thought of the previous attitude of Long Qing's few people, he couldn't help but clench his teeth and suppress such thoughts. After hearing Naruto's explanation, as well as his natural face, he once again bragged about himself, making Ji tightly wrinkled up eyebrows gradually stretch, but in the heart his ponderings secretly muttered up, when the beggar from the beggar into a high rich handsome, as if from the countryside to the city, from backward to prosperous, no one will want to return to the primitive society. Nangong Hao also do not want. Originally, as a court minister, Wei Chen was watching the fun like everyone else. That had thought that the emperor had suddenly named himself, and also let himself personally say the punishment for the boxing saint, which also made it too difficult for him. Things like this that had nothing to do with the mission. It was better not to let a guy like Ruri, who liked to ramble on, bother his brain to think about it. Long Chizuan sat there calmly without much emotion in his eyes, as if what was said was not him. According to the reasoning of the normal words of the great uncle brother should not interfere in this matter. But no, Long Chizun also want to interfere and interfere. Originally the black light man didn't notice, but a sticky smell of blood instantly tightened her sensitive nerves and she followed the dim light upwards. Ho-e, who got the bow and arrow, encountered the next trouble, which was that the 10 golden crows had already returned to the Sun Star, and it was impossible to run to the Sun Star to shoot them. The moment Simon Mingho woke up he saw Duo's face leaning so close to him and a long tongue licking at him. Chapter 46, Expulsion from the Tribe. Su Lai smiled coldly. Humph, I slandered you? If you want people to not know, unless you don't do it, do you really think that what you've done is seamless? No one knows about it? At this point, he paused and continued. Wolf One has told me that you had a private meeting with him just in time for him to run into you. Actually, there was no such thing. Wolf One was still checking on Mu Qing and Cheng Yen at this moment. He's just saying that to swindle the other guy. When Mu Qing heard this, his face instantly. Missouri blankly glanced at Sugu, thinking, the famous black ghost. Of course I recognize it. It was a Zeus serpent, 100 feet long, its entire body surrounded by a layer of light and light power that was like flowing water. Mysterious and quiet. Ha ha ha. Surprised? That's right, that weapon. It's definitely for us. That's the power of holy light. Never something that a filthy fellow like you can think about. Aurel laughed in a very ungraceful manner, as if she had already seen the Paradise Council possessing 3 divine weapons. Brian knew that the so-called royal mages were inextricably linked to Dalaran, and most of them were even directly graduated from Dalaran. And with the mages' means of communication, he wouldn't be surprised even if Dalaran had already started a meeting about their uprising. Even though many times, Chen Shui and I reminded herself that she couldn't think like that, but people after all do have their own kinds of thoughts. Both of them, LT, Jen, Shimizu Rule and LT, Jen, Takahashi Tan, nodded, knowing what Admiral Hata Junraku meant. It was a hammer with mysterious power. As could be seen from its prefix Hratic, it was a treasure left behind by the Hradim clan, and Chaesai had used it to create a lot of equipment with powerful effects. But she had relied on it so much that her forging ability had dropped drastically now that she didn't have it. And they were some really good stuff. At least that's what it looked like to people like Zhang Dingyan. A trace of irritation flashed through Phi Bun Songkran's eyes. However, this was not the time to fall out with Chen Jiala, so he could only suppress his anger. We'll move first. If there's an accident you guys can go back on. The Hex Naga said so, and the shamans nodded. Afterward, Yang Jian turned around and left, entering the city gate building and conveying Lei Zhuan's order. You say, these Ijo soldiers and what demon soldiers? How did they penetrate to our rear? Are they really demons? Flying over our heads? Yanong was really anxious this time. When did the devils build so many guard towers? Damn. I remember when I was just stationed here I had a look with Dagwang, the ghost strongholds below this Han Ling. There weren't any guard towers yet, and it's only been a few days, and they've built up so many of them. Yang Fei cursed angrily. At those words, the other party immediately smiled. The steep smile that appeared on the durable face was stunning. Irinzi is not a cutie. He's not a cutie. The words would not have the power they have now. He heard a lot of what old Chow said. This subordinate of his has hardened his wings. What he said just now may seem like approval, but it's actually silent defiance. Not daring to have an opinion, rather than not having one. With his hand in the air and spinning back, Lee Sung-soo saw Baekma Jun's puzzled face and smiled, turning back to his bed. The songs that are still on the charts to this day make titles like Audio Powerhouse shine brighter and more recognized. Lee Sung-soo and Park Jae-ryung were first surprised. Then, their hearts calmed down. President Park Jin-young didn't blame them, and then he was still pointing them out. Lee Sung-soo and Park Jae-ryung, with a focused expression, listened attentively. The third test, won by Han Sang-jin, South Park Park Han team. In general, the second round of high test, won by Zhuo Jinli by team, the two big brothers in front of them, performed well. The distance between the two, 1,000 meters is always right? It's amazing how easily the voice can be transmitted over. As if talking close to his ear, even the personal guards next to him didn't hear it. Chapter 47, Explosion of Favorability. Could there be something wrong with what I just did? The teenager frowned, somewhat puzzled as he walked. In the beginning, if it wasn't for that monstrous wealth, how could several of their brothers have done such a thing? Few actually put their thoughts into action though. Only one halfling hiding in a corner followed William out after his tail. After all, Deepwater's order keepers were no slouches, and unless an outsider was bent on being a fool, the local shady forces seldom dared to commit blatant offenses. The branches on the ground revived, and the linden tree, right in the center, sprouted new tender leaves. She wasn't an art major, and while she did have drawing classes in college, there was no such thing as a shirtless model. Rong Jaehan looked at Jing and said in a cold voice, she's in the early stages of pregnancy, she needs to rest more. Just try it on and I'll buy it for her. Discord watched as a row of sacred mountains stretched out from the ground in front of him, and curved downward across the bottom of the abyss, calling people to wake up. Have you called them like this? Anyone with a bad heart will easily let you scare them to death. The dragonfish still said with dissatisfaction. After saying goodbye to Ridewind and the others, Azumi Uerawa had been listless because without Ridewind as the aggravated and big housekeeper, there was no one to even fight with him. So the two of them wandered aimlessly. And Wang Yuqian at this time also do not want to stay here. He now also have to go to appease the people. Let people know that the sky does not fall down. Maddie tossed over a pack of cigarettes and didn't seem to have any intention of making any remarks about what had just happened. At the same time, Lin Feng also learned from Baba Towers what happened in the human society, but he is now in the key moment of the distraction skill cultivation, is expected to take less than a week will be able to cultivate, so from time to break out of the time. However, there was once a god-ranked powerhouse who walked around the entire Hanging Island and drew a map of the Hanging Island's overall layout. Dong Yu's status was extraordinary, and even in terms of being beloved by heaven and earth, he was even much higher than Zhang Fengyun. It's a harmony rolling stock, and thanks to a solid infrastructure, it's still able to keep certain nodes running even in the end times, but after all, it wasn't maintained and occasionally had problems, only to see the device storing the Thunder Bug's electricity activated, instantly opening a huge electric grid outwards. This is a secret room connected to a secret room, and no one can open this place without someone opening the secret room here. The two of them looked up along with the hand and realized that the person who threw a punch in front of them was actually the bodyguard behind Xiao Jiaying. Alright, I believe in what you said, but if you leave like this, I don't feel at ease. What about you, Jedi? Zhang Hao at this time, one hand, let go of the Knight Ji's hand. The other hand, at the same time held down both of the Knight Ji's hands, leaving one hand free. Chapter 47, Explosion of Favorability. A snack was definitely in order, but the process was quite calm. The two cared for each other, and after all that just happened, they instead became even more intimate with each other. Mr. Matt, His Majesty the Dragon Saint Emperor has already sent a holy message, ordering us to leave immediately. It seems that this operation is a bit troublesome, Arisher PG said to Matt with a smile. What Liang Jianjun thought was certainly good, but he was unaware of the matter between Yang Fan and Zhang Qingxue. At this point, it can't be said that it was Liang Jianjun's omission, because he didn't know at all, so how could he have considered it? Empty desert, endless yellow sand-filled sky, too much hot temperature, everything makes the evil fire feel uncomfortable. I don't want it. Meng Xianxian suddenly shouted when she heard Lia Feng's words. Although her body was still slightly trembling, her pair of eyes were firm in a way that one could not ignore. Even if the Rapunzel had taken out her own savings to help him, it would be impossible to reach such a level. Roger Matt's sudden appearance caused a moment of panic in the celebration meeting, and the crowd could not imagine how so many people could appear in a good celebration meeting. Qingzhu naturally understand the meaning of their own master, even answered out the door, but the corner of the lips is more than a slightly strange smile. The master is really well-intentioned. Good day to you both. I am Steve of the Bara Slave Merchants. Are you two here to purchase slaves? The man first made a self-introduction, appearing to be self-conscious. Then will he be in any danger? Zhouling didn't continue to pursue what happened to Yang Fan, but asked this question. This was also expected by Wu Fei. After all, the ancients also had very talented people. But this was only one question. The focus was still behind. She had studied all types of classics, and it was impossible for someone to know every type. So for the ending at the back, Wu Fei already felt that there was no semblance of suspense. Disliking her on one side, and then making a show of goodwill on the other side, made her think that he still had that slightest bit of affection for her after all, and that all she needed to do was to curry favor with him a little more, and she'd get what she wanted. I glanced at the door of each room and then realized there wasn't a single red note. Meaning? All have guests? Nonsense. You few. Why don't you hurry up and take your lady back to rest? Meng Yu hurriedly spoke out to stop her, and also spoke out to remind Zhang's entourage to take her away. Jing Yi rolled his eyes at him. What's there to dislike? All of them are going to get married. Even if they really dislike it, what can they do? The sudden and forceful kiss made her helpless for a moment, but she felt herself being held by him to death, with no room to move at all. Despite not having any strength at all, Ling Luoqi tried her best to push him away. This child, using his right and left hands with such dexterity, spooned the porridge with one hand and forked the cake with the other, alternately shoveling bites into his mouth. Ha, ha, ha! Yu Chu laughed 3 times in a row in her heart. Shin Muqian would only care about her this time. This shows how important she is in his heart. Or can only say, Yu Biqing is too important. Where there is Yu Biqing, Shin Muqian can't see anyone. It must be that the tea is too hot. Mister, one will drink it later. After saying that, she had already put it down.